Hey. Hey Kelly, Cisco Kid. Just cruising down the bike trail. I think I'm gonna go get some beer. It's very lazy today. Wasn't feeling too good, so it's pretty much watch TV all day. That's about it. So I was watching this American MC, and it's these guys that are forming their own bike club. So got a couple people from Vegas, a couple people from Arizona, a couple people down south in San Diego, a couple people from LA, and these guys came from Northern Cal. So now I believe they're gonna head to Sturgis or some shit. So the one guy didn't bring his vest, so it's a new motorcycle club. Oh, fuck, bike trail's closed. Okay. So they made him a prospect. The other guy, they went to a bar. He took his thing off, and they said, "Hey, fucker, you can't take your thing off." And so, hello, kitty. So I think he said, "Fuck that," and dipped out. And now they're all together, and I just went and bought some pot. So got a little bit of pot, got a day's work Monday, get some beer, and then I guess I have money to eat later. So I think we'll go out and eat tonight. So how's everybody else doing? The BG, Aaron Douglas. So we're just gonna get some beer. I gotta get some cat food. And then just gonna go home and probably watch TV. I'm not sure. There's not a whole lot going on. So thank goodness I had a day off today, even though I've only been working for a couple days in the past month. But it just feels good to have 2 days off. Work Monday, scrounge up some work next week. The place I work for, it's like an agency, so if I would have called an hour later, I did call, and they had work for the whole week, which I really need. But I took something else for one day. So one of those days, it was a little bit of moving and all this stuff, and just not used to my body being sore. Okay.
No, I gotta go check on you, man.
We're almost done cat food.
बेड़ा बूढ़ा करा दिया थोड़ी दाढ़ी वास्ता एक काम करिए ना ये थोड़ा शेड है भर दे थोड़ी का हाँ मजाक नहीं करता खड़ी करना आप देख लागे बंदे
else. I need two, man. Let's see what else.
What's happening?
What's the bigger ones? Oh shit. How much is that? You know what? That'll be cool. I might come back later. Get that one right there. Yeah. You know me, man. I like to see twice a day.
Something better than nothing, huh?
I got you. Thank you. Yes, sir, man. Yes, sir. Thank you, boss. I might see you later. Who knows?
Welcome, buddy.
Hey, man.
Thank you,
I'm gonna see you, bro.
Thank you.
My guy. Thank you.
Hey, what's up, Abbey Road? Tabichi, Cisco Kid, Michael R. I have one day's work on Monday. Yeah. I didn't feel like canceling it and then jumping on the other one. But the agency said it's getting a little busier, so just have to scrounge around and see what I can get. But I like those ones that last a little while because you never know. They might need people to help. So I worked one day with someone I knew. He was my helper one day at the other job site. And met someone that I never worked with before. I will catch you and I will spit on your fucking window if you fucking think you could fucking move me out of the road. You have no fucking respect. Fuck you, this ain't your land. Oh, are you guys paying attention? So crossing the street, some people, they just like, okay, you're gonna fucking hurry up to stop 10 feet up there because of the traffic. Those people make me want to park it right in the middle of the fucking road. And then I'll give you a reason to be in a fucking hurry. That's just common courtesy. If you don't have it, then I guess I don't have it either. I haven't really spit on anyone's vehicle. I did spit on one vehicle because he did the same fucking thing, right? Motherfucker turned around like in a heartbeat and like, yeah, I'm right here. What? Oh, fuck, I don't want to hear it. And he was pissed. He said, oh my God. You know what? Yeah, obviously. Because maybe you should slow down. And maybe you guys got the same philosophy. Oh, this cocksucker's in the middle of the road. Let's run him over. This ain't a video game, fucker. Yeah, I'm going to spit on your fucking shit. And if I get my ass kicked, then okay. But I'm going to get my money. Tiger or baby socks. Hello, baby socks. How are you, you little fucker? So yeah, that's my 20 minutes outside today experience. Alright, let me drink a beer. My stomach's a little upset, so hopefully get through the first one. Start feeling better here. Oh, hello, baby socks. So went by the creek. The creek is it's about a foot lower. Even a little clearer. Hello, baby socks. Are you hungry, fucker? Oh, all right. Let's see what I missed on this. So, yeah, I can be an asswipe. Think you own all the land? Well, I just beg to differ. Hold on, you little varmint. We got some stuff for you right here. What do you think about that? Hey, come here. You little shit. That's it. You're not going to get no more. Go come over here. You're being a little shit. Tiger. Alright, that's all you get, fuckers. Alright. That's it. Alright, they don't want me to pet them today, so fuck them cats. Oh. Oh. Okay, so I think we're about halfway through this episode. It looks like there's a bunch of them. I've never seen this before, but I did watch this thing about Sturgis today, and that was kind of neat. Oh, so now they went to a bar. There was a bunch of Hells Angels, and so I guess they hooked up and decided to ride with them. shooting off fireworks in the parking lot. Hey, go to Pepsi. Wolfgang. How's it going? Hope you're doing well, Pepsi.
Hey guys, Taylor's still working on his bike, but he's not going to cause us to not get it on with the Hells Angels.
You sure you guys want to do this? Ride today? What if we screw up and do something with these guys just kick our ass? They don't like riding with us. That could happen. That's a possibility. Thomas ran out the road.
So I guess they're gonna decide to ride with the Hells Angels.
Stay behind him, you stay 2 by 2. Okay, so try to keep up, but keep our group 2 by 2. So no question. You know, running into the Hells Angels,
Hey,
Hyperbar in northern Arizona was a pretty random, interesting thing.
M1000.
About the press run that says ride with the Hells Angels.
So our game plan is to roll out of Show Low, head south out onto the Apache Indian Reservation.
You're out of Show Low,
And then we're going
huh?
to look to hook up with them and rally on south 200 miles to the Florence prison.
Florence prison. I'm not sure what they're doing. I thought they were gonna go somewhere else, but I don't know.
So, yeah, that kind of got everybody like, what do you mean, man? That sounds dangerous. Let's give it
So they're a little freaked out. Goes Hells Angels, right?
a shot. Let's go see if we can ride with him.
I'm gonna watch this episode.
If I think about us riding with the Hells Angels, the one thing on my mind is we want to let them go first for one. That's kind of a rule of the road. But I'm worried about them being too tight because if something happens, it would not be good.
So they got 15 riders.
You know, these guys ride hard, fast, and close. And we're just a bunch of guys that enjoy riding together. We've never ridden hard, fast, and close. I was thinking we might have some accidents. There might be some injuries. These guys may just leave us in the dust. But I was willing to give it a shot. I wanted that opportunity to see exactly what a real biker club is like. And these guys are number one. So it was just an honor.
Fort Apache turnoff.
I don't know about what you guys think we heard last night, but Joel Rick said on the res, White River. So we're now out of White River, so I'm thinking we're going to see them anywhere unless we've already missed them. We'll just wait here for a bit.
Do you think they'll stop, or should we be ready to go and just take off after them? Because they did say if we can keep up.
You think they'll pull in?
What do you think?
I don't think stop for us. I wouldn't expect somebody that said, yeah, you want to ride with me to be, just totally safe. We keep up. He's going to be coming down the road. I don't think he's going to stop. Didn't sound like he's going to stop. If he sees us, get him and go. Catch up with him. If we can hang with him, we can hang with him.
Stay up.
Yeah. We can stay with him. We can stay with him. We can't. We can't.
We're going to the prison on whether or not they come, right?
Right.
We're still on the deal. We're going.
We're there.
If they roll, we got to roll with them. Absolutely.
We're going to be riding really, really close and tight. We want to show respect and
Big
be in
Sperter.
line and stay
Well,
together.
the baby socks
But
is out
don't
there.
get so close to any of them that you will ever have a chance.
So we have Hells Angels up here. We have a chapter. It's near that bar, the zoo. We have a chapter in Las Vegas. We have a chapter, I guess, at Woodland Hills at the Harley Davidson. There's some Irish bar they go to. And I'm hanging out with my friend, and he's all like, don't fuck with those guys, they're Hell's Angels. I know they're Hell's Angels, but they don't look like bikers. They look like clean cut fuckers, right? Right? Fucking started this shit. So sometimes they have burgers outside that you come eat. I usually go to Glendale Harley Davidson, which is like, you know, their fire department and vets, and it's not like the Hells Angels kind of thing over there. But very nice bikes. And I did like this one girl, her name is Michelle, right? So this girl, she got half her head shaved, right? This side got hair, blonde hair, all pretty and shit, right? This half got all tattoos and shit, all hardcore, right? I'm like, oh, fuck. I go in there and bug her. Shit. What happened? Go to Pepsi? Paging greasy stranger or strangler. Get in the front. How many pooters? We got one little fart
Chances are
over
that'll
there.
be the last time you ever rear end anybody. Yeah, there are no accidents. And chances are all of us are going to be responsible.
So when they first got together, the one guy ran into another guy, and the guy went off. He went down.
You agree to come because you're a prospect now, right?
But nobody stopped.
And then we're all getting ready to go, and all of a sudden you're not a prospect anymore?
So I'll tell you what happened. It was taken off. I walked up and asked Moody the same thing. And one of the Angels was sitting right there. He said, we took it off. We're not a motorcycle club, so there is no prospect patch for Moody. So it's gone.
And you just said, okay. That's a smart thing to do.
We wait and we wait. It's like waiting for a girl that you got her phone number last night at the bar. You're going to see her for lunch the next day if she shows up. They ain't showing up.
Hey, let's go down the road to Fort Apache, man. We know we're running up. Let's go down here and check out Fort Apache. Let's go see.
I don't think all of us should go there. I mean,
Alright, I'll wait.
who's going to stay here? We gotta stay here.
You guys want to hear the Stones, huh?
You're going to stay here. Whatever. Someone's got to stay
I know it's boring watching. You can't watch TV, but I wanted to see them ride with the Angels, and I'm pretty sure they will because that's all the hype. Can't be waiting. But it's kind of funny because when the TV guys are in the bar, they all blur out the Hells Angels thing. They don't put it on.
The res, and this has got to be a known spot.
So these guys are called the Ice Cream Man from Hell, because I guess the one guy, he's a known biker. I call him the Ice Cream Man.
I'm not gonna go anywhere. I don't want to miss them. See you later.
I said, we'll stay here. We don't care about Fort Apache. About 5 or 6 guys were down with, let's keep waiting. Brian was one of them.
Baker should know better. You don't break up a pack. It's never a good idea.
Yeah.
Of all of us, the guy who knows something about motorcycle clubs, he should have made sure that we all stayed together and waited the way we were supposed to wait.
Here's Fort Apache just down the road. I'd kind of like to check that out. You know, it's a historical site. And besides, I don't know what was really said with those guys and if they're coming. So why should I miss this opportunity to go see this fort over here?
Now, what do you think their average speed's going to be going through here? I don't know. They ride the way they want to ride. Yeah.
I was gonna stay there if and when they came by at all. No matter what happened, I wanted to be there for that ride with the Angels to the prison.
Longest part of the day.
So this is the Fort Apache? Yeah, like I'm wondering what this where's the fort? Yeah. Like a fort, you know, with the logs.
I'm thinking of teepees and stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm looking for big wood stakes that are just like,
Yeah, like a fort. Like a fort.
An ice cream truck.
pretty old buildings. Let's check this out.
The Stones. Still get you in here?
Baker and I decided we want to make a good show. We want to blend in with these guys. You know, you and Brian ride well. He says, you guys be in the middle. You are with him. Somebody's got to push these guys. I'm talking to Paul. Paul, you're going to be doing 90. And Paul said to me, he goes, why would I be doing 90? I go, because Paul, I'm behind you and I'm going to be doing 90. And Paul goes, oh.
During the 1930s, this building served as the Emergency Conservation Work Warehouse, providing supplies and materials for the Indian Division of the Civilian Conservation Corps.
Where's the gift shop?
Smoke a cigarette.
The guys that wanted to go check out.
Oh, I got some hot.
Which was really
So,
right around the corner.
got some more sour D, so it's pretty good for 20 bucks,
You know,
right?
it's like Murphy's Law, right?
Yeah, baby.
You know what? They were coming fast and hard. It didn't look like they were going to stop. We tried calling
here they
them to
come.
let them know. Yeah, we saw the Hells Angels rolling down the road. Hello?
What?
Holy shit.
So here they come. Doesn't seem like that many.
The lights are over. Do you want to ride with the HA or not?
So it looks like they had 6 riders. These guys are going to jump in. I'm pretty sure they're going to have another large group of Hells Angels behind them.
The important thing that's probably going to happen this entire ride, I'm with the Hells Angels and I'm not there.
So now the rest of the crew, they split up. These guys went to Fort Apache. There's about 6 of them or more because we had 14 total, I think, or 15. It could have been 13.
About anybody but me right now.
I was so stoked to be asked to lead the pack up to the Hells Angels. I love riding fast, I love riding tight, I respect everything they're about. I'm not caught up in the moment, and in fact, I didn't know where the other guys were, nor did I care.
I better ride well is the feeling I had the first time I rode with the Hells Angels. I better do a good job. I hold my brakes.
So I guess it's an honor to ride with HA. Alright, so they're catching up.
Riding with the Hells Angels can taught us something. Because they rode tight and close. I think as time went on,
Well, they do ride tight.
We did really good. And we kept it tight like a freight train.
Yeah.
So, were you surprised we could keep up?
Well, you're still standing up.
I felt like we had earned a stripe there, or at least just a little bit of respect in their eyes.
Can we respectfully say Angels Forever? Forever Angels?
That's basically what those letters stand for.
Awesome. Awesome. Awesome.
But they blurred out the Hells Angels.
Yeah, Jason's bike's cut about 80. It just couldn't hold the RPM. It just keeps dying.
That port where you guys put the loader out, that's where he sent from there to Holbrook, Arizona. From Holbrook, Arizona, sent to Florida. His return come back to the state of Arizona, as far as he made it, was Oklahoma City. Beyond that,
Nomads.
Geronimo never made it home. Oh, wow. That's the history on Geronimo.
So let's talk about Geronimo.
Yeah, we were going pretty much right up there. 95 or 100 most of the way.
To me, it's about the machine, and I knew what I was doing to it. But I arrived with that pack of Hells Angels and the rest of the guys, so there you have it.
One bike's cutting out. It's a little bit.
And I just wanted to know who gave you permission to wear that badge.
Tommy.
Who the hell is I think you want to talk to my president here.
He was asking me about the patches that we have on the back of our jackets, the embroidered.
We're regulars an MC underneath that.
Yeah, we do have that on.
Well, you must not be in Motorcycle Club, huh?
No, we're not. We're just a group of guys that like to ride together. No.
And sure, I'm Tommy. I'm the one that gave him these guys his desk, but you're right. We've never found out or understood what the formalities are to be a club.
Come to the Confederation or talk to the ACMC or anybody, huh?
And we're all like, in due respect, I guess we're enamored with, you know, your world, the world of other bike clubs that run a patch and show that camaraderie. We're a little out of order. I understand that. And, you know, just you giving us this insight today gives us a little heads up of get it right.
It's not just us. That is a national level for everyone. It doesn't matter if you're purple, green, red, or blue. You can belong to that organization representing a motorcycle club. But that will be up to your visions within the nature of where you go with this.
We'd like to get it right, get it better, but somewhere in your
So he's explaining to these guys that they need an MC patch because, you know, it's a motorcycle club. They don't have an MC patch.
Yet to be seen, but we're getting ready to leave.
All right.
You guys ready?
But the president seems really laid back.
But I think for now, we all know we got to talk a little bit further, guys. But we do.
Hey, Megan. Yeah, you guys are going to chill. I'm going to watch this. I've been waiting. I went to go get some pot, thinking I'd miss it. Came back in time, so I'm going to watch this. And we'll smoke some pot, listen to the Stones after. I want to see this. They're going to somewhere, and they're in the Apache land right now. It's the weekend, no hurries, no worries. So I finally met a Connect where I can get a fat sack for $20.
Let's go.
So
you're gonna love this city. If you come here, you're definitely gonna have a good time.
No, just love them. I can't get enough of riding.
So same thing, Sour D. We got some Sour D.
The perfect solution for any garbage can. Always have a supply of trash.
Which I really like this strain. We
Just
grew
stick the dispenser box to the bottom of your can, and when
about
you
100
pull out a whole
plants.
bag, a clean
I was
one
on the
comes out
hill.
to greet you.
Grew about
When the
100
box is
plants of
done,
these,
easily remove
and
them
then
and place it
100
with a new one.
of
Great for the
whatever
office,
else.
bathroom, or even kitchen.
A little
Get
variety
Hot
of
Mix
stuff.
today and change taking out the trash forever.
So, it's my first beer. I'm not sure where I'm going to eat tonight. I haven't really been eating out. I had 2 tacos off the taco truck yesterday. And I ate at McDonald's.
Everybody is.
But other than that, I've been eating
And that's why Lincoln
microwave
made a
stuff
point
or
to provide
turkey
different
sandwiches and
homes for their
stuff like
birds.
that.
Personally, I love
Sean, I thought was going to come today. It's okay, I rested. We're supposed to go to San Francisco. So tomorrow I'll bug him. Or maybe later. I'm not sure what Richard Clark is doing. He gave me a call late last night. I was already in bed. He said, give him a call, so I called him. Hope he's okay. Patty Love is still going through, you know, her thing because her dad, and then her poor mom. I didn't realize how much I would miss Gracie, Miss Lulu. Yeah, we really miss her. I would like to call her or bug her or something, but you know, from what I understand, she has her own life, and I have no right to bug her if she, you know, feels like whatever life she has is like. So I feel a little cut off, and you know, Charlotte's my top mod, but Gracie has spoiled me, and like every day you know, I use something and I think of her because she's the one who miracled it. She actually bought me this phone. Yeah, so she contributed to so much stuff, you know. I eat a vitamin, I think of her. Not a real one, but, you know, a good one. Good for your body, right? Stuff like that. So really miss her. Patty Love has been texting me. And I think she just needs a little me time there. You know?
Some got tired of waiting and went to go check out Fort Apache.
I am. I'm going to drink first. I'm not sure what I'm going to do. But probably up a taco truck. We have this new taco truck that I've seen. It looks like Japanese. It's probably a little expensive. I did get a donation last night. I'm sorry. Sometimes I get drunk and I miss them. So, really appreciate that. And, that I might save that for tomorrow. Right now, I'm using the money I have, and then I have to pay rent. I have to pay Rosie her rent. So the day's work Monday, and thank God Rosie's nice and doesn't really trip too hard. So just got to make some money, pay my rent, and all things come at the same time. So got my phone bill. Got my storage.
Did not have an MC, and
Day to day.
unfortunately for Kurt, he was near Kurt when he really saw that, and
What happened?
it was a tough moment.
I don't want to get our asses kicked there. There's this dude with long gray hair, just looking right in my eyes, and it, like he had snake eyes, like he was ready to kill me. And it scared the shit out of me. I didn't know what to do.
They didn't threaten or curse. They just said, "You guys are pretty stupid." You know that? And there's a lot of motorcycle clubs that live and die for that patch, and that it's an MC. You might want to go figure that out.
So they don't have an MC patch, which is
Whether they're in a bike club
biker code. So now they're leaving the Apache reservation. Didn't see any fucking Indians.
But you know, I've handpicked these guys over years, and they're real men. They're all men. So I'm thinking anyone will hold their weight.
These guys are the guys that drive. These are the guys that make it look easy. And it's a feeling like no other because it changes the game. You don't know everything about them. You hear things, but you don't because it's not your business. You're not one of them. But you respect them.
So you got like 15 guys that just like to ride. And somehow they hook up with the Hells Angels, and the Hells Angels tell them, you guys don't even have an MC patch. You guys are kind of, you don't know what the fuck you're doing. One guy's like a politician in Vegas or some shit, right? The other guy's, one guy owns a construction company. The other guy's a broker, you know what I mean?
He's some tools. Just come on up here. Bud, he's some tools.
Look here, huh?
Look at the guy's device to play for.
One way got break, one way don't.
When it comes to these guys, I just soon hang back here. I just want to be invisible, you know. So I'm really bound to go up there. He's a biker, and I am the mechanic.
He's a truck mechanic. So he got some tools.
If you ever have something you choose to, you can put it on your bike.
Oh, he got, like, the Hells Angels gave him some kind of sticker.
A sticker that you can only get from a Hells Angels.
Who said you could put it on your bike?
Hells Angels support. And you can't buy them, and you're not gifted at rallies. Only a Hells Angels can give you one of those.
That's pretty cool. Red and white, right? I have a Hells Angel. It's not a Hells Angel shirt. It says support. It's a big red machine. So it's like a Hells Angel. It's got two fucking SS's on it, right? SS. Support the big red machine. It's got like a skull and flames and shit. So it's not like an official, but it represents the Hells Angels.
Big Tom, do you have anything that you can roll for them that
has some bike genre to it?
Well, I can think of one. It's on the road and out of town. That's where my freedom can be found. Upon my bike and on the gas. For days and nights, the cars I pass. To think about my views instead, without the news or papers read. And dream about those better times when free and me are more than rhyme.
So he's like a poet.
It's on two wheels and both are turning. The back one squeals as rubber's burning. Upon this beast I have no fear. Drive trains increase to second gear. The spinning tire that was behind is now alongside this ass of mine. And if I soon don't throttle down, we'll both be doomed to hit the ground. The gas lets off, this starts at end. My bike snaps back in line again. And Gary Bang says, that's just fine. But Jesus, Tom, not every time.
You guys ready?
It's kind of a camaraderie, and it really was a special feeling when they did show an acceptance and
That's awesome.
Man to man, not club to non-club. You know, it's a complimentary thing, and I really enjoyed that moment.
That's pretty awesome.
Hey, these guys, you know, the 1%ers. And, you know, here we are, a bunch of guys out riding. So, yeah, you know, you have your eggs, and you're like, whoa, you know, this guy, is he okay, is he okay? They all seem like really nice guys. You just don't want to cross them or have any problems with
It was just an incredible feeling. It was like snakes slithering down through the canyons, and
Beautiful Arizona land.
listening to the rumble and the roar, and being so close to your buddy next to you.
I know what. I got some sour D white. So I couldn't really compare it to
The
this.
courage and the fearlessness of everybody traveling so fast down that road was just amazing. It created its own power, its own energy, was just amazing.
Adrenaline is coursing at that point. You really need to pay attention to what you're doing as you're riding. You've got a bike in front of you and a bike next to you, and you're within feet of each other. And sometimes not even feet, sometimes just inches. One wrong move, then you're done.
Yeah.
This is so awesome. We're like in a training exercise with the Hells Angels, the ultimate test. And our guys are riding great.
Yeah.
Awesome. I'm loving it.
Okay, so we're like hauling ass down this whole face of this cliff. My bike's smoking like a freight
Oh,
train.
fuck.
All in all, there's some really good things about what we're doing here.
Look at that. Where are we?
We're flying over this river crossing at the bottom. And roar at the other side of the canyon. Awesome.
Nice.
But after clearing the bridge, there's no one behind me. And I'm like, holy shit, somebody's down.
So somebody's bike broke down, or something happened.
I was going about 110 through these windy roads.
Those you got
where
some
you can see the
airborne
guys
here.
kind of hesitate. And you know what? I take responsibility for myself. And guess what? I pulled over and I stopped.
I'm not tired of this shit because you know what? They're going too fast. I don't want to mess with this, and that's why I stopped. And thank you for coming with me, because I'm gonna tell you what, it's getting too hairy.
Crazy.
So the politician guy from Vegas, he's all, oh, that's too hairy.
Where the fuck is General Vic?
Because I guess the Hell's Angels, they ride tight. And they ride
They'll
fast.
see we're not there and they'll come back. There's an unwritten rule that whoever's right behind you, you kind of have to keep an eye on. So that if somebody falls back or if somebody goes down, we know where they're at. So that they can notify the other riders that, hey, there's somebody on the side of the road.
That's usually me. I ride in the very back. Or whatever, bring up the rear.
I've seen a lot of good-looking fenders.
What?
I just knew I was riding with the Hells Angels and I was having fun. So before you knew it, I'm looking in my mirrors and I'm riding with my neck and I'm not seeing my buddies anymore. And I figured, well, maybe they didn't keep coming. So I turned around and went back. But I honestly was caught in the moment.
So they went back for one of their own. They dipped out. I'm not sure what happened.
I wonder where that other damn crew is, man. Look, they might up here to stay up.
So they pulled over, and they're wondering where
I'd say they're a little bit behind.
these fuckers are.
100 miles an hour on this curve, like I said, you can have it. I don't do it. General thinker. I'm about being safe, and that's what this is all about, is being safe and being a crew.
So this guy, he's kind of pussing out. He's like a
Eagle shooting star star Milky Way star shooting star star Milky Way star Milky Way glowing star shooting star star Milky Way.
I really appreciate the way you've helped me. Fuck yeah, thank you so much. Awesome. That was wonderful because finally got some fresh nuggets. I've been smoking this salad stuff and it's not bad, but it just doesn't taste fresh. Fuck yeah, thank you so much. Hey, Demonic. We love that album, right? Because Loretta Lynn, she kind of, well, not kind of, right? She, just like Dolly Parton, like, I mean, you know, she got that wherever it is, right? Like the Queen or some shit, right? So, we don't, like, know all her music and stuff. Same thing, Jack White, we see his albums all the time at Best Buy, and we don't have one. Yeah. But we always see him there. Hell Ride with the Angels. So the one guy, he said he was waiting, so you're waiting for an hour. He's all, let's go, let's make a vote, right? Yeah, they stayed. What? Fuck you. What do you mean go? Now you don't want to ride with the Hell's Angels because he's a pussy. So it's too dangerous. Like, it's all about safety. Get the fuck out of here.
We've discovered Mother Nature. That's a great looking river and other things. Let's go down there. We gotta get to the prison run.
It's a bunch of girls on the river doing something.
Thank God I stopped, guys. Hey, you guys go with the Hell's Angels.
You guys go with the Hell's Angels. Jack White, fuck yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate you helping me because I used my donation money. I was saving it, right? And try to get a new bike or new life or something, right? But then whatever happened, right? So pay my rent, right? And pay my phone, right? And then pay my storage. So I didn't fuck it off, right? I think at the end I bought a couple packs of cigarettes and a couple of 6-packs. So didn't fuck it off at all.
But for sure.
Hey Tim Lee. Yes, Black Sabbath. Shoot. I want to watch this first and then we'll play some music, okay? So I know it sucks because you can't watch it, right? But these guys formed a thing, a little motorcycle biker thing, about 15 guys, right?
I think they all want to get down to the beach.
Went to a bar, met some Hell's Angels. You know, they're thinking they're going to get their ass kicked and say, I don't know what happened. You could hang if you want, and got to meet them and stuff, and it was pretty cool. So someone went down. They're on a dirt road.
I saw Petey drop his bike. Lesson hard learned. Petey didn't stop when he saw Jason go down.
Okay, yeah. That's another bad one.
So I thought maybe it's time we just ride past him and see what it feels like.
Yeah, so bumped into someone else and did not stop, just kept going. That is fucked up. So they said, fuck it, and we're going down to the creek, right, or the river. And because that guy left another guy, they're all like, fuck that. So pick your bike up. You're on your dirt road, whatever, 4-wheel drive it out of there. They just kept going. Right? Lesson learned. Leave no one behind, right? You can't do that. What is it, the Hawaiian Tropic girls? Oh, fuck. So they all rode down the cliff to meet these girls, right? Or see the girls. Blue. Oh yeah, it's one. Oh my God, I was in love, right? With Chrissy. Miss Hawaiian Tropicana or Kansas, whatever, right? Like, melt my butter, okay? They got all scared because they're bikers, right?
Things get wet and wild when the crew crash in a Hawaiian Tropic photo shoot.
Nice. Oh my God, Chrissy was like very pretty, right? The only thing is Girls are fucking weird, right? So she's beautiful, right? She's got fake boobs. Like, what? Right? Fake boobs, right? Like, and then, whatever. Girl, so like she could do that, right? And then the funniest thing ever, right? She would go to the tanning salon, right? She goes to the tanning salon and come out, look like an Oompa Loompa. Like, we got the beach, babe, right? Girls. Oompa Loompa, literally, out of the tanning salon. A lot. Like, what the fuck? Blue, what are you doing? You scared of me too? You better come over here, you little shit. I'm gonna feed you half as much. I'm gonna go on diet. Can't even bribe them today. For some reason, they probably didn't have a good experience with someone that looked like me or something. Now they don't want to come near me. Okay, bye.
Is this the end of the
Oh, it's Spot! Oh my God! Spot is here. I have not seen Spot in 3 fucking weeks or some shit. We're thinking the worst, right? Oh my God. We thought it was here, Spot. Oh, I'm so happy to see you, Spot. Where have you been, Spot? Oh my goodness. Don't psych me out. Don't freak me out like that. Oh my God, Spot is here. Fuck. I'm so happy. Usually the boys will disappear, not the girls. So Spot is here. Oh, Spot, I see you, you little varmint. So Spot is here. So Spot was here since the very beginning, right? It was Mama Kitty and Spot. I thought it was Blue, but it's not. Spot. Hey, John Jacobs. Spot, I'm so happy to see you. Where have you been? That's Baby Socks. What are you looking at? Don't look at me. Alright, so we went through this episode, so that was pretty cool because we wanted to see that one. Alright, so you guys get to tag along with the Hells Angels. And Spot, oh my God, Spot, I'm so happy to see you. Where have you been, you little varmint? Yeah, maybe she had some kittens. She disappeared for about 3 weeks, and I am like... Rosie is having a radio show or something. Rosie got a radio show going on. Spot, where have you been? You freaked me out. Right, they're not my cats, but technically, Spot is the most important cat, right? Because Spot been here since day one, right? The other ones are Spot's friends. Let's just say they're all Spot's friends, right? Yeah. Baby Socks is tiny. The other cats look bigger. This one still looks little, like a little runt. I call it a little runt. So it's still cute, right? Spot. Spot, I'm so happy to see you, but Spot is skittish. Like the other cats, I could pet them only when I feed them, right? Except for today, they acted a little snotty. But Spot, I can't get near Spot. Like the thing was right here, and she wouldn't come near me. So she's a little wild or some shit. Or maybe she don't like people or something. That guy seems pretty cool. He was all laid back. He never really... But this guy, poor Mooney. We like him. We only watched a couple shows. So it's a reality TV show about a biker club. So Spot gets to eat first. We don't care about the other little shits. Spot eat first. So that's why we always have extra cat food, because if they eat, I have to feed Spot separately. Usually I do not let Spot eat in that dish, because the dish is for, so I'll go put her food over there or something. But for some reason she's eating with baby socks. When the cats were young, Spot would eat with them or go "Meow," and she would eat first. But when they grew up, now she lets them eat, and I have to feed her separate. Ah, he put the Hell's Angels sticker out, like on film. Right, girls, right? Oh, fuck. Her pussy's vibrating on a motorcycle, right? How Tropicana girl. Ah! All right, babe. Look, they all jumped in. Fuck yeah. Yeah, Tom. That's pretty cool because it's cold as fuck. Fuck it, let's do it. That's awesome. Ah! It's on the Florence. They're ready to bail. It's on the Florence.
Eagle Milky Way star shooting star star Milky Way star shooting star star Milky Way shooting star star.
They're on the river somewhere. Fucking around, right?
This girl on my bike wants
Thank you, Jack White.
just doesn't know I don't want to.
Oh fuck. We'll keep that in mind.
You know what I think it is?
Okay.
Every once in a while.
Drunken news report, right? Spot showed up. Like, it's been 3-4 weeks, right? Like, we were all sad and shit, right? We didn't really say anything, but like, want to remember the last day or something. It's been like 4 weeks ago. Spot is right here. I'm so fucking happy. Shit. Because we know one day it's going to disappear, but still.
I love you. A few jokes are exchanged, and we move on.
Fuck yeah, Jack White. Thank you so much. Fuck yeah, I really appreciate it. Now we're in Devil's Canyon. Where are we? So we're cruising, we're on the road. I need a road trip, right? Jack, I need a job. We go on a tour. Starbucks tour, right? Like, whatever. Electric Starbucks.
You're pushing it pretty hard.
Alright, where are we?
I don't know about the rest of the guys, but Devil's Canyon is insanely dangerous. And I know now that we're within 30 miles or so of the prison run, the day's back on. I'm excited. This is great.
Yeah. So, living in Topanga Canyon, I don't know why they picked Wednesday night, a bike night, right? So you have all these fuckers zipping up and down the canyon. And they do the same thing, like in caravans, right? And it'd be like, oh fuck, that's all you hear. Like in the canyon on Wednesdays. And I always would think it was weird because why would they pick Wednesday night or some shit, right? But that's the night they do it. And it's called bike night or whatever, right? Zip through that canyon.
Packs of bikes to the prison run.
Prison run. Alright, we're gonna break someone out. Florence, right? We're Arizona, Florence. I know I've been there because I remember. I just don't remember exactly what the fuck I did, but I know the name. Because we dipped around through Arizona, all up and down, around and shit. Yeah. Oh, the coppers showed up. What happened?
But now it's like huge packs of guys showing up, and the cops having to fucking be polite and nice.
Ah!
You know, so even the cops are starting to make use of it, you know? Make that more of an enjoyable event.
They have to. Right? You can't be an asswipe, fuck up the party. Over a parking ticket? Fuck out of here. Or a speeding ticket or something?
It's open to all riders.
If they could, they would. Believe me. Not all. Some, like, whatever, right? But others, by what? Andy Barney Fife or some shit back there, right?
I started out with a group of guys, Jerry does at Motorcycle Club. They actually used to go there on New Year's Eve before they would go to their party. They'd run by the prison and kind of buzz the prison to let some of the guys they knew inside knew that there were still people thinking about them, supporting them, and also
that's fucking awesome.
Something to look forward to.
You know, this is something we were doing for our brothers, and it's something that's needed. Then I went into prison, and I got the other side of it. Man, that day.
But once they get out, they're all hooked up. Right?
Whole fucking place.
Different kind of family.
It was a big day for everybody.
Unfortunately, it's a dead-end road.
You got lots of Indians in there? Where are we? Arizona? Let's see.
So, we'll go by to one side and then we have to do a U-turn and come back around the other way.
You go up 20 feet from the fence, and you can stand there and watch the bikes and see the bikes going by. I mean, you know, about 10 feet deep of people sitting there watching. I mean, when your brothers show up at that prison run and you're in prison,
That's pretty badass.
you would even leave with prison. Because, I mean, for that day, it came for a day. Everybody in the prison coming up like wanting to be your pal. It was fucking pretty cool.
He looked like a skin.
It started with the Dirty Dozen, and then 15 years ago we became Hell's Angels, which is...
So natives, we call each other skins. So it's not like, but yes, same thing, pretty much.
We really do appreciate this.
Like native skin, right? Baby, I mean socks. I mean Spot. I'm sorry, I called him the wrong name. Spot, I'm so happy to see you. I love you. I love you, Spot. I'm so happy to fucking see you. Yeah. I love you. Let me pet you, you little wild thing.
We even had a scooter club that rides with us.
Oh fuck, they're not my cats, but get adapted to them, right? Worry about them. What, are you pregnant? I can't talk shit right now, right? Problem. Oh fuck, help me.
Half the town is out there. They're all in support of it. It's a parade. I mean, they line up like it's a parade, and they treat it as one. You know, when you have a pack of bikes, that's...
Yeah, Lady Gaga. We actually seen her on her first tour, right? And we love the puss, right? So Madonna, Cher, whatever, right?
Now it's enjoyable. I like it better.
Oh my god, it wasn't like Madonna's 50th tour or some shit. First tour, right? And I'm not gonna say, but she was one of the best out of all the puss. Like, loved it, right? First tour, kidding me? And then we had a meet and greet, which I missed. It was late or something. Missed the first band. Who was it? He got a commercial. So sometimes we do that, darn it. And we should never do that because you get to see the opening act. And it was John. What's his name? A solo artist. Oh, fuck. But we showed up around the second song. We showed up early in time. Fuck. Let me think. No, we weren't on the floor. I forget where I was. Let's see. Yeah, but somewhere close. Very impressive. Because when Lady Gaga first came out, all right, let me tell you, I did not like her. Whatever, right? Like, no, you like suck or some shit, right? But she then grew up Prodigy Child or something like, okay, bitch. Like, oh my fucking god, we went to see her show, and I shit you not, I swear to God, out of all the puss, tops, right? Like, fuck. And plus I like Italian women, right? Capital I, whatever, stallions, right? Madonna, right? Gwyneth, whatever.
Those other guys, you know.
Only because I think we fell in love with an Italian girl once upon a time. I don't know if she loved me, but I feel like she loved me. Right?
Not saying that would happen.
Maybe not so much anymore. Better go hunt her down and give her a switch. Kicking the fucking ass.
Angels that are dragging
I'm not talking about that.
Who's the top mechanic here? Well, he's had a shop. He's 20 years older than you. He's been turning wrench 20 years longer than you. So I'm sorry, probably couldn't mistake it for you. I also know that you ride your chopper, you got no tools. He's riding chopper. Somewhere he's got no tool back. Where is that? So I knew he had tools. Then he used tools. I have two choices. You or him. You have no tools. You are a mechanic. They needed some tools. So do you really think I set you up, or was I just going to our top guy with tools?
Think about that, baby. Yeah. Good point.
I want to set you up.
Tommy's the biggest tool in the bag, man.
All right, whatever. Listen, good to hang out with and ride with, for hell's sake. No due respect to them. Might be nice if we got ordered and were an MC and had some protocol about us. That's all they said. It's a road.
Yeah, funny story, huh, Jack? And then, dumbass paid for a meet and greet and missed it. Like, who does that, right? What the fuck?
Let's go.
You gotta love this city. If you come here, you're definitely gonna have a good time.
No, just love them. Okay, not riding.
Using a garden hose shouldn't be a hassle. That's why we built the Tardigrade steel hose. The inner diameter of Tardigrade steel hose is wider.
We don't care about that.
Metal garden hoses, allowing for powerful water pressure. Our advanced
How much,
metal garden
like,
hose is made with
water
premium
by
materials,
ass?
strong, rugged, tough, and easy
How
to
much?
use.
Oh, darn it.
Extreme summer temperatures to frigid winters stand no chance against
Jack
the
White, fuck you.
Tardigrade
Thank you
steel
so
hose.
much. I mean,
A
fuck
garden
yeah.
hose to outperform all
We're so
others.
happy Spot showed up, right? And rested all day. I wasn't really, I don't know what's wrong with my body. I don't want to have senior moments and shit like that. But it was like, what happened? Right? Yeah, little bullshit. So, we're gonna go on a escapade and try to find some vitamins, right? Because I swear to God, I won't say it, but you'll know the difference. If you hit a golf ball, something, yeah, ride my bike, whatever. So we gotta go hunting for the Mad Hatter, some shit. Sticker on my bike's going away. What is that? Right? Represent. Right? Alright, so there was a song that I was thinking that Jack White could do. I believe it was a Savage song, so I think we'll listen to that album. And then once I hear the song, I'm sorry, find out which one it goes. Yeah, perfect. And sometimes we think of cover songs that other bands could do and stuff. We found one. I just can't remember.
Never seen it
I
happen.
believe it.
For all you guys
I
who
have to
are
listen.
Sterlings, it's not Hell's Angels that are dragging people to feet.
talking about that.
In all due respect to them, might be nice if we got orderly and we're an MC and had some protocol about us. That's all they said. It's a rule. Well, that's maybe where we're going. That's not where I'm going.
He don't want he truck mechanic. Where's the other politician cocksucker?
Then we have to have a bunch of rules. We have to elect you president.
No, we don't. I don't want to be president.
He's all, you gotta be the leader. You gotta be the, right?
I for one will tell you.
So whatever he says is law. Oh shit. He's all like, no, fuck that.
But I think we are as unique. And I think being
Oh,
able to tell
fuck.
you guys, kiss our ass.
You gotta have a hierarchy or some shit, right?
We don't
You
have
got
any
rules.
I think that's what makes us unique.
When you ride with a bunch of guys and you call riding tight, fast, and cool rules, and we all agree, it's just the way it is. They're no longer rules.
So somebody says, hey, can we slow down 5 miles an hour? And
He's like the elder guy, okay? This guy, like, and he's like, all these other fuckers are youngsters. You better listen to that fucker.
Guess what? It's about safety and about professionalism. And if you can't follow the fucking rules, guess what? You shouldn't be on the fucking road. That's why they
Oh, listen to this fucker.
It's a privilege.
My driver's license is in good standing.
I rode for 3 years with no fucking driver's license at all.
He acted, whatever. You didn't even want to wait for your posse. Get the fuck out of here. So you're blah, blah, blah.
Each other what that really looks like. Take care of you and going fast. Take care of some people whose skills level is not quite as good. Take care of them too. Come to like a balance level.
I'm doing 110%. Every time he yells at me, I just go, I have to laugh because I'm trying so hard.
I should work on that when I go to work. My boss, if he yells at me or something, I should laugh or go, hey, what? Fuck out of here. Right, just laugh it off. Ha ha ha.
Up until just a couple days ago,
Moody, we like this guy, right? He didn't want to wear suits. It's a CrossFit. Whatever, man.
It's definitely way
He,
tighter. If anybody like has ever snow skied or done other things.
Oh, you do that
When
shit?
you start, you're a little bit apprehensive, but when you play or ski with people that are above your level, you get better faster.
When I crashed on Thursday and went rolling down the cliff a little bit, it's made me a lot better. I know exactly how to brake better. I've learned a lot. Just since
Yeah, that was pretty hairy there. You could ain't shit. You handled that bike wonderful.
These last few days, quite honestly, I
And that's the
feel
one thing,
my
like say, get a flat
skills
tire
have
or some shit.
I agree with you. How do you see me
You're
anyway?
fucking flying down the road.
The toughest part for me is I got 2 kids, and I know I have to provide for them. I can tell you that when you've got people depending on you, whether it's a spouse, whether it's a girlfriend, whether it's your job, whether it's your kids, I'll tell you right now, it makes you think twice.
I like this guy.
Whatever it's worth, my psyche, I'd love to die on a motorcycle. And I'd like you guys to have a good time at my funeral. And there's no one.
This guy a little bit.
There's no one I am responsible to. And that's a shitty life, but it's a great life. Look, I was in Trump.
And you did get buried? Can we ride over?
He almost shot his thing up. Shoot, get like, better aim, fucker.
We're going to have a little bit of, if it is regiment rather than rules, or if it is protocol rather than style, why not? So we know what we're counting on from each other, and what, you know what I mean?
Well, would you look at that bartender?
That's what makes us different.
So we have a little bit of beer tonight, thank goodness.
I don't know if I want to be in a club where I got to deal with him.
Right? He's all like, I don't know if I want to be married to him. Right? Put up with his shit. Because this other guy, it's his club. He got the guys together. But he's friends with the other guy who's older, who's kind, from what I understand, is known in the biker world or whatever. So we're at Florence prison. Phoenix. Oh, so it's outside of Phoenix. Me, I want to go choose an Apache reservation. Right? Fuck around. We get deep on the red, see how these fuckers act.
Are you Polish? To take 3 guys to fill a gas tank?
They got a Sinclair gas station, Dinosaur, outside Arizona. Oh, you got Dinosaur gasoline.
Check. John is very concerned in your regard. He said, but if I can't hit 7. And I go, well,
It was hitting 75 all the way.
Okay.
I will ride that motorcycle 75 miles an hour.
John's concerned for you, and it's nighttime.
Because, right, they want to go faster.
Here, and the panhead is pushing it at 75. And in fairness, you were the last one to ride in tonight.
If you guys want to go over 75 miles an hour, that's fine. But I will ride 75 miles an hour. I think that's reasonable. I think that's totally reasonable.
Yeah, he doesn't want parking tickets or.
Ask us to go over 75 miles an hour. Who wants to go over 75? I'll choose to ride with you because you want to ride 75.
Yeah.
You're my brother.
Okay, good answer. If the speed limit is 75,
Then you could go 5 miles over the speed limit technically. 10 miles though might tax you if they're
I'm gonna
asswipes.
go roughly 10 over.
Yeah, 10 over. Roughly.
And he is too. Who else is cool with roughly 10 over?
Roughly 10 miles over, yes.
I think we're going too fast.
Because if the officer dickwad's going to tax you for over 10 miles an hour, he's a dickwad.
I'm going 80. I'm not going to go over 80. Listen, you're losing your mind because
This guy, he don't like to ride fast.
I'm trying to get group dynamics.
Group dynamics. That's what we're going through right now. Is it 85, 80? What? You got a boat on this shit? Come on.
Do something that's going to set a precedent right now. Get everybody's attention. We're going to take a vote on something.
We're watching TV, Jack White.
I support Bud to be 15 miles below the speed limit or 10.
Indio, that's the Inland Empire, I believe. I'm probably,
That's what you want to do.
you know, day away, like 12, 15 hours. Like, let's just say it's 12 hours, right? Well, it's going to take me double that.
Shouldn't be with this group.
that might be the case.
Okay.
You know, that just might be the case.
That might be the case.
You know, if I can't ride the speed limit or slightly over, you know, and if you want
Slightly over.
like you always do. It's whatever Baker wants. If Baker wants to go 90 miles an hour, everybody else.
I was 7 guys and I was never in the front.
So pretty much you want to obey all the laws. So that way when Officer Dickwad, what is your problem? If you want to go 100 miles an hour, then guess what? You might get some sirens on your ass.
Want to become part of what we're going for? I don't like breaking rules. I love my friends. And guess what? Kevin's making no problem with Kevin.
He's dipping out.
I'm back again. Steve made a decision. Cheers to you.
That guy dipped out.
And we love Steve-O, and we love you. It's just when we're going to do a road trip, we want to have some group dynamics. I call friends. That's right, brothers. And I ride. And we'll be friends. We'll have a sandwich with you.
How many times have you crashed? High speed? Oh, a little bit more than that. Automobiles, all this, and guess what? 0 on my part. So guess what? I like safe. I love my life.
He's more in his safety, which you got to respect that. He's I'm not going to ride 90 miles an hour.
He's being a man, bud. Maybe you should think about, you don't like all the shit that's coming down about group dynamics. If this isn't down for you, be like Steve. It's your problem, man. You never know what it's going to be with you, Baker. You know, always something.
These other guys don't feel comfortable, man. You can't be twisting somebody's arm to fucking ride that fast. How bad would you feel if somebody got hurt?
Right? See, he's so smart. He said, you can't press these guys to ride that. But let's say someone gets hurt. Are you going to feel something? And I think the guys have a good point because on the job site, it's safety first. First rule. Mine is on the money, unbroken, whatever. It's safety.
Let's go.
That should always be when you ride the same thing. Drive, whatever. It has to be the first rule, I believe. Because especially if you don't know the fucking road, you're gonna ride what? Come on. Right? So I think they reached around 80 miles an hour. I think he disagreed and said, no, we're going to push it, right, to the limit. And so that is the drama on the TV show. He said, no, fuck that. Safety first. And he's sticking to his guns. He's all like, here, take your fucking jacket, right? Done. What do you think? And I get it, because let's just say a bike is not going to protect you.
When you're healthy,
whatever you hit is going to win.
Amazon Halo.
Believe me.
Improve your fitness, nutrition,
Yeah.
sleep, and
So,
every body is different. And that's
it's different.
why Lincove made
If
a
you got
point
big
to
old
provide
SUV or something
performance
different,
levels for
right?
their
You're
owners.
better than something. Bike mode, no. Big difference. Believe me.
Personally, I love it.
So I think
Like some pillow softer.
I think I have to
A
agree
Lincove pillow is a pillow
with the
that's
other guy that goes safety first. Because otherwise we're going to be married. And whatever this fucker says, it's like, yes, master, or some shit, right? No, fuck that. You gotta look out for yourself first. Right? I think 80 miles is pretty fast on a bike. Right? I think that's pushing it. So, you want to go faster? Well, go to the drag strip. But once you get that thing, and you're like, you have the need for speed, it's like a rush, and you're like, fuck it, and you don't really think. You know, because you have that adrenaline going. I'll tell you the best thing about, one of the best things about doing psychedelics for me is be on my bike, be on whatever, right? Surfboard, but let's just say you get a rush, you get a wave, you get something, that natural adrenaline will kick that fucking shit out, right? It's like a rush, and it's natural. You go, oh, you gotta get that, whatever. No, but right?
Baker's consistent pressure about group dynamics blows Tom's.
I miss that shit.
Running true like a code. When they were done, it was like nothing ever happened. I love you. Back on the road to the Florence
If
prison.
you want to waddle or fuck around, then you go like, okay, not far out, but pretty far out, just chill.
3,000 bikers paid tribute
Right?
to their brothers behind bars.
If you get a little extreme, I swear, that natural adrenaline kick that shit out and be like, do, like, fuck.
And I'd like you guys to have a good time at my funeral.
They ride all day and into the night, road weary and exhausted.
Yeah, I need a little something in first gear. Help me.
In the heat of the moment, Kevin takes a stand.
Kevin, you're not doing anything rash.
Baker takes Kevin's vest.
But I don't really like that guy, because he's a little, you want to wait for your posse?
Kevin pulled his vest too quickly. Is he really out of the club?
I don't need Kevin standing up for me. If that's his decision, he gave his vest smack to Baker. Why he did that?
I think it was kind of chicken shit when the one guy took his vest off. So, okay, you took his vest off. What do you mean? You can't take it off for a minute? That's a little too much power play there. You want to represent, but that's your crew. Everybody knows, right? What's the problem? Power. Control. So we're southeast of Tucson, Arizona, somewhere. Because one guy had a good point. Let's just say someone eats shit and enters the spirit world. You're gonna back your rule.
Get gas, and then we're going to dump you again. We're going to get gas,
Stick to
and
your
we're gonna
guns.
use you again and leave you in the dark somewhere. Woo! Sound cool? All right.
I was waiting for the stragglers who just rolled up, and they were rolling on the Tombstone.
Tombstone, over headed to Tombstone. Let's watch it. Right?
You want to have dinner with me? Come here.
Well, okay, let's watch Tombstone. What do you think? I'll be your Huckleberry. Hey, Sonny, Cisco Kid. So I have no input. Did you want to go over 80 miles an hour, or would you say, fuck it, here's your jacket? I'm trying to narrate this show here. Would you be like...
No, I just want to ride with the guys. That's all I want to do. I had to cool off a little bit because I would have probably punched Baker out after that escapade. I didn't think he was cool. I just wanted to do my own thing.
Our decision was like, so we were riding too fast on the way near the street. We're riding way too fast on the way near. Really? Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. We used to get 80. We were 85 to 90. We were never going 85 to 90. And 85, yes, we were. Tom, you're trying to get this is a job. Whoa, don't say words.
Ah!
Is so set on having this
Right? Okay, it's 10 miles. Right? Just 10 more miles. Let's just say 10 degrees, right? It makes a little bit difference.
We need to sit down and have a meeting, and everybody can sit.
Oh, we're at In-N-Out Burger. I'm hungry. Shoot, let's go.
I'm serious because then you start talking.
Oh, it's not In-N-Out. It's something else. Diner. Oh, so gas station. Ah, fuck, I don't know where we are. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you. I'm a little drunk now.
Hungry, we're tired. We want to get to our destination.
Will somebody go get Moody? You can't push it. You can't fucking push it.
Yeah, a little pushy, right? Nobody wants that. You want to be like whatever.
Moody, yes, sir. Hey guys, means can I have your attention just for a sec? So, you guys, just a thought, same deal.
This thing's gonna fall apart.
Behind you aren't behind you, then get them behind you. Why not? If you slow up, then the front row knows to slow up. I'm just saying, the dynamics. You knew we weren't
Dynamics.
there. So why not just slow up to keep a group for whatever silly reason? That's just a comment, just a thought. No, but that's how we talk about it. They didn't know. I'm just saying. No, I'm not saying. I'm just saying it's a thought. No, I'm just saying. And if you guys slow up, they'll know to slow up. But they said, well, these guys are right off this, so we didn't know. Just a thought. If you can keep up, you can stay up.
Ah!
Folks can ride with me. The rest of you guys can ride with them. I'm with Baker.
You want to keep it together, but I think the one guy has a good point. Safety first, fucker. You want to get helped up? Well, fucking pound it to the metal. Right? Do it. Get it.
And a lot of these guys, that's what we did. You know, once the pack leaves, you got no choice. You either go or you sissy out. So that's the secret, man. You just go. You might be crying on the inside, man, but the tire's smoking on the outside.
He's like on it. He, and he don't say a fucking thing. He's like, whatever. Bunch of kids.
Hey, this is how it is, guys. This is what it's okay, you can't park here.
Well, what if we were on horses?
If you're on horses, we have hitching rail spread.
Let's just move our bikes over there.
I think everybody that's a biker is an outlaw. Cops are always wanting to have the upper hand on people. They want you to do what they want you to do, and you really can't fight them on it. You can, and then you end up in trouble.
We're in the fucking Tombstone. Now you guys can raise some hell. Tombstone. Oh, the sheriff showed up. What happened now? The sheriff saw who's your road captain. What do we call that? What does that mean? President? Hey Jack White, we're going to listen to some Sabbath after this. We just want to see him raise a little hell in Tombstone. See what the fuck, Doc Holiday. Right. Darn it, let's go. No, we want Don Julio. Shit. They're like, what kind of stuff is that? Mexican? Got 1800 right here, fool. Like, what? No. He parked his bike in the bar. Oh, I need to do that with my bike. Shit, right? We can do.
It's a good long day.
I don't even know. My speedometer don't have a cable on it. I don't have a watch. I don't know anything. We were riding bikes though.
He seemed a little drunk. He got his gun out.
Oh, not a bullets.
What?
Tell a toast to Kevin. To Kevin. May he rest in peace. Hey, Tom. Any chance you got a bit of fun poetry-wise for us?
Well, hands up. I got one. Here we go. Now the creepy little bastard on a kicking fine machine is to me a great disaster. Biker men know what I mean. I have ridden 30 years, Sportster, shovel, Evo pan. All that time spent banging gears. My own life in my own hands. Now here come the fucking rich with their bitches and their bling. How to scratch this biker's itch, they don't know a goddamn thing. For their words can ring as hollow as the thoughts from where they came. These nerds I will not follow. My heart remains the same. So the time for me is
I think he should be the president. This guy. Alright, baby.
Though respect was there for some, I don't ride with a fucking clown.
What, you don't like clowns? What happened? Nah, fuck. Alright. So, let's turn this down. Sorry, we had to spare you with the TV. Alright, so let's play some music. Let's find this album. Find the song I'm thinking of. Okay. Listen to this. Play the Stones tomorrow or something. I just have to hear the song and then I go, that's the one. But until then, I'm guessing. my memory. Alright, we got some music. Alright, so we're at the OK Corral. See what the fuck's going on. The other chapters. You never know, right? Because I could be wearing my shit, right? And let's just say someone goes, hey, where'd you get that? Take it off. No, I'm not taking it off. Alright? It's my shit. You can bury me. I'm not like whatever, right? But yeah. I only have 2 Sabbath albums. I've never say die. Scored on this one, right? Because we don't really have any. I'm not working, so I can't really afford to go get a collection. But I believe this is the first pressing. It's a little stained. It's fine. I'm not exactly sure. So now they're doing some kind of reenactment. Seems to not OK Corral, I guess they have reenactments. We love this movie though, right? Siskel Ebert. So 2 nights in a row we've been listening to my records instead of we did listen to Garbage last night. We were stuck on G's or some shit, right? So a little bit of Garbage. A digital. We don't have the record. So digital Garbage stuff. We heard this song and in my mind, sometimes we hear something that sounds like someone. So we're all like, this would be perfect for Jack White, right? But I don't remember exactly what song it was, so I'm guessing it was on this album. Could be right, could be wrong. When I find it, I'm going to go and find it in this one. It could be Led Zeppelin. I forget what band it is. Shit. Led Zeppelin. Shit. Yeah, it probably was. I'm thinking Led Zeppelin 3 because I don't know. Oh, darn it. Get the bartenders, but unless you kind and look, we got some good medicine right here. Right? This stuff. A sour D, right? Like old school stuff, but pretty good, right? Yeah, so there was this one song, and sometimes I think, like where you could do a song, it might be a cover song, but whatever. A lot of bands do cover songs, right? You just add your own twist to it, right? Yeah. drunk. So I pretty much didn't do anything today. I don't know what's wrong with me, but we just didn't want to do anything. We just wanted to rest for some reason. Frosty the Snowman. Oh, you got Frosty. So watch the news today. A lot of people die of tornadoes, right? Tornadoes. Got to be careful. Tornado. Go under the ground or something. He's all got a patch, 90 plus miles an hour. So he's testing him. Are you gonna go 80 plus? You go 90? What? I'm a little drunk. I'm thinking Led Zeppelin 3. We must have listened to that digital or something. I just can't remember the song. So I'm drunk. What are you guys doing? No, this is an early album. It's Sabbath's Bloody Sabbath. It's not the first one, but it's one of the early records. I don't want to ask Alexa right now, but we should probably know exactly what the fuck we're playing, right? Because I'm not a real record collector. I collect them because when I was a kid, that's what we did, right? We could buy records and shit. And we had tape decks before my time. There was 8-track tapes, 2 records, and then it went to the tape cassette. And video came out, and then it went to CDs, right? And then picture disc, and then the digital revolution like took over or some shit, right? So I think the camera team is really good, right? Because you got you can't be walking around like on the set with something, like with a camera. You gotta be on a GoPro, bike or something. I mean, you still have a camera crew, so I'm not sure, but they're really good. Well, the members are Ozzy Osbourne, right? Geezer Butler, right? And then, Tony Iommi, right? And then you have Chris Ward on drums. I don't know, but you know, they say Deep Purple. Some say Iron Butterflies, right? Like I'm a big Iron Butterfly, but I think Black Sabbath really is like the godfather when it comes to that sound. Heavy metal music, is that how you label it or something? But there are discrepancies because Deep Purple, right? At the same time, you gotta go back in time, like what year, what month, whatever, right? The Iron Butterflies, right? Well, it could be cute, but like very heavy, right? Let's see, we need Chrissy. Chrissy smoked all these Hawaiian Tropicana girls. Let's smoke a cigar. So we saw Spot today, right? Spot not my campus. Spot the one. The other ones I don't know where they came from. Spot strips. Oh, we got a little rain, a little drizzle. So it's a little staged, but it's a pretty cool reality show. I don't know what kind of reality shows you guys watch. Maybe Desperate Housewives or some shit. But me, I think the Osbournes or some shit are the best one. What do you think? Oh, look at my cigarette. We love whatever the Simple Life and shit, right? Because it's so silly, stupid stage princesses, right? But no, Aussie, right? What do you think? What kind of reality shows have you been watching? So we got hip to this one today. So it's called American MCs, like a motorcycle thing. So, you know, a bunch of bikers, but, you know, they have jobs, families and shit. They're not like pure total Hell's Angels, balls to the wall or some shit, right? So they're on an adventure, but it's like a Hollywood. It's a reality, a TV show or some shit. So, you know, lots of shit, stage, edit, whatever. But I think it's pretty cool. The Hell's Angels were like, all right. pretty popular around here. Hollywood, they got the moguls, and then you have the ones from East LA, which are the the Hells Angels adversary. And those fuckers are scary too, right? Yeah, like a Mexican kind of biker or some shit. Which moguls, not moguls. Fuck it, how are they called? I can't remember. But when I was young, go fuck off in Hollywood, right? Because I grew up kind of next door in the city. So we go fuck off, and they had a bikers bar on Hollywood Boulevard in Las Palmas. And it was called The Nest, right? And then so bikers would be there forever. The bar disappeared. But now they still come, but we don't know any of the bikers who show up. It's a little different scene. And then for some reason, when it comes to Hollywood, a lot of people fuck off on that corner, right? It's like Pretty Woman back there or some shit. Hold on, I cannot see him. We're drunk. I can't remember the name of the biker club in East LA or some shit. Can you guys help me? Do you guys know what they're called? That one is a Hollywood thing. We're still in Tombstone. We're headed back to Phoenix now. So we gotta go through Tucson. Beautiful town, right? And then go through to Phoenix, whatever. We'll go back on the res. We'll go deep on the res. Right? Let these fuckers ride like whatever you on the road. Okay, fuckers. I kinda do that too, shit. On a bike. Sickle. Some cave, right? I love caves, right? Where the fuck are we? Tucson? Oh, we missed those caves. Where the fuck are they? One guy kept going. Another episode, right? I've been watching this stuff for half a day. They all got these new, like, Levi jackets. I don't know what they went through somewhere, got all these. What kind is it? You got no sleeves. What the fuck is that? Live, huh? That sounds pretty good. We need some psychedelic since we get psychedelic music. What do you think? I think Led Zeppelin is very psychedelic band. What do you think? Darn it. We're gonna bug Sean. I have to work at Monday. I have to show up. But shit. We're gonna go on a journey. Because there's no rain, right? I think the rain kind of helps because you don't want to be soaking wet. If there's no rain, fuck it. You call me a pussy. We've been there, done it, but you know, I take other options. Alright, let's hear this for a minute. Jose Perez. I'm a little drunk. I was going Joan Baez.
Where did you think you were going? Where did you think you were going? You were out front. Where were you going? Where were you going? Where were you going? You're going to Colossal Camp. I didn't know if he was 2 miles or 12. I didn't know. You wouldn't know. You didn't know. He didn't know he was. You didn't know that. I talked to you. I said 30 miles up. We had that actually. The first conversation he had was, how many miles are we gonna roll? You're like, what difference does it make? Yeah. And then I tried to pin you down. I was like 2, 150, and you're like, yeah, probably about 40. Okay, simple. I got it. Kurt, what do you got? Let's go see these cameras. What's up? Kurt's got 1 minute.
A bunch of drama.
I've ridden
Right.
quite a bit with you, and I would be your wingman anytime. You're one of the best riders I've ever been with, and I'd hang to your side anytime.
Let's go see the cameras. All right. I concur.
So now we're still in Arizona land. Let's see, where the fuck are we?
Unfortunately, there was a 53-foot semi.
I mean, I'm native, you know. Just because you think, no, don't get along. Be very mean, not nice. Right? You got to earn respect getting deep on the res. Now, tourist spots, a little different. 'Cause, you know, whatever. But you get deep on the res, okay, you don't speak the language, guess what? Because Apaches don't want to work with Navajos. Navajos talk shit about the Hopis, on and on and on. Whatever, land disputes. Yeah, I don't give a shit. We'll find out.
I've been telling everyone, the secret to great teeth is having healthy gums.
Keep yours healthy with Crest Advanced Gum Restore. It's clinically proven to detoxify below the gum line. And it restores by helping heal gums.
Are you sure it's the year 2000 something? Are you sure you figured it out by now? Come on.
Advanced Gum Restore from Crest. The #1 toothpaste brand in America, Crest.
I used to wait to run my dishwasher till it was super full. Now, I dish differently. I run it daily. Weekdays. Weekends. Sometimes after a big snack. You might think that's wasteful, but it's not. Because even half loads use 80% less water than hand washing, saving up to $130 a year on utilities. And with Cascade Platinum Plus, you just straight load done. So next time you're waiting to run it, just dare to dish different.
The commercials. Oh, this one sounds like a Disney. What the fuck is it? Oh, sock zippers. Oh, it's the ketchup. Oh, I have to go shopping. How much do you deliver? Okay, we're gonna flip it and dip it. I'm a little drunk. So we're gonna find a song.
80 million years ago. That's what makes it so old.
So we're in a cave.
Even if we had an earthquake here, that this cave would probably be a pretty safe place to be because it is so stable.
Unlike a lot of people here.
Pardon me?
Stable.
Ah!
I told you earlier that outlaws like to use Colossal Cave as a hideout back in the late 1800s. Probably the most famous incident happened in 1884.
When four guys held up the Union Pacific train about 6 miles from here, they got away with about $72,000 in gold coins. And they came up here and hid out in Colossal Cave. Sheriff from Tucson was dispatched. The posse came out here. They got to have a standoff right there at the entrance. So they camped out there because they knew they had to come out sooner or later, and they catch them when they come out. Never saw them. Never found the gold. Some people believe that gold is still somewhere here in Colossal Cave. So does that mean there's another way out?
They dipped out somehow.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hey, thanks for coming out. I know where to go, so I got to run the line. There you go. Stand right here.
Alright, let's flip it, dip it. And then I'm not sure what time, but the town closes down a little early. Go get something to eat. I don't know where.
They're not lollygagging, they're not jumping from side to side, front to back. They're holding a position, holding a line, and that's what it's all about.
Alright, we're going to listen to it. We'll listen to Led Zeppelin tomorrow. We'll find the song.
Really good from behind. I think anybody that saw what you blew best to do,
Another round. We'll go eat somewhere. So we got a bit of drizzle because it's wet outside. I heard it was going to be nice, I don't know. But it looked like rain when we dipped out earlier. Alright, let's turn this down. I'm a little drunk. Mushroom something. Oh, I don't know. I didn't get any mushroom. Like, I want some mushrooms. We don't care if they're psychic. We love mushrooms, like whatever, right? Cook-off, right? But we like the magic ones, right? Because if we have a cook-off, put that stuff on there. We'll smoke your cook-off. We don't give a fuck if we go to Subway sandwiches and put some magic mushroom on, right? Better than whatever you got, right? We take it. We've never had a cook-off like that, have we? Shit, we've got to work on it. We have secret code words, right? So whatever, so PETA or whoever will give us some fucking hard time. Drama. Let's try to find my weather girl, right? It's wet outside. My weather girl like 12 hours away, but we don't care. We have a different weather girl, right? And you would think, because she's Hispanic, very beautiful, right? Like white males remind me of my girlfriend in high school, right? But like it was like the other way. It's that fucking retarded. Alexa, what time is it? I think we're going to go much 9:57, so the town closed down around this time. Shit, where are we going to go? We'll find out in a minute. Let me drink my beer. Yeah, we love those amanitas, right? Humboldt County got some. Let's go. Let's find out. Like Humboldt Walt Disney, because they're red with white spots and very toxic. I'm thinking the Japanese got a new chocolate truck. Let's find out. I don't know how much it is. But we should do a food review, different ones. Right? What do you think? And guess what? Alright, guess. Tomorrow's Sunday, right? Pure Sabbath day. Tomorrow's Sunday. I can't listen. Yeah. It looked like rain earlier. Right? It's the clouds. If the clouds look menacing, well, guess what? That's my weather factor. If it looks like a storm, well, guess what? Yeah. If I could see it, I could do it, but visually, yeah. See, a little bit of drizzle. It's a good thing for Humboldt County, right? We're Sonoma County, but I know Humboldt County needs rain. Got a little bit of rain in Southern California. Got snow in the mountains. Yeah, I shit you not, okay? We got prayed for snow at the ski resort in Southern California. Yeah, well, we got it this year. Rosie, you did such a good job not mowing the lawn. I'm sorry, it's all burnt out. I want to trim the front also. Food review. Let's smoke some more pot. A little whatever. Let's make a salad. So we have this nugget. We have this other stuff. I cannot see. Darwin? Sorry, I cannot see. We're gonna have 4:20. We're a little late. It's 4:20 something. Right, somewhere. Alexa, what time is it?
The time is 10:04 p.m.
10:04, so we'll get early start. My Vision YL00B. We got some sour D. What kind of psychedelics do these fuckers do? Because I want in, right? I'm gonna drop Ozzy. He got a commercial, like virtual reality shit, right? Like, alright, fucking. Rush Hour D, right? Fucking A. Seemed like whatever, pretty good. So we could go through my Stones collection and my Beatles collection because we have to remember like what albums we have. Because you go to the record store and they'll be like, "Do I have this record?" Or buy it, right? Like, oh. So as you can tell, I have more than one Grateful Dead whatever record, right? Like, pay attention. Kind of a weirdo, like whatever, fucking buy it again. Like Sgt. Pepper's, like we don't have enough. Let's buy a bunch of them, right? And people are all like, "Oh, that digital revolution kicks you out. You can get it for free, whatever. Fuck you. Yeah, vinyl. We think we need a mono edition, right? Yeah." Too many clouds, but the Martians are coming, right? So we get to see 5 planets. The first day we only got to see like 2 planets, like but no clouds, right? And then yesterday we got to see like 5 or 6 or some shit, right? But today the clouds rolled in like no planets. But I don't know where you live or where you are. But when the sun goes down, we have a special thing where you can see 5 planets. Right? because they line up in the sky, right? Yeah. They look like stars, but I'm not an expert. But a little brighter, okay, whatever, right? But not a planet, right? Like 5, okay? Sour D pretty good, right? But we don't give a shit. How come we can't go to Cab Slum right now? What kind of sour D you got? Because they got all kinds of other shit, right? That we never smoked before. Like, oh, we got, like, figure it out. So we've been here for a year and a half. We finally get to meet someone where we could get, I'm not sure how much it is because I don't have a scale, but $20, right? We smoked 2 Humboldt County joints, pretty good deal. Or we could go to the Cannabis Club and we could spend a ridiculous amount and just go, what the fuck is this, right? So thank goodness the gods have been kind because we don't know any growers. This guy's not a grower. He lives this, but he got connections, right? It's all who you know in life. About fucking time. Humboldt County different because it's like free or some shit. Different. Right next door, so you gotta have like something. And then Sonoma's known for growers too. I just don't know any. Not just wine. No, I'm talking about pine. Yeah. Me, I've been fucking around working my dumbass for whatever, right? And like for what? Don't even have a goddamn pine tree. Someone help me, right? Get back out of here. Alright, so that was our Sabbath album. We're going to go on. I have to think. So we're going to find this Jack White's album, right? I think it would be perfect cover. It, not because it sounds like Led Zeppelin, right? So that's the one. We were thinking Sabbath for some reason. But someone mentioned Sabbath. We go, let's see. Because we're doing my record thing. We have the Stones, whatever. We got Sabbath. We don't have very much Sabbath. But, right? I'll tell you one of the best experiences. Like, being young and dumb and full of cum, right? We all like... So... before, we were all into pop music, like Elton John, fucking God, right? And then we were like, whoever, right? And then Sabbath came out. Okay, it wasn't Led Zeppelin, it wasn't Van Halen, it wasn't all these other fucks, right? When we heard these, we were like, oh, fuck. Right, Converted or some shit, right? But we don't have any Black Sabbath. We have another one, so we got 2. That's not really any Black Sabbath. Right, because we want the whole collection. We're trying to work on Zeppelin first. But Sabbath, same thing, right? And the point of the moral of this story is, oh my God, I was young, okay? Sabbath wasn't that old, but my records, because play over and over like a broken record, right? And we would hear this and crackle and pop and shit. Oh my God. Like, we could probably go to the record store and buy a better looking record than my records when I was a kid or some young or some shit, right? And fuck, how old am I? But let's just say whatever, 30 years ago, and it still goes like, are you fucking kidding me? The best ever, right? That's my story. We think. So that, therefore, we have to go find first pressing. They don't have to look brand new. We want that shit. We just don't want no skips. Sometimes skips, whatever. The digital shit does that worse. Fuck out of here. 5G, your ass. My ass. Fuck out of here. What do you think? So I'm drunk, blah, blah, blah. Alright, so that was Black Sabbath. It's Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath, right? We should play that one on Sundays. Just because. Alright, so maybe we'll listen to a Stone. We should listen to this song, which I'm trying to find. Because if Jack White pops something, I think we'll go, oh, look. Think about it. Right? But I have to play it. I don't have the record. I could be wrong. We could be. We're searching. We're going to find it. I can't remember what. Because it's a song that we, a lot of times he plays the most popular one. So that's the thing about albums. Because you could, I've done it, pick up the put like this, no, fuck that. You gotta play the whole album. Right? What do you think? Right? And not like Alexa, chop chop or some shit, right? Fuck you, Alexa. So we were talking about reality shows and shit. So I like the Osbournes and The Simple Life, right? What kind of reality TV shows or what kind of stuff, whatever I'm trying to explain, what kind do you like? Do you like Desperate Housewives? Do you, what kind of reality shows? Like, not TV gate, but reality shows. Right? Jack Whiteside, I like the surreal life. Fuck yeah. I'm sorry, hold on. Darren? I'm sorry if I cannot see. Darren? Alexa, cops. I like to watch it too, but the thing that disturbs me is when these coppers, right, like whatever, this is America, right? So you fuckers, you gonna take someone to jail for marijuana or some shit? Don't embarrass Americans like that, right? And so when we see that shit, breaks my heart. I don't know how. Pro-hemp. I think I am, but yeah. It fucking it ruins my fucking day. But other than that, right? Gotta give us something better. This is America, right? Okay, let's see. I'm guessing this one. Okay. I just don't know the song. Okay, hold on. Shoot. Darn it. No, wait, go back this way. I'm only drunk. Last beer. We're going to go get something to eat, right? Still thirsty. We would go to sleep. Then hopefully we could wake up before midnight. Not midnight, but like the midnight noon time, right? And have an early morning. So we watched the Planet of the Apes. We didn't just see the ending, right, Phils? So we want to see, because it really good with all the makeup and the stuff or whatever. We're going to make one with robots or Mother Nature, right? And guess what? We don't mean to spoil it for you, but the humans are going to lose, right? What do you think about that? Like Mother Nature will win, okay? What do you think? Or the robots, or some shit. Okay, maybe we could have a number 2, where somehow they survived, like, you know. Alright, let me think here. So we seen this album. It was $40, or it was $35 something at the record store here. But we were like, we know it's the first pressing. Alright, I think it's this album. I think it's more of a Led Zeppelin song that I heard. I can't remember what song it was, but I was like, I was thinking of you, Jack White, and I go, oh my God, this one. It's perfect cover. Because it, not the most pop, but you could twist it up and you could add some flavor to it and make it pop. Like, all right, let's see, let's find it. Darn it. I can't remember. And you gotta spell it with 2 P's, right? See, when, I don't know how old you are, but we would do that shit on our Peachy folders. Like, we had Peachy folders when we went to school and shit, right? And be all like Led Zeppelin, right? Like, and then we'll spell out Van Halen or make it look like the Van Halen envelope, right? And then be all like AC/DC and shit, Iron Man, whatever, right? Do kids still do that? No, the digital stuff kids know, right? Like what the fuck is that? Peachy folders. Uh-oh, what happened? No, go back. Oh, fuck. We gotta spell all out. Again. Alright, hold on. So those little vomits, they eat and run. Spot, did you see Spot? Oh my God, Spot showed up. Like, Spot disappeared. I hate to be whatever, but it was a while, so we're going, Spot's not coming back. We, you know, don't want to take the word, but we're like, okay. And then Spot showed up today. Can you believe it? Alright, we'll spell it all out. Oh, no, no. No drunk. Oh, we're fucking up here. Okay, go back. Oh, darn it. Go back. Oh, you fucker. Okay, I'm always drunk. I don't know. It won't cooperate. So we'll just keep spelling it out. Right? And hopefully Alexa will be smart enough to figure it out. Okay. So we don't know how to spell.
If you'd like to tell me how I can improve...
No new words, Alexa. We're making new words right now. No. having a hard time spelling Zeppelin. It's like Zeppelin or some shit. What do you think, Alexa? Do you know the difference? Can you help me? Alright, let's focus. Here. Figure this shit out. It could be this one. I'm not sure. Alright. Is this one the new one? We want to hear it on the old one. The original one. Which one is it? This one looked newer. Like, we're going to go with the old one. Right? Whatever. Alright, let's try to figure this shit out. We can't hear anything. Hopefully it doesn't rain. We got no volume. Oh, we do. Alright, hold on. We gotta go back. I'm sorry. Let's start from the beginning. Right, oh, we need this album. So great. Amazing, that's something. We're gonna figure this one out. Not in a different one. weird shit like monsters. They cracked me up. I don't know what the fuck it is. I didn't know there were monsters, some shit, right? It was really good. She got that monster, whatever the fuck it is, right? Yeah. Side like this. Animated. And guess what? I'm going to work tomorrow, right? Tomorrow's Sunday. Day of rest. Right? No whatever. Right? No blood, nothing. Right? Sunday. We have to hurry up. We gotta eat. Go sleep and then wake up. Right? We don't have to wake up. Whoever, right? Sunday, right?
When lives are on the line, our courageous first
Sunday
responders
morning.
answer the call. As they rush to protect us, Braun Ambulances leads the way, protecting them and their patients. Introducing Braun's Impact Airbag System with
I'm not
Rolltech,
sure what it is, but
an option designed to protect EMTs in every seating position.
The purpose of the airbag is to provide better coverage and safety for the occupants.
So
The
we're
airbags
all
are
the
deployed
first
at the appropriate
responders.
timing based upon the
Watch
conditions
it.
of the site impact rollover event. The deployed airbags will absorb the energy of the occupants when impacting the solid surfaces and reduce the excursion of the
Let's
occupants'
roll the
bodies.
joint so we'll go on train. We'll get
And we
something to
didn't
eat,
stop there. Braun's Impact Airbag System also features progressive resistance padding at head strike points and advanced restraints on the CPR, head, fore, and aft bench seat. That's safety with impact.
Braun has always been known for safety. The new Impact Airbag System with Rolltech technology builds on that legacy
Are those
and
secret?
advances
What
Braun's
kind of
mission
fire
to protect the
thing
greatest
is that?
asset we have in this country, which is our first responders.
Those are our heroes, right? Right? All right, what?
Are you still wearing enough
No
layers
more
to insulate
commercials.
Alaska?
It's gonna be
That's
Sunday.
why you need
No
the new and
commercials
improved
Sunday.
Bearskin hoodie. The six-pocket Bearskin
We're
fleece
gonna get a
tactical
hold
hoodie
of a
that
bunch
blocks
of
wind and
programmers,
regulates heat
right?
for
We will
incredible
cancel Russian
comfort
and Chinese, but
wherever you
and no
are.
more commercials on Sundays.
Thousands of men
All day.
across the world already love
Right?
wearing the Bearskin
And
hoodie
maybe we
instead
could
of
charge
the
people
regular
money. I
hoodies.
think that's how it works, right?
Why? Because
We'll
sure,
be rich,
your average fleece hoodie provides decent insulation
right?
to keep
Let's
you
see.
warm.
Her face is cracked from smiling, all the fears that she's been hiding. And it seems that pretty soon your love's gonna
We go on food review. Little Chuck. Enjoying his cash. Oh, I can't remember the song, darn it. I'm drunk. We're gonna roll joint. We're gonna go on food review.
The new Chase Ink Business Premier Card
We
is
have a
made for
Chase
Sam.
Bank.
Everyday products, designed smarter.
I don't have a Chase Bank.
Like 2.5%
How much?
cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more. So Sam can make smart ideas.
What does that mean?
Reality.
Chase for business.
Are you
Make more
sure?
of yours.
No, it sounds good.
I'm really
Oh,
sorry.
another commercial.
I didn't think it would end up like
Oh,
this.
what happened? No
I'm a good
more.
person.
Right? Let's hope it's right. Waddle. I'm out of beer. Alright. You got backwash. We got backwash. Okay, thanks. Beer right now. I'm hungry. Spot. I'm so happy to see Spot. So I was like the queen of all the little bartenders or some shit, right? I'm drunk as fuck, DBG. I'm gonna go eat. I'm gonna roll a joint. We'll listen to this side. We're trying to find this song that reminded me of Jack White, and we were all like, "Oh fuck, this is the killer ever," right? But I can't remember the name of this song. Right. We're trying to figure it out as we speak. go eat at Taco Truck, right? Thank you guys so much. Go munch out, like, whatever, something, right? I just have to water because I got no lights on my bicycle. Right? I got butt light, but you know, you need front light, right? Well, we'll try to put that one on. So if anything. Oh, we need to not put no lights on my bike, right? Because female ranger, right? Like all the male rangers, for some reason, they don't fuck with me, right? So maybe put no light on my bicycle. She'd be like, I'll be like, right? I'm too drunk to think right now. We're gonna save this one. Alright, let's go eat. Alright, we'll go. So we got a new taco truck, which I've never seen before. And I don't know really what it is. But it would sound like a Mexican Japanese food with it, right? Like not sushi. But something. We'll go find out. Right?
Felt like rain.
Alright, we're gonna wobble. I'm out of beer, darn it. Thirsty. I'm still thirsty, right? The rain, whatever. They're not really raining. A little misty. Hold on. We're gonna waddle. I'm a little hungry. Let's see, what is it? What is it? Cats. We don't want our varmints to come inside. I know where they're going. Where's socks? Okay. timeout. Beautiful. I got dope. Alright, hold on. We gotta turn the lights off. Alright. Should I bring my back? I'll put it in here. Oh, we're gonna waddle. We have no eyeballs in the front, and we have to get a new light. All right. So, REI, you know, I'm not too happy about them cocksuckers, right? But they gave me a credit for $40. I need a new bike light. So we'll go in there and raise some fucking hell. What do you think? Alright, let's see. I think I have this phone charged, right? So it's not Sunday, but we'll check. Oh, it's not working. There's no charge. Oh, darn it. We were going to slay you with some Van Halen. Darn it. Well, anyways, you get no music. Hold on there. So we got no eyeballs. We got butt lights. Put my butt lights on. So at least you can see my ass. Right? My face, which is more important, right? So we need eyeballs. So if you see me, you better move your ass. Right? But if you cannot see me, then you just got like waddle and stuff. Like, because we don't have to, but safety, some shit. Right. Because the last thing we want to do is run it over someone. Right. But if I have a light or eyeballs, then it's a given. That means move your fucking ass. Right? So I love it with the rain. Like, it wasn't rain, it just, but everything smells so fresh, right? It looked like a movie set, actually, but it smells so fresh. Unlike me, right? And I'll tell you how come I know, because I can smell myself. If you know your old senile decrepit, you can smell, no bueno, right? Right now it smells fresh, so I don't have to smell my ass right now. That's how good it smells. Wonderful, right? Oh, don't look at me. Oh, we could watch the stars. Where are they? The planets. We're waddling. Waddle, waddle, waddle. So we have a neat chocolate truck. See if it's still open. Still on the line. Over there. I think it's right here. see. I don't know what it is. Alright, food review. New taco truck food review, right? Oh, look, it's still open. Shoot. Right. Oh, let's see what it is. Oh, fuck.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm a little drunk.
Fucking rain, man. It sucks.
No worries. Thank you so much.
Over here.
Oh, darn it. We can get some meat. Alright, so you had to eat, watch me eat. Oh, darn it. I don't know what we want. Let's see. You guys are new.
Yeah,
That's awesome. I didn't already see. But look, how much is something like this one?
The other place costs after tax like 27 to $30.
$27?
Yeah, about that.
Oh shoot, I'm poor. But look, maybe we'll get a job, right?
Yeah.
Look, this one. That's $30?
That one's at $30, yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to embarrass myself.
No worries, it's okay.
Alright, next time. Right on, thank you.
Yeah, have a good night, okay?
Alright, you too. See, Japanese is $30. Oh, darn it. Alright, let's go somewhere else. Shoot, no, I can't afford $30. Well, let me think here. We could go to Sabina, or we could... What's the other one? I haven't been there in a while. Oh, darn it. In that restaurant, taco truck. Okay. Well, shoot, let me think here. Darn it. April Fools, right? Well, shit. Oh, we could get a wet burrito. What do you think? Alright, we'll just go over there. Oh, jalapeno. So we have this one and that one, right? And then we have Sabina, but we ate all. Fuck it, we'll just eat at wherever. The new tacos are at $27. I need a raise, right? Because I'm hungry. What do you mean $27? That doesn't include gratuity. What would you do, right? I want a soda pop. How much is that? Fuck. Well, next time. Not today. Sorry. Embarrassing, but I don't give a shit. What you do, I would love to, believe me. But let me think of here. I'm a little slow. Let me think here for a minute. No! Next time. Alright, so we're gonna eat, which is just wonderful. We usually park it with a beer, but we don't have a beer. We're beered out right now. Hold on, give me a minute. My brain. Got remember my soda pop. Forget my soda pop, right? Like, okay, we got my soda pop. Let's go smoke a cigar, right? So we're a little drunk. Let's go see what's going on over here. Cause my butt. I'll go smoke a cigar, and then we got whoever gave me my food guy give me $1, right? So we ate over here, over there. The new one, it costs twice as much. No, I can't afford to go over there. Embarrassing, right? But whatever it is, it must be pretty good. Who is this, the Sabita fuckers? What are you guys doing? They're pretty good. Could put avocado in it and stuff, right? Mushroom, what kind of mushroom? Right? Sabita, what are you guys doing? Type go home. Vamonos. Oh, what is it? The taco, what is it called? Shoot. Oh, look, I'm hungry. Good thing I got some meat over there. How about over here? Oh, Sabina, what happened? So, what is it? The good taco? Oh, I can't remember. What else do you have? Oh, the bar. What about the bar? Oh, the super taco. Yeah, super taco. Oh, you guys are watching me? We're just fucking around, roaming around the parking lot. We could eat Sabita, Super Taco, and everything, whatever else you got, right? I'm hungry. Eat all up, right? But in the Bay, they got like 3 taco things. This one is one of the ones that started the taco or the burrito revolution or something. And another one. We watched a documentary of San Francisco, like LA, different, a whole different. So pretty good. Oh, this one we haven't eaten at this one. We gotta try this one. Shoot, right? A different one, Victoria, Lady Victoria. We're just waddling. Alright, watch out. Oh. That was me skipping on the bike. Alright, pay attention. Okay. We're just waddling. Oh, we could go watch TV. Look, we got different kind of TV. Oh, let's go watch TV. Shoot. Alright. Just park it and, like, try to behave. Thank goodness. Number of oh, I know this. We're just supposed to. Oh, this one I haven't eaten at this one. There's a different one. Don't get. What burrito? Thank you. Oh, we haven't eaten it that way. We got to try that one. Shoot. Not today. waddle. Watch out, watch out. Watch out. My butt. We're gonna waddle because I'm a little drunk. My ass. Alright, a little bit. Alright, we're gonna waddle something. Uh-oh, watch out, watch out. We're waddling. Oh my God, we're gonna get a good wet burrito, right? I know we've been here before. We want to go to the other one, right? But the other one said no. They said how much? I said how much? He said how much? He said if you have to have too much, right? So we were like, oh fuck me, right? So whatever, we'll go somewhere else, right? And that's what happened. So we get a little bit of salad. Let's see if we get some ranch or something. Hold on there. I don't know, but I think the Easter Bunny is coming to town, right? Let's put it on my calendar. Today's April Fool's Day. But do you know anything about April Fools? Do you have a joke you would like to share? Or something? My brain. Watch out. Spot. What is a spot we could hand feed you? I don't know what happened to the other apartments. He disappeared. Baby sauce. Fucking ran. Oh, baby sauce, what are you doing? Fuck out of here. We can't pet you? What happened? You little snot back there? So we got Coca-Cola. They're not Mexican Coca-Cola, but like whatever. Yeah. Some soda pop. Oh, watch out. Fuck. Alright, beep beep, watch out. Put it back in. we got food review from El Taqueria. Really good. Wet burrito. I really like them. The other one, what kind of Japanese taco truck is it? Right? No. I mean, we want to say yes, but not today. Not right now. So we got chips and dip. We got some red sauce, different kind of red sauce. We got some avocado stuff. Let's see what's on TV. So we watched Final Eight. I don't know which one, right? But we fell asleep. You go watch the end. Darn it. We're gonna eat my dinner. We got to say grace, give thanks for this wonderful meal and all this good sauce and everyone that's been hanging out my thing today. I've been white guys watching a little drunk. I have a hard time paying attention, right? But alright. Amen. Oh. So we just show you. I've got one wet burrito, got some sauce, and got chips. And I'm a little messy, so I don't want you watching me eat. And then we have some hot sauce. Let's see what kind we have. Tapatio. That's what we got. Kelly DBG, I'm drunk. Big John, I'm a little drunk. Actually, I'm wasted. Right? How are you guys doing? I got to sober up now. No more beer. See if we have some ranch. Oh, yeah. Teriyaki? Oh, teriyaki. Oh, we got some ranch right here. Ha ha ha! A Jack and a crack. Buttermilk. Ranch. Right? And put it on the salad. So we got lettuce, tomatoes, avocados. Meow. No meows. Please don't meow. Unless I get to pet you, right? Meow, are you gonna let me pet you? You act like a little shit? We get you. Meow. No meow. Coca-Cola. Cheers. So we got chips and dip. Tomato stuff. Avocado. We're gonna pour this on burrito. Salad. Oh, you can't see it. Salad. So whatever that stuff is, cheese and grease and stuff, not healthy, that's what I want. Yeah, no, this stuff's not for cats. You gotta eat cat food or something. Yeah. I'm hungry, give me a minute. Oh, darn it. Here, fucker. Yeah, okay, here. Come on, tiger. Oh, you little shit. Here. Tiger. You're in your mouth full of hot sauce and fuck around, right? You better eat it. I haven't even got a bite yet. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. A salad. You want some salad, you little varmints? What do you think? Pretty good? But I don't think you can eat cheese, because you're carnivorous. You're not vegan. You might have lactose. Something. Yeah. And what am I supposed to do? Salad, right? Well, there's huge burritos, so so I'm picking that out right now. You can't see because I don't want you watching me, but look, we got this, and then we have whatever, right? I'm gonna stuff on that, and then we got avocado stuff, whatever, right? They put a good amount of cheese on there. I don't know what happened. Alexa took over.
Thanks to you, I'm much obliged for such a pleasant stay. But now it's time for me to go.
Oh, what are you doing? No, Barney? Beautiful water, Hawaiian water. Got some Hawaiian water. We got soap pop, right? Oh, I eat my vitamin. I eat my vitamins today. So maybe we should just eat all of them, right? Oh, we put some tapatio on there. Oh, we got guacamole. Put guacamole. Oh, darn it. Yeah. But we do not feed Mama Crow avocado stuff. It's not good for them. You have a daily vitamin, one a day, right? Wouldn't that be nice? We usually chase this with my beer, but we're all beered out. We got liver vitamin, right? Not my liver. And we got this zinc, but the zinc tastes funny. Right, so you gotta chase it with beer or something. And then it got cotton inside of it, right? Like. So this one tastes a little different. They're not coated or something. Got some zinc. We drink the soda pop. Oh, hello, you little varmints. What are you doing? You got food over there. What happened? You don't like it? Can I see it now? What? Alright, so now we're going to put Tapatio on here. We ate this Tapatio chopped ramen. It was pretty good. Extra spicy. It was a little spicy. Pretty good. Not too spicy, but it was really good. So we're munching out. The YouTube took over. Uh-oh. Baby stuff, but okay, hold on. Tiger. No, Tiger didn't. Oh, don't bite me, fucker. avocados and tapatio it. We have a little more avocado stuff. Put some tapatio in here. And then we have some avocado stuff. Oh, we have some on there already. Well, let's see here. Baby Sauce, what are you doing? Let's see what we got. This is really for Mama Crow. You gotta eat cat food. There you go, baby sauce. Don't be a little soft. You better eat. I'm gonna eat. It does that with his paw. Like, okay, you little fucker. Like high five, high five. All right, baby son. I'm gonna bring you by your neck. Coca-Cola is very good. I just need to drink more water. Avocado, we gotta get good at it. I think it's the surfing song, right? Add some more tapatio. We have this guacamole. Put some of that in. Pretty good, that Tapatio stuff. You got more chips, you guys give this Mama Crow in the morning. Mom, you could have some chips. You think about that, fucker. Who's he gonna eat it? Retard. I know my fault.
Good evening, Orange County.
Oh, we're in Orange County. Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Is it Florida or California? Guacamole. Oh my goodness, thank you, I'm so happy. Taco truck review, thank goodness. The little varmints you already ate, right? And you didn't let me pet you, so no. Get out of here. We have a salad. Right? Put more Tapatio. Drown it, whatever. It's a little spicy. Okay, stop. Salad. Mix it all up. That tomato, you can't see it. So we're all mixing up with the salad stuff. A little more tapatio because we really like that stuff.
Well, it's been quite a while since we saw a lot of you people.
My nose is running. It's spicy.
Probably the majority of your lives. In fact, all of it. So tonight, we're going to try and do one or two things which aren't just rock and roll.
Joey, everyone, I'm sorry I'm drunk. I'm gonna go to sleep soon. Watch some TV.
This is not Herman's Hermits.
Munching out. We got put in the salad dressing. Oh, very cheesy. So that one melted on the side of it, all cheese, like wonderful.
I see you walking. Why don't your eyes see
avocado. No, this is Zeppelin. They're live. Trying to find this song, damn it. No meow. Bean, you want some beans? Oh, darn it. Little avocado stuff by. And they put some spice in the avocado, so it tastes a little spicy, but good. Genie, I can't see. Is that you? Watch out. Got some avocado stuff very good at all. Yum, yum. But we ate all of it. We didn't save any for Mama Crow. So Mama Crow get chips. So. Yum, yum. Oh my goodness. No.
Well, tonight's a very special night.
Now we're going to wind it down. We didn't do anything like that. We rested, but I'm so tired.
Gentleman who is a member of our new band. Because we thought he was the only dirty player in the world, but tonight we found another one.
TV.
So, would you please give a warm Southern California welcome?
So we're in Southern California, Orange County.
Would you welcome, please, Mr. Nigel Eaton for his last gig.
got food over there. He's gonna eat it. We'll listen to the song and then we're gonna watch a movie. Hopefully we can get through the end of it. Other than that, a whole lot of nothing. Go sleep. Later the day, just watch TV all day. Right? Try to get some rest. What a weird instrument. It's a weird instrument. My mouth is on fire. Keep drinking this water. Tiger, ringside wear blue. Socks. I mean Spot. Came around today. Right? Fuck, we're so happy. Anyways, thank goodness, right? We're gonna go sleep now. The little Marvis, you have cat food, and I'm sorry you're on a diet. Yeah, you have the limit. Hey, breakfast. You want breakfast? Turns off the little shit. Go night night now, Tiger. You little vampire. Little varmints. Good night, you little varmints. I'm gonna watch TV now. Alright. So how's everyone doing? I'm tired. We get some rest tomorrow, Sunday. So we go to bed like half an hour. Be like tomorrow or something. I don't have to wake up tomorrow, but we're gonna wake up, right? We just go sleep, set my alarm midnight, wake up, right? Let's see what Alexa, what time is it? Alexa, what time is it?
The time is 11:57 p.m.
Oh, see, we gotta set my alarm, wake up in 3 minutes. Oh, shoot. Better hurry up. I'm tired. Well, let's see. Let's watch a movie. What kind of movie? But we watch that when we didn't stay awake. These are for sale. Them for sale. Oh, darn it. Let's just watch a documentary. Let's see if we can find a documentary. I know, boring, but then whatever. How about history? Well, everyone, we would love to thank you for dipping in and dipping out and stuff. Jack White, thank you so much. I'm burnt out. I could not find the song. We're going to try to find it. We'll have to. I just can't remember. So we're going to wind it down. Right? Not a whole lot going on. So tomorrow's another day, Sunday. Even though we have no beer to wake up to, but maybe we'll work on that. Anyways, I'm burnt out. Thank you guys so much for dipping in and dipping out and stuff. Have a wonderful evening. I'm going to try to find a movie. Here, let's see what kind of movie we can find. Just go sleep. The Modern Marvels. Let's just watch this one. Alright, so. Oh, got survey. Alright, good night. Look, we can move you over here. You can't see. You can't watch TV because you get in trouble. Alright, I'll be snoring, and it's dark, so you can't see the snot running down my nose and me, like stuff like that, right?
High in the Peruvian Andes lies a mysterious lost city. A 500-year-old riddle.
Go sleep now. Night, night.
They constructed acres of stepped terraces.
Let's see.
To anchor the city to the mountain. Reluctant to develop.
I kind of like History Channel.
The site has puzzled scientists since its discovery.
I'm gonna rest my eyeballs.
Now, Machu Picchu on Modern Marvels.
Oh. So we got Sleep Stream, Batcave.
Perched on a ridge in the Peruvian Andes, 1,600 feet above the river valley below, is the mysterious engineering marvel, Machu Picchu. Here, without the use of the wheel or iron tools, Inca craftsmen constructed a city of stone. The site exemplifies Inca engineering at its best. Designers constructed more than 600 terraces to keep the city from sliding down the mountain. Hydraulic engineers built a half-mile-long water delivery system. And masons erected temples incorporating some of the finest stonework in the entire New World. The architecture was particularly significant to the Inca. Built into the surroundings, the temples are oriented to catch the rays of the rising sun. The pitch of the roofs reflects Huayna Picchu, the mountain that towers behind them. But Machu Picchu has closely guarded its secrets. Its true identity and purpose concealed for over 400 years. By studying the city's design, construction, and principal features,
It's very advanced, right? Like they tell us, oh, okay.
It's a very complex place, and although I think we know much more about it now, there's still a great deal to learn about it. So I don't think in any way we've eliminated all of the mysteries of Machu Picchu.
Abandoned in the 16th century and consumed by the Andean jungle, it became a site lost in time and was forgotten by even the people who built it. Untouched for centuries, Machu Picchu is a window into the past, through which we can see those who built it. The Inca, an ancient civilization that was the most powerful empire in South America. We see the man most likely responsible for its abandonment, Francisco Pizarro, a Spanish conquistador who invaded Peru and ultimately destroyed Incan civilization. And finally, we see Hiram Bingham, an amateur archaeologist seeking fame who stumbled onto one of the most significant archaeological discoveries of the 20th century.
The idea that someone without really any archaeological training could discover both Machu Picchu and Vilcabamba on one relatively short reconnaissance is a spectacular accomplishment.
From the time of Bingham's discovery in 1911, scientists have labored to solve Machu Picchu's riddles. Who were the Incas who built it? And why did they abandon the city? By the time Columbus discovered the New World, the Incas controlled a territory stretching from Colombia to Chile, an area far greater than even that controlled by the Aztecs of Mexico. The Incan Empire was arguably the most powerful society in the New World. Their domination of South America essentially began in 1438, when Pachacuti, a great warrior and leader, rose to power.
Entonces, se puede decir que con él se inicia.
He started a great Inca expansion and had a lot of control with regards to religion, art, and government. A lot of people believe he was born to rule a great nation.
But beyond his military conquests, Pachacuti also initiated major construction projects: cities, temples, estates, and roads.
They were master road builders. Perhaps some 14,000 miles of roads throughout the Inca Empire they maintained. And they could move large groups of troops from one portion of the empire to the other to control the population.
The Incas were exceptional engineers and stonemasons. With surgical precision, craftsmen carved and fitted massive blocks of stone. Even without the use of mortar, Incan walls have withstood the test of time and frequent earthquakes which rock the area. The Andean people were also master gold and silversmiths.
Here we are in the Gold Museum in Lima, Peru. We have a lot of artifacts of the Incas and pre-Incas. For the Incas, the gold is so special and the most important metal.
Gold represented their principal god, Inti, the sun. The Incas and their predecessors crafted exquisite pieces. Ceremonial knives and statues. Gauntlets. Masks. And clothing. Some of the Incan temples were even covered in sheets of the brilliant metal. Unfortunately for the Inca, the object of their affection would also seal their destruction. In the early 16th century, a group of Spanish adventurers set out for the New World. In 1532, Francisco Pizarro and 180 men landed in Peru.
Guiados por una serie de intereses, ¿no?
Motivated by different interests, besides the natural interest of men to know new lands and discover new things, they also wanted to obtain some riches.
El hecho de
Hey, it's your Sandman here. Down here. I bet you didn't know getting rid of your old mattress was so easy. Your retailer can pick it up when they deliver your
we don't want no commercials.
Drop it off at a participating Bye-Bye Mattress location or contact your city about
de conseguir ciertas riquezas.
Pizarro was pleased to discover a civilization which shared his affection for gold. He heard stories of the Incan emperor Atahualpa, who ate from golden plates and drank from golden goblets. Upon learning Atahualpa and his army were encamped near the town of Cajamarca, 350 miles away, Pizarro set out to discover if the tales were true. On November 15, 1532, the Spaniards arrived at Cajamarca and promptly invited Atahualpa to a feast in his honor. The emperor agreed, and on the following day, the Spaniards successfully lured Atahualpa and his accompanying warriors into a confined courtyard, then sprung from the buildings and slaughtered everyone but the emperor. Now a prisoner, Atahualpa quickly learned to speak a language the Spaniards understood.
Y ofreció
He offered the Spaniards a type of ransom, and they filled one room full of gold and 2 rooms full of silver, as high as his hand could reach.
Hasta donde su mano alcanzar.
Gold poured in from Cusco, their capital, but nothing could quench the Spaniards' thirst. Although the emperor made good on his promise, Pizarro eventually executed Atahualpa, and a full-scale war erupted. Despite being vastly outnumbered, the Spaniards had armor and firearms. The Incas used clubs and wooden spears. Already weakened by a civil war and a smallpox epidemic introduced by the Spaniards, the main Incan armies were eventually defeated. In the following years, the Spaniards destroyed the remnants of the Inca civilization, leveling temples and other buildings. But Manco, a member of
The world changed over COVID, isn't that smallpox, eh?
retreated deep into the mountainous area and eventually established a new capital city, Vilcabamba. From the region, they led guerrilla attacks, but it was a fruitless effort. In 1572, after decades of intermittent clashes, the Spaniards found Vilcabamba and executed the last royal Inca. Vilcabamba was abandoned. 400 years later, it would be the search for the legendary city of Vilcabamba that would lead to the discovery of Machu Picchu. The Inca did not have a written language. They kept census and tax records on a series of knotted strings of different lengths and colors, called a quipu. For centuries, Machu Picchu lay hidden from the rest of the world. The Spanish never found the site, and the decimated Inca, who knew where it was, eventually forgot. But in the early 20th century, an American looking for adventure found its secret hiding place and made Machu Picchu the most famous ruin in South America.
Hiram Bingham was an explorer, a geographer, a lecturer in history at Yale University. And during one of his trips to South America, he became very interested in the Incas. And one of the issues about the Inca that he was most curious about was the location of Vilcabamba, which was the last capital of the Incas after they'd been defeated by the Spanish but were trying to recapture their territory.
Bingham's father and grandfather were both famous missionaries, and he thought perhaps through one of his own daring exploits, he too could garner fame. In 1911, Bingham departed on an expedition to Peru to look for the historically significant city of Vilcabamba. In July, he arrived in Cusco, the ancient Incan capital. Fueled by rumors of great ruins near an agricultural area called Mandor Pampa, Bingham and his small expedition set out to find Vilcabamba.
He was an incredibly lucky scholar. In the 1911 expedition, he was able to go down a route through the Urubamba into the cloud forest, which is a very difficult terrain because of the dense vegetation.
A cloud forest is a wet tropical mountain forest at an altitude usually between 3,000 and 8,000 feet. Fortunately for Bingham, the Peruvian government recently cut a path deep into the cloud forest to increase trade.
Hiram Bingham, day 6 after leaving Cusco, arrived at Mandor Pampa, which happens now to be at the base of Machu Picchu, a small agricultural area, and he camped near a hut where an Indian by the name of Ortiega lived.
He said that on top of the magnificent precipices nearby, there were some ruins at a place called Machu Picchu, not far distant from our camp.
Bingham didn't believe this to be the location of Vilcabamba, but he wasn't one to pass by any ruin which might be a new find. On the morning of July 24th, Bingham, his guide, and his Peruvian military escort set out to climb the Great Mountain. But there was no easy way to the top. For more than 2.5 hours, the group fought their way up the mountain, at times on hands and knees through dense vegetation. Close to exhaustion, the team reached a family living at what seemed to be the top of the world. After a short break, a young boy volunteered to take them further. What lay a short distance ahead would capture the imagination of the world and lay the foundation of Bingham's fame.
Crossing these terraces, I entered the untouched forest beyond, and suddenly found myself in a maze of beautiful granite houses.
Although centuries of overgrowth masked the true grandeur of the site.
Commercials. No commercials. Sunday.
At Jiffy Lube, it's our job to make car care make sense with personalized service review. That swap the car talk for straight talk, so you know what your car is telling you and what to do about it. Putting you in the driver's seat of car care, that's a job for Jiffy.
What if my type 2 diabetes takes over?
What if all I do isn't enough? Or what if I can do diabetes differently?
Now you can with Once Weekly Manjaro. Manjaro helps your body regulate
No more
blood
drug
sugar.
commercials, darn it.
Manjaro can help decrease how much food you eat.
Oh, shoot. I cannot see. I'm watching TV. I'm
Spent the next
sleeping.
few hours taking photographs and making a rough map. Around 5 p.m., he headed back to camp.
But he didn't fully appreciate how important the discovery was. In fact, he didn't even go back the next day to take his friends to show them what the ruins were like. I think he recognized at that time that it didn't really fit the bill for being Vilcabamba. So he was anxious to sort of move on.
For the next 3 months, Bingham explored other sites, but none as impressive as Machu Picchu. He became convinced the site was more significant than he initially realized. Bingham returned to the U.S. with many photographs and the burning question, what purpose did Machu Picchu serve? With the help of his remarkable photos, he secured funding for another expedition in less than a year. In 1912, Bingham was back in the Lost City, this time with dozens of workers, a bone specialist, a geologist, and other scientists. However, Machu Picchu proved protective of its secrets. The team's first objective was clearing the site of overgrowth. Soon, archaeologists began excavating. Bingham was eager to find human remains and the possessions they would be buried with. After a frustrating week, the first burial cave was discovered. Then another, then another. In the end, 100 graves were excavated. Bingham found skeletons, pottery, stone tools, and even bronze knives. Bingham hoped the artifacts might reveal something about the purpose of Machu Picchu. After examining the bones, George Eaton, the team's bone specialist, concluded the vast majority of burials were female.
So Bingham read this account and he said, well, if we have all of these female skeletons, perhaps Machu Picchu is really some place where chosen women would live.
Bingham was familiar with what the Inca called virgins of the sun. Certain women picked to live strict religious lives and separated from men to ensure chastity. Maybe this was a convent for the virgins of the sun. The theory intrigued Bingham, but that was just one of his many theories.
This is the Temple of the Three Windows. Clearly one of the more important or one of the more sacred areas of Machu Picchu. Hiram Bingham saw this temple and its three windows, and he took that onto a whole theory of Machu Picchu being the origin place of the Incas, with the three windows representing the three caves from which the legendary Ayar brothers, the three founders of the Inca Empire, emerged from.
In 1913, National Geographic published Bingham's story and more than 100 of his photos. The account captivated readers, making both Bingham and the mysterious city famous. Bingham later went into politics and became a U.S. Senator. Although he had a notable career on Capitol Hill, it was his discovery on a Peruvian mountain that immortalized him. Bingham published numerous books about Machu Picchu, presenting several theories. Was the city the birthplace of the Inca? The last holdout of the Inca? Or a sanctuary for chosen women? Hiram Bingham died in 1956, never learning the truth behind his amazing find. During Hiram Bingham's 1912 expedition to Machu Picchu, he took more than 2,500 photographs. Whoever chose the location of Machu Picchu couldn't have picked a more awe-inspiring site. Or a more challenging one. The city is precariously perched on a ridge between Huayna Picchu and Machu Picchu mountains. It's a 1,600-foot sheer drop to the river below. Designing and building something of such magnitude at this remote location was a monumental undertaking. Thousands of workers labored to clear the site, lay foundations, construct terraces, and erect buildings.
This is Machu Picchu, as the Incas would have seen it 500 years ago when they arrived here from their imperial capital of Cusco. There would have been thatched roofs on the buildings, but otherwise it would have looked just like this.
The city boasts more than 600 terraces, over 170 buildings, thousands of steps, several temples, and 16 fountains. The Inca utilized hundreds of thousands of stones to build their city, some massive. Fortunately, they didn't have to go far to find construction materials.
People often ask, how did the Incas get these stones here to build this city? And you're looking at the answer. This is the main quarry at Machu Picchu, a massive jumble of white granite which they used to create this splendid city that you can see behind us.
The quality of Inca stonework is legendary. Important buildings exhibit a precision of stone fitting that almost defies explanation. After 500 years, a knife blade can't be inserted between the stones.
This is the rear wall of the Temple of the Sun. Probably the most important temple in Machu Picchu, and fittingly the finest wall of the whole site. An extraordinary example of Inca stonework, beautiful level courses, each tapering to a smaller height as they go to the top.
How did they achieve such precision?
Wait.
No, more commercials.
Wait.
No more waiting.
Wait.
Let's go sleep now.
I was 8 years old when I left Earth.
I'm gonna go sleep. I don't know if we can watch this.
Sophisticated tools did they use? They didn't have steel chisels. They didn't even have iron chisels.
Go sleep. How do they do it? Laser beam?
This is a hammerstone. And you look at it and you say, well, that's just a river rock. Precisely. They used river rocks, the hardest stone they could find.
And here's the stone you see being cut in the quarries. They used hammer stones,
I'm tired.
very
Good
hard
night.
wood stones, to pound away the rock. Some of the stones that were worked at Machu Picchu were very, very large. And this is a very big hammerstone that must have been used to break off very big chunks of stone. It might even have been used by 2 people. This stone probably weighs 30 pounds. And it comes from the river, so it must have been hauled up on the back of somebody all the way up here to Machu Picchu.
Some of the largest stones used at Machu Picchu weigh more than 20 tons. How were they moved? Architect and ancient technology enthusiast Vince Lee believes he has an answer. In 1998, Lee and several volunteers conducted an experiment with a 13-ton block of marble. The goal was to move the stone up a ramp with a 25% grade, then turn the stone 90 degrees into position, like the builders of Machu Picchu might have. But Lee wanted to do it without using ropes. Earlier tests proved very large rocks could be dragged into place if you had enough men and space for them to work. But in tight corners or confined areas, ropes just didn't work. Lee's theory involved placing the stone on a wooden sled, which would be moved over a wooden track. Using log levers, the volunteers hoped to inch the sled forward. With a heave and a groan, the rock lurched forward. Without problem, the team moved the block up the incline. Even turning the stone at the top of the ramp proved easy. Lee believes the Inca used the same technique. The most important buildings relied on the precise fit of the stone and their sheer weight to keep them in place. But there is evidence that less important buildings used mortar, made with a combination of clay, earth, and small stones. Beside the city's stonework, another feature that distinguishes Machu Picchu is the terrace system. The terraces served two purposes. They provided a place to grow crops, and also kept the city from sliding off the mountain.
This is a fairly typical terrace here at Machu Picchu. It's about 7 feet high, about 10 feet wide, and there are hundreds of terraces like this one here. And these terraces are the secret of why this site remains so well preserved and so intact despite 400 years of neglect under the forest.
The Inca built terraces to cope with the 79 inches of annual rainfall.
Constructing a terrace is what's really important. The terrace starts out with a coarse rock base, which provides good water flow and stability. On top of these stones then would be smaller stones, and then a gravel layer, and then a sand layer, and then on top of that would be topsoil. And the topsoil is oftentimes 3 feet thick, rich topsoil that's been brought in and artificially placed to form the terrace for crops.
Topsoil was most likely brought to the site from the floodplain 1,600 feet below. Basket by basket. Stratified construction allowed rainwater to gently percolate down through the terraces. Until recently, scientists only speculated as to what crops might have been raised to feed the city's population. But in the mid-1990s, soil samples proved maize was the primary crop grown at Machu Picchu, along with potatoes and even avocados. In total, Machu Picchu had 12 acres of terraced land within its walls on which to grow crops. Knowing the type of food grown and the amount of land available led to an interesting discovery.
What we concluded was that the terraces of Machu Picchu could not have supplied more than 55 people with appropriate nutrients. That meant that food had to be imported.
Scientists estimate Machu Picchu had 300 to 750 residents. So where did the food come from?
There's the great Urubamba River floodplain 1,600 feet below, and we know that there was a farming down below because of the wide floodplain.
The terraces served Machu Picchu better as claws, helping the city grip onto the mountain. Without them, the buildings would have tumbled down the mountain long ago. The enormous construction effort exemplifies just how important the person was who built it. But who had the resources? Who built Machu Picchu? At Machu Picchu, interior room walls and floors were often covered with plaster, made of clay and lime. From its foundations to fountains, terraces to temples, Machu Picchu was a spectacular engineering achievement. But before construction could even begin, someone had to design it. The architects may be unknown, but their plan is revealing its secrets. The city is divided into an agricultural sector and an urban sector. The urban sector, which covers 5 acres, is further split in 2, separated by a large plaza.
Now at Machu Picchu,
I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company making everyday products designed smarter. To launch more breakthrough products, I need a card with greater spending potential.
The new Ink Business Premier card from Chase for Business. Make more of what's yours.
the western sector is the major temples and the Incas' residence. The eastern sector was for the visiting priests and family, but it also had the workshops.
Incan architects designed Machu Picchu to exist symbiotically with nature, and many features accentuate the landscape.
This is the main Inca gateway as you come into the city of Machu Picchu. And as you can see, it perfectly frames the mountain of Huayna Picchu behind us. That's not an accident.
At Machu Picchu, nature spoke, and the Inca listened.
The Incas worship nature. They worship what they call huacas. Rocks, streams, springs. The earth was filled with sacred power, so you can imagine that at Machu Picchu they found a place which was particularly potent with sacred power. And so the whole area was a huaca, if you like.
To the Incas, there was little distinction between religion and science. Because they left no written records, we don't know exactly what the Incas' intentions were for specific buildings. But scientists speculate several buildings served both a religious function and a utilitarian purpose.
The one that the tourists are all brought to first is the Temple of the Sun. It's a very special place because it was built around and on top of a very huge rock. This building, which is circular, surrounds the rock and protects it because the rock is what's sacred. The rock is a huaca, or a shrine. And this particular huaca has an eastern window. And on a certain day of the year, of winter solstice, the sun comes through that window, and the stone or the huaca is cut in a certain way so that the sunlight coming through that window is split in half. So it's a solar observatory.
By knowing the position of the sun, the Incas could determine when to plant crops. Perhaps another temple ensured the sun wouldn't slip away entirely beyond the horizon, never to rise again.
Well, this is the famous Intihuatana, the hitching post of the sun. That word is a modern name that's been invented to describe this kind of rock. It's believed that every major Inca site had one of these, but none of them survived. They were destroyed by the Spanish invaders. They speculated that the Incas performed a ceremony here where they ritually tied the sun to this post to prevent it from moving any further along the horizon at the time of the winter solstice. But of course this is still speculation. We don't know really what this stone was used for, and it's another of Machu Picchu's mysteries.
The Inca revered the mountains and the spirits inhabiting them. They even carved them in effigy.
We call this area here the Sacred Plaza. It's characterized by this tremendous rock behind me, which has been carved to profile the horizon behind it and the mountain. And I think this is the kind of place where speakers may have addressed a gathered assembly.
Another gathering place was the open Central Plaza, which separates the eastern and western urban sections.
Well, this is a very cramped environment in Machu Picchu. We're on the top of a mountain ridge. There's not much space here. So they managed to incorporate a fairly large chunk of little ground where people could walk around in.
The open plaza, the grand temples, and the fine stonework made Machu Picchu a city fit for a king. And maybe that's exactly who it was for. One collection of impressive buildings might offer a hint. Hiram Bingham christened them the King's Group.
So here we are in the King's Group, the Royal Palace. Beautiful stonework. As you can see, that it's one of the features that drew Hiram Bingham to the theory of the King's Group or Royal Palace is these big, massive lintels, which are the biggest of any residential kind of building in Machu Picchu.
Each lintel weighs about 3 tons, and the Inca raised them without a crane. The building is also next to Fountain Number 1. The resident of the King's Group had first access to the water, indicating this person was important. The water delivery and drainage system is one of the most impressive engineering works at Machu Picchu. Inca designers routed water from a spring a half-mile away into the heart of the city and delivered it to a series of 16 fountains. The rushing water mimicked the roar of the sacred Urubamba River below.
Without water, it wouldn't have been built. It was absolutely essential. The planning started with development of the spring on the north side of Machu Picchu Mountain.
From the spring, a 2,450-foot long stone-lined canal carried drinking water to the fountains.
The location of the spring, coupled with the law of physics governing the slope at which water runs appropriately in a small canal, meant that the site of Fountain Number 1 was predetermined by nature.
2 of the most important buildings, the Temple of the Sun and the Royal Residence, were built adjacent to Fountain Number 1. Therefore, the layout of the city may have been partially determined by the location and elevation of the spring. The sophisticated hydraulic system is not only a testament to the genius of Inca engineers, it also helps answer questions about the people who lived there. In the late 1980s, after 80 years of speculation, the mysteries of Machu Picchu were about to be revealed. An estimated 60% of the construction effort at Machu Picchu is unseen, lying below ground in the form of site preparation.
8 months of flea and tick protection so you can skip that. Good boy. Learn more at Seresto.com.
Subsurface drainage, and foundations. Since Hiram Bingham discovered Machu Picchu in 1911, the site has been shrouded in mystery. But Bingham had several theories which endured for decades. Was Machu Picchu the birthplace of the Inca? Or Vilcabamba, the last Incan refuge from the Spanish? Or could it have been a sacred center for the Virgins of the Sun? In the last 20 years, a dedicated group of scientists have labored to find answers. Today, the cloud of mystery surrounding Machu Picchu is beginning to dissipate. In 1983, Richard Berger and Lucy Salazar, anthropologists at Yale University, started re-examining the artifacts of the Hiram Bingham expeditions. The artifacts, most of which have been locked away for 80 years in the basement of the Peabody Museum of Natural History at Yale University, began to reveal surprising information about Machu Picchu.
For example, here what you see is a jar with 2 vertical handles. This jar particularly belongs to a group named Collas. This ethnic group was conquered by the Incas and brought to Machu Picchu. They were very famous for the masonry. Machu Picchu probably was made by the Collas.
The Collas predated the Incas and were superior builders. Before being conquered, they controlled Lake Titicaca on the Peruvian-Bolivian border.
Looking at the materials, the artifacts, the tools, we came to the conclusion that these people were very specialized craftsmen from different parts of the empire.
Had the Collas built the city to be the last holdout of the Inca? The fabled Vilcabamba? In the early 1960s, American adventurer Jean Savoy answered with a resounding no. Savoy correctly identified the real Vilcabamba at a place called Espiritu Pampa, or Plain of the Ghosts, 50 miles northwest of Machu Picchu, while retracing Bingham's 1911 expedition. Ironically, Bingham had found Vilcabamba in 1911. He just didn't know it. The site Bingham discovered was so overgrown, he couldn't see the hundreds of buildings the forest concealed. Furthermore, re-examining the artifacts indicated construction of Machu Picchu probably began around 1450, 80 years before the conquest. Then did the Collas build Machu Picchu to be a sacred center for the Virgins of the Sun? With modern forensic tools and 20 years of practical experience, forensic anthropologist John Verano put the myth to rest when he re-evaluated the skeletons discovered by Bingham.
They found out that, in fact, there were men and women, that many of the women had born children, and that myth just didn't fit anymore.
So, what was Machu Picchu? For centuries, the answer lay buried in a Cusco archive. In the late 1980s, Berkeley anthropologist John Rowe was analyzing 16th century records when he discovered a group of legal documents that made reference to a royal retreat called Picchu. Relating it to known sites, the retreat called Picchu looked to be referring to Machu Picchu.
In this document, it says that those lands around this place called Picchu, belong to the lineage of Pachacuti, the greatest of all of the Inca emperors. These were documents that had been generated by a legal case in which descendants of Pachacuti were asking for the return of lands that belonged to them.
The theory made sense. A royal retreat built for Pachacuti. New evidence suggested construction began during his reign.
Pachacuti really created the Inca Empire. He had the power necessary to bring the most talented people of the time and basically unlimited labor, and then create a masterpiece to sculpt the mountain and produce some of the finest architecture that the world has ever seen.
The legal documents and other facts helped convince Rome Machu Picchu was a retreat or country palace. The site was a few days' walk from Cusco, and emperors were known to own royal estates. At an elevation of 8,000 feet, Machu Picchu is definitely a city in the clouds. But surprisingly, it lies 3,000 feet lower than Cusco, which is 11,000 feet in elevation. Pachacuti could have escaped the cold winters of Cusco by traveling to Machu Picchu, where it would have been warmer. The new description of Machu Picchu as a royal retreat doesn't diminish its mystical qualities.
I believe that Machu Picchu was essentially a sacred religious site that the Incas constructed because of this location. We have to remember Pachacuti was a religious, spiritual leader, not only a political leader. So it fits with the concept of this being a private estate of Pachacuti, that it was also an important sacred center.
The general consensus today is Machu Picchu likely had a population of 300, swelling to 750 if the emperor and his entourage were in residence. The site was inhabited from 1450 to 1540, and ultimately abandoned.
Perhaps perhaps it was the Spanish conquest itself that caused people to leave this place. When the Spanish conquered Cusco, the people living here at that time would have been Pachacuti's kin group, what they call his Panaca. So it could be that those few remaining people of his kin group felt too isolated here. They didn't have the means to sustain themselves, and they left.
The craftsmen, brought from all parts of the empire to build the city, probably packed up and went home as well. War, famine, and a smallpox epidemic wiped out more than 300,000 Incas, helping to erase the memory of Pachacuti's grand estate from the memories of the privileged few who would have known of its existence. The jungle took care of the rest.
In the cloud forest region, the vegetation grows extremely fast. The people who maintain Machu Picchu today have a constant battle to keep these terraces clear of vegetation. Within a few years of this place being abandoned, it would have been invisible. It would have been covered with trees.
Today, the only thing covering the site are tourists. Each year, more than 300,000 people come to experience the majesty of Machu Picchu.
The awe people feel when they visit Machu Picchu is, in a sense, an appreciation of ancient Peruvian culture.
Machu Picchu is one of the last surviving links to a great vanquished civilization. Its people reach out from the mist and point us toward a better understanding of who they were through their remarkable technology. Machu Picchu is a symbol of an emperor's power and a sacred bridge between mankind and nature.
Modern science and modern research has answered many of the questions that have puzzled people in the nearly 100 years since Machu Picchu was discovered, and yet it remains a mysterious place. We still ask ourselves why the Incas were prepared to go to such lengths to build this city here in such a remote location. We don't know the answers to all of those questions. Machu Picchu still is something of a mystery, and perhaps it always will be.
Take on the day. With Taltz, up to 90% of patients saw a significant improvement of their psoriasis plaques. Some even saw 100% clear skin. And for those with psoriatic arthritis, Taltz reduces joint pain and stiffness. Don't use if you are allergic to Taltz. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. Increased risk of infections and lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor about infections, symptoms, or if inflammatory bowel disease symptoms develop, worsen, or if you had a vaccine or plan to. Serious allergic reactions can occur. Ask your doctor about Taltz.
Staying Moor, Northern England, a land of open skies, desolate hills, ruins of the old world. It's had many names over the years, many people. In the mid-10th century, the winds of political change in Northumbria at his back, the last Norse ruler of Jorvik, Eric Bloodaxe, made a last-ditch effort to cross this moor, accompanied by his chosen men and armed retainers. Seeking to reach his allies on the Irish Sea, to to live to fight another day. He'd never make it, betrayed and killed en route. A solitary monument left here on a roadside still marks the passing of that last great Viking ruler in Britain. The road he likely took, bits of it still well paved at the time, at least in part had been in use for close to 1,000 years. A great highway built by the old empire which once ruled in these parts. Vast construction projects to link up their glittering cities and walled strongholds. Used, reused and marvelled at for centuries to come by people with little knowledge of building in stone. Today, as in many places in Britain, the modern motorway still cuts a swathe along that old path. For after the Romans abandoned Britain at the start of the 5th century, their continental heartlands collapsing around them, many of their highways continued in use, and many rulers would continue to hark back to that imperial majesty of days gone by. But in truth, it would be hundreds of years before any sort of comparable architecture would be attempted again. Much longer for an empire of comparable power to arise. Though bardic tradition often spins a different, more heroic yarn, and a tiny handful of written sources from the era add further trimming to the tale, archaeology tells us that 5th, 6th and 7th century Britain was a post-apocalyptic landscape. Where once armies of tens of thousands had marched along well-paved roads to war, now bands of 100 or less decided the fates of entire kingdoms. And to call them kingdoms even, as we know the term, is often a stretch. Polities at this time often amounting to little more than a river valley, a handful of followers eking out an existence in the ruins of an old Roman town. But this isn't always the case. There are hints of much larger identities too, particularly in the north and the west, where the Roman way of life never really took hold. Much older traditions clinging on. And in those years, this moor was no man's land, a frontier zone not just between rival states, but rival ways of life, opposing incompatible cultures. To the east, pagan Germanic settlers, descendants of imperial mercenaries, migrating boat people and opportunistic Romano-Britons alike. In archaeology, these pre-coinage illiterate newcomers can be seen in tiny riverbound settlements, cattle corrals, burial mounds, elaborate metalwork, and over time, by the year 600 or so, princely burials, complete with majestic grave goods, the sign of the birth of kingship, power, and ever larger political organisations. To the west of the moor, sheltered by the steep hills of Cumbria, enclosed by the windswept Irish Sea, sits the green fertile valley of the River Eden. once home to a kingdom truly worthy of that title, a last holdout of the old world. This wasn't Anglo-Saxon, and it wasn't really Roman either, but British. The massive land wall built by the Emperor Hadrian in the 2nd century AD across the entirety of northern Britain is perhaps the most visible remnant of the Roman world left here today. But a city on its western edge lingers on too. Once home to a city council able to dictate its own affairs, today we know the place as Carlisle. And there's a good argument for this being the last city in Roman Britain. For people continued to live here long after the Western Empire collapsed. Not only that, but several fortresses along the wall show signs of continued occupation too. At Housesteads, Vindolanda and Burd Oswald, to name a few. But did these people see themselves as Romans? Maybe, but just as likely is their re-embracing of their own pre-Roman Brythonic culture. Further south from Carlisle, Brythonic place names like Penrith still hark back to that time. Celtic holdouts turning to old customs for survival. For the kingdom in question, which once ruled in these parts, and perhaps stretching north into Galloway to the north, the Pennines to the south, is a British name too, sung in songs for hundreds of years, all the way down to today. We know it as Regeth, forged in the fires and chaos of the 5th century. Their ancestors had been here long before the Romans had come. Their descendants would long outlive the empire. Little remains of that ancient kingdom now. A scattering of hill forts, a handful of inscriptions and place names. The Britons leave scant little trace in the archaeological record. But, according to many scholars, this was one of the most important of those British polities to emerge in the aftermath of Rome. Arguably the most important of the Hen Ogledd, the Old North. Just one of a plethora of rival kingdoms that arose in the wake of the Roman withdrawal. At some, like Godolphin in modern-day Lothian, we see older tribal identities re-emerging. At others, like Altclute and perhaps Regeth, they are entirely new. Renegotiations of old tribal identities, faced with the uncertainty of a new world. Today, the Hen Ogledd is largely forgotten in England. For the most part, no museums or monuments can be found on the landscape. And yet, the Old North lives on in a rich corpus of stories spanning 1,500 years, passed on one generation to the next. Tales like that of Urien, Regeth's most famous king, praised in bardic tradition as a smiter of the Anglians in many battles, champion of Britain, and part inspiration for the Arthur legend. Though his is just one example of a vast array of stories that miraculously survive to the present, some of the oldest in all of Europe. For though the years 400 to 600 are some of the least documented in British history, In Wales, more information can be found than the previous or next 2 centuries. For them, it's the age of heroes. When the Gallo-Roman historian Gregory of Tours wrote his lauded History of the Franks in the latter 6th century, an ambitious attempt to record the history of the Germanic barbarians who now held sway in what was once Gaul. He describes a class of Gallo-Roman bishops and aristocrats still holding positions of high influence, lands, titles, and political power within the Frankish administration, still living in many of the Roman cities and continuing to use their institutions. When the Venerable Bede wrote his history in the 8th century, the first real attempt at an objective telling of events for centuries, there is no trace of anything of the sort. Just battles and bloodshed and violence between 2 diametrically opposed peoples. The situation in Britain seems to have been particularly warlike and resentful. Bitter enmity felt by people speaking different languages and of a different custom. Eventually, the Gallo-Romans would influence the already Christian Franks so much they would stop using their own language, integrating into the population. For French is a Romance language. In Britain, it would be different. In the Anglo-Saxon areas, their pagan ways of life and language would dominate. But in the West, where ancestry from the Old North would become a badge of honour for later Welsh dynasties, forming an overarching backdrop to the struggle between Saxon and Britain, the British language, Brythonic, well on the way to becoming Welsh, would become the primary language, replacing the Latin and Irish that had made inroads too. In centuries to come, Britons and English would define themselves against each other and would continue to do so into modern times. And in the mid-6th century, amidst all the bloodshed and the warfare, something else happened too. Famine, drought, snow in midsummer, and in 536, in the far-off Eastern Roman Empire, still surviving half of the imperial majesty that was Rome, still linked to Britain by disparate trade seen in the archaeological record at places like Tintagel in Cornwall, the historian Procopius talks of the sun going dim for months on end. It's a strange tale in an otherwise completely rational and reliable account by this well-respected court historian, part of the Emperor Justinian's inner circle. And yet today, modern science corroborates the account. Tree ring evidence suggesting a significant decline in vegetation all over Eurasia from around 535 all the way until 555. We don't know exactly what caused it, but volcanic eruption might be the culprit. Ash entering the atmosphere, blocking the sun, causing temperatures to drop, crops to fail, and people to die. A literal dark age. And then we have the plague. In Ireland, the Annals of Ulster record the deaths of at least 7 in important rulers to disease. In Britain, it's much the same. All over Europe in the mid-6th century, it's thought as much as half of the population met miserable ends to the very first outbreak of bubonic plague. At the city of Viraconium, an unusually well-preserved post-Roman settlement, a complete collapse of the population took place. The city limits shrinking from 79 to 10 hectares. New wooden structures now overlaying the previous stone foundations. The people here having little connection to those once mighty colonnades and still visible imperial remnants. The intense bleakness of this era, beset as it was by plague, famine and war, may well have left such a mark on the psyche of Britain that it was later remembered as the concept of the wasteland in medieval literature. It is in this post-apocalyptic landscape, unimaginably terrible conditions, the mostly unrecorded struggle between Briton and Saxon was waged. This is the untold tale of those forlorn kingdoms. War leaders without armies, kings without kingdoms. A tale pieced together bit by bit from the depths of time. One of the most incredible ever told. This is the entire history of the Old North. An epic tale spanning some 300 years, from the end of Roman Britain to the early Middle Ages. So get yourself comfortable, there's a lot to take in. From Constantinople to Scotland, I travelled all over Europe to film it. It's well over 3 hours long, and it took me 3 years to make. But first, a quick word from the sponsor of this video, a long-time supporter of the channel, and one of my favourite streaming services on the web. It's Magellan TV. For just a small monthly fee, you can find thousands of documentaries on practically any subject you can think of. History, geography, science, culture, and much, much more. All streamed directly to your phone, your tablet, and your smart TV. My current recommendation is Justinian, last of the Romans, and we'll be seeing much more of him later. But you can also find loads more on Rome, ancient history, and medieval Britain. All of the good stuff. Now I've teamed up with Magellan to offer you an exclusive free trial. Head on over to try.magellantv.com/historytime or click on my link in the description below. Now, back to antiquity. By the mid-530s, a well-informed citizen of the Eastern Mediterranean may well have assumed that a Roman revival was on the way. The Restoration.
Businesses spend billions of hours and countless dollars searching for software to help them grow. 61% of the time, they wind up disappointed. Oops. Capterra can help. With instant access to insights from millions of users, Capterra.com is the #1 destination for finding software and services that are right for you. Take the fast path to more productive. Capterra. Don't search, find.
Of the entire Western Empire. For the Eastern Empire hadn't just survived the 5th century calamities that beset its Western counterpart. safe behind the massive Theodosian walls, greatest in the world, built in the 440s to keep out the Huns. For decades now, it had thrived. Still firmly holding on to all of its immensely rich eastern possessions, including Egypt, parts of Mesopotamia, and the Levantine shore. As the West fell apart piece by piece, riven by internal revolt, to thrall to the whims of Germanic invaders. By the later 5th century, the East found itself expertly governed by the firm hand of Zeno, head of a sorely needed militaristic infusion from inside the empire, in the form of the Isaurians, fierce mountain people of Anatolia. By 518, after a severe crackdown on corruption and the pursuit of firm defensive policies, Zeno's chosen successor, Anastasius, was able to leave behind a massive treasury overflowing with gold, 23 million solidi. The stage was set for perhaps the most momentous reign of any single Roman emperor. Within just 10 years of coming to power, the domestic achievements of Justinian were remarkable. In 534, a groundbreaking new law code was created, which would permanently alter European society. In 537, the Hagia Sophia, largest Christian building ever constructed, was built in Constantinople, forming the centre of Eastern Roman society for 1,000 years to come. This was an age of incredible architectural achievement, the very pinnacle of Roman development. But it was Justinian's foreign policy that was really remarkable. To the north of the Alps, the Franks, Catholic allies of a Catholic emperor, dominated, exacting tribute from all of the kingdoms around them, enjoying good trade links with the empire and fostering ties even further afield, in Scandinavia, Britain and beyond. Commerce between East and West boomed. Finally, things were looking good. By the 530s, the Eastern Empire was finally strong enough to intervene directly in the Germanic West, wresting back total control of the Mediterranean seaways, ending the piracy of the feared Vandals, scourge of the seas for 100 years, once and for all. On the distant eastern frontier, after 5 years of brutal warfare, an ambitiously titled Eternal Peace had been signed with Sassanid Persia in 532, allowing Justinian to focus on his real target, Africa. Seized by the Vandals close to a century before. Within just 2 years, the Vandalic kingdom was dead, its last rulers killed or sent off to exile on the Persian frontier. After a century of outside occupation, the North African coast, once the breadbasket of the empire, was back in Roman hands. And by 536, led by one of the greatest generals in all of history, Belisarius, the mighty city of Rome itself was retaken. The forces of the Ostrogothic kingdom pushed back behind the fortress walls of Ravenna. Whether the now well-integrated citizens of Rome applauded this victory remains unclear. But a bitterly fought reconquest of the Italian mainland ensued, ultimately leading to the slow death of the Ostrogoths as a people. The fact that the kingdom had been largely peaceful, with Latin speakers and Romans holding positions of power and influence throughout all echelons of society, didn't matter to Justinian. Nor the fact that they'd been Christian for decades and largely left Roman society intact, fostering great works of art and literacy. As far as he was concerned, they were barbarians. If they resisted, all were put to the sword. And that's when things started to go wrong. Though often lauded as the greatest of all emperors, overseer of a remarkable change of fortunes, the change was to be short-lived. Stranger accounts of Justinian exist too. At the very beginning of his reign, Justinian had ordered the massacre of tens of thousands of his own people during the Nika riots, and he never fully shook off the reputation as an oppressor. In the strange, secret history written by court historian Procopius, Justinian roams the halls of his palace at night, ever restless, demonic even, able to detach his head from his body and float around. He was a restless figure for sure. Being in charge of the most powerful state in the world must do that to a person. Then, in 535, writing from the newly conquered metropolis of Carthage, in Procopius's public history, an especially well-respected source at the very heart of the imperial power structure, that we hear of an especially unusual event.
During this year, a most dread portent took place. The sun gave forth its light without brightness, like the moon during the whole year, and it seemed exceedingly like the sun in eclipse, for the beams it shed were not clear, nor such as it is accustomed to shed.
The similarly lauded contemporary writer Cassiodorus, author of a now lost multi-part epic on the history of the Goths, speaks of a similar event. And it's not just in the Roman world that we hear of this dimming of the sun. Writing much later, but using his own independent sources, the Venerable Bede talks of solar eclipses in 538 and 540, though of course his dates are slightly off. So too, Michael the Syrian. Today, using modern science, this unusual solar activity can actually be seen in tree ring records. In the 1980s, Mike Bailey, a leading expert on dendrochronology, spotted unusually slow tree growth in Western Europe and Scandinavia between 536 and 545. Leading to many scholars referring to 535 and 536 as the year without sun. In Ireland, a failure of bread was recorded in 538. In Britain, heavy snowfall and distress among men. Its worst weather of the century. Snow even fell in the Euphrates River Valley. Crops failing throughout Italy and southern Iraq. In Arabia, there was famine followed by flood. And remarkably, this seems to have been a global event. In China, a major drought was recorded where yellow dust rained down like snow. And actual snow fell in the following August, ruining the crops. In Japan, the emperor announced that money cannot cure hunger. On the other side of the world, the colossal city of Teotihuacan, greatest the Americas had ever seen, collapsed for unknown reasons. And similar collapses can be seen all over the continent. Ice cores from the Andes tell us that severe aridity descended on the Moche civilization of north coastal Peru. And drought is well documented in North America. All over the world, climatic record suggests that the climate was awful in 535 for 5 years, and then took decades to recover. By 554 in Ireland, things were still notably bad. Similar reports are found all over Eurasia. Today, we know that in the mid-6th century, something did happen. It can be seen in the climatological record as well as the contemporary sources. Given the wealth of evidence, numerous writers have even gone so far to suggest the 6th century to be the single most abrupt climatic occurrence of the last 2 millennia. But what caused the problem? Well, it's unclear. There was no scientific method back then. No one bore witness to the actual cause of the event. Just the repercussions. A giant asteroid, perhaps? A comet colliding with the Earth? Such a thing has been seen before with the Tunguska event of 1908, which flattened some 80 million Siberian trees over an area well over 2,000 kilometers, altering the carbon content of the atmosphere in the process. The most likely scenario, however, is one we humans know all too well. In 1816, a massive volcanic eruption in Indonesia caused so much material to be pushed upwards into the atmosphere that the effects were felt as far away as Britain. This so-called year without summer is just one recent example of the volcanic power of the Earth. A similarly devastating eruption of Hekla in Iceland in around 1000 BC could have caused a similarly world-changing climatic event. But where was this volcano? We can't be sure, but one candidate is El Chichon in Chiapas, Mexico. Another is the Ring of Fire, a long chain of volcanoes between Samoa and Sumatra in the Pacific and Southeast Asia, homeland of the Polynesians, making tracks out into the wide Pacific. Whatever the cause for it, the scientific evidence suggests a dramatic slowing of tree growth, an apocalyptic image of a mysterious dry fog rolling over the land, sending the world into darkness for a year. Colder temperatures, crop failures, drought. People might have feared whether the sun would ever shine again. And then, just when the Romans might have thought that things were getting back to normal, once the abundant harvests of the previous years had been consumed. In perhaps one of the worst strokes of luck ever seen in history, bubonic plague arrived in Constantinople. An entirely new disease developed from close human interaction with domestic animals, which no one had any immunity to. A ticking time bomb ever since the domestication of animals some 10,000 years before. What followed was by far the worst epidemic the world had ever seen. Not even the emperor was safe. Seeming to originate at the Egyptian port city of Alexandria, where it had arrived from who knows where, possibly Eurasia or Africa. The disease spread far and wide. Alexandria was one of the greatest port cities in the Eastern Mediterranean, with links all over the known world. By 542, the plague arrived in the capital. The 6th century church historian Evagrius describes what happened next in grim detail. Great pus-filled buboes developing on orifices, faces swelling, eyes bloody. Those stricken often lost their minds entirely before the end. And even if one recovered, the disease would strike again and again and again. Another eyewitness, John of Ephesus, wrote that homes suddenly became tombs, masters and servants alike dying in droves. With no one left to bury the dead, their corpses mingled together in their bedrooms. John managed to escape the city, only to find the situation much the same in the countryside. Corpses littering roads, festering in the sun. Cattle roamed aimlessly, with no one to tend to them. Fields abundant in grain lay untilled, no one left to reap or gather the crop. Even the emperor himself was stricken, laying low with particularly nasty buboes on his armpits. Though, with the help of the best medical care in the world at the time, he survived. Ordering colossal mass graves to be built, plague ships overloaded with corpses sent again and again to dump the bodies into the Black Sea. All in all, more than 50% of the city's population is thought to have died. And Constantinople had links all over Europe, in the east, and now the west, where similar levels of casualties would take place. By 554, the Annals of Ulster record the plague arriving in Britain. Across the world, all in all, around 100 million people are thought to have died. And this was just the first of hundreds of outbreaks to strike Eurasia again and again and again for hundreds of years to come, well into the 8th century. There's a good argument that this is the moment the Roman Empire collapsed for good. And as we shall see, things would only get worse. By 546, given respite to lick their wounds, reform were one last final fight for their very way of life. The Ostrogoths were back in full force. Led by a charismatic new king, Totila, Rome was sacked after a year-long siege, its walls torn down, its people sent away. For after this third sack in 150 years, Totila angrily threatened to now turn the place into grazing land for his sheep, in revenge for the aggressive attack on his people. But Belisarius isn't remembered as one of the greatest generals in history for nothing, and a vicious back-and-forth war followed for years to come, with Rome changing hands yet again. Within a few decades, yet more Germanic warriors would arrive to smash their way into the peninsula. Still pagan and fiercely warlike, these were the barbarians that Justinian had feared. And yet, the Lombards were lured south by vengeful Eastern Roman diplomacy. If they couldn't have Italy, then the Ostrogoths certainly couldn't either. In Britain, too, the advance of the Germanic settlers began anew. Heading westwards along the Thames into the middle borderlands, Viraconium, Cirencester, and other towns too, falling into Saxon hands. And particularly in the north, with the foundation and expansion of a new kingdom on the eastern seaboard, carved out by the keels of Anglian warlords. We know it as Bernicia, and we'll be seeing much more of them later. But most dangerous of all, far to the east, over the vast plains to the north of the Black Sea, Avar steppe nomads, horsemen of the apocalypse made flesh, continued their westward march. Tens of thousands of them, once the undisputed rulers of Inner Asia, now refugees, driving hundreds of thousands of pack animals before them to pastures new. For the droughts of the 530s hadn't just hit agricultural areas, they'd extended far into Central Asia, Mongolia and Siberia too. This vast ocean of grassland, already marginal at the best of times, in many areas became unlivable, setting off a chain of events that would lead the Avar horde all the way to the walls of Constantinople itself. Losers in a conflict on the other side of the world, just as the Huns had done before them, and others would do time and time again over the centuries to come, the horde moved west, skirting around the north shores of the Caspian Sea, leaving death in their wake. Eventually, they moved onto the fertile grasslands north of the Caucasus, and from there, the Hungarian plain, subduing all they came across, creating a new empire stretching from the Rhine to the Volga, from the Baltic to the Balkans. Driving before before them entire nations of Slavic refugees. Permanently altering the patchwork of states that would develop in Eastern Europe, leading to mass population movements into the frontiers of the helpless Eastern Empire, already massively weakened by losing half of its tax base to the plague. In just a few short decades, the world had changed irrevocably. The Western Empire was dead for good, and the Eastern hung on by the skin of its teeth. Never again able to interfere as far west as it had done under Justinian. Harassed by constant warfare, faced with recurrent plague epidemics, civil strife, dictatorships, the Eastern Empire now very nearly died entirely. By the 570s, the Avar state was one of the largest realms Europe had ever known. When they weren't raiding the empire, the elite Avar horse lords and their Slavic subjects, all resolute pagans, extorted it for cash. Content to exist parasitically from massive peace payments. Year after year, the imperial coffers ran a little smaller. The Avars got a little richer. Still visible today in immensely elaborate burials found all over the Hungarian plain. In the space of just a few decades, from the end of Justinian's reign, the imperial tax base is thought to have shrunk by approximately 60% as a result of Avar and Slavic land grabs. And then, of course, the Persians were back. Justinian's so-called eternal peace lasting just a few decades. As the Avars beset the west, besieging the great city itself, the Persians took the east. Seizing Mesopotamia, the Levant, even the Christian stronghold of Egypt. And then, in the early 7th century, from the south this time, an entirely new force arrived to sweep away all in its path. For the Muslims had arrived. The mortal enemy of Constantinople for 1,000 years to come. Firmly now on the defensive for 400 years, the East no longer had the luxury of direct involvement in the West. Any post-Roman holdouts there were on their own. Meanwhile, in Britain, long gone were the days when tens of thousands of soldiers marched out of city gates to war. When armadas sailed past the great sea fortresses of the Western Headlands. Great construction projects undertaken on the orders of the Emperor. Oceans and continents away. All that had been a thing of the past for more than 100 years. And despite the immense leaps forward in our archaeological understanding of this era made in recent decades, most of what happened still remains shrouded in mystery. Just one solitary contemporary source survives. British monk, writing in late Roman Latin vernacular sometime in the 6th century. Probably before the plague which swept through Europe in the 540s, and likely not earlier than 500. Though scholarly consensus usually places the work towards the end of the middle of the 6th century, say the early 530s. And that source, it's difficult to really understand. It's not a history. There aren't any dates. Rather, it's a fiery sermon, the writings of an incredibly angry man, disgusted by the actions of the warring kings of the island. And of course, the historical section of Gildas is highly unreliable. He wasn't a historian, nor was he particularly concerned with accuracy. And yet, as fate would have it, it remains the only source we have, everything else being lost to time. Much of the text is made up of biblical quotes, and it's not entirely obvious when our writer is being truthful, and when he is simply launching scathing attacks on people he hates. Yet, nonetheless, it does provide an incredible glimpse into this otherwise dark period. And Gildas, he is not happy. The work is called De Excidio et Conquestu Britanniae, and in English, the language of Gildas's enemies, on the ruin and conquest of Britain. Divided into 3 sections, Part 1 provides a brief overview of the events of the previous 100 years or so, since the Romans pulled out of Britain. In fiery language, it speaks of devastation by Pictish and Scottish raiders, Saxons and Anglian pirates ravaging the shorelines of the North Sea.
The barbarians push us back to the sea. The sea pushes us back to the barbarians. Between these two kinds of death, we are either drowned or slaughtered.
So dire was the situation that several appeals for aid were sent to the Imperial Roman Court at Ravenna, to the Emperor Honorius, and later the Magister Militum Aetius Flavius. These appeals are now known as the Groans of the Britons. But the collapsing Western Empire had its own issues, and no help could be sent. Gildas goes on to describe further events.
A number of the wretched survivors were caught in the mountains and butchered wholesale. Others, their spirits broken by hunger, went to surrender to the enemy. They were forced to be slaves forever. Others made for lands beyond the sea.
And many Britons did indeed cross the sea, heading to Brittany in Gaul, where they established new polities, remaining in contact with their island brethren for centuries to come. And according to Gildas, for a time, the ones that stayed in Britain found themselves under the sway of a powerful ruler, a tyrant who very much in the Roman imperial tradition sent for military help from the continent. A call soon answered by Germanic mercenaries. The 9th century writer Nennius names this British ruler as Lord Vortigern. Bede names the mercenaries: Hengist and Horsa. The rest, as they say, is history. Vortigern's incompetent defence of Britain, the revolt of the Saxons, and finally, by around the year 500, a successful British resistance organised, according to Gildas, by one Ambrosius Aurelianus, descended from Romans. According to much later sources, this is the age of Arthur. By Gildas's day, we're told that there has largely been peace for a generation. By that time, 5 great kings ruled the southern lands from the River Dee to Land's End. Part 2 of Gildas's work consists of a harsh condemnation of them all. As this remains the only contemporary information about these rulers, Gildas is of particular interest to scholars of British history. First, we have Constantine of Damnonia, the Deceitful. Usually thought to have ruled in Cornwall, but many landmarks are still named for him. Next, we have Aurelius Canonus, who we know next to nothing about. Then we have Vortiporius, ruler of Dyfed in southern Wales. Cynaglaesus, probably a sub-king of Gwynedd in northern Wales. And finally, we have Maelgwn, ruler of Gwynedd, the so-called Dragon of the island, perhaps referring to his stronghold on Anglesey.
Yeah. Oh. Well, we were watching a movie. What movie were we watching? Darn it. Oh, I'm tired. It's time to go sleep. Oh. Oh, shoot. Oh. Good night, chat. Oh.
Özel bileşimin ekstra güçlendirilmiş topuk yapısı ve ısınmalara dirençli sırt ve yana kabuğu. Hepsi ayrı ayrı önem taşıyor. Hadi gelin bir de toprağa patlatalım. Eğer bir lastiğin topuk ve yanak bölgesi yeterince iyi değilse ağır yüklere maruz kaldığında ayrışmaya, hava oluşumuna veya parçalanmaya sebep olabilir. Özka lastiklerin yüksek çekiş gücü bununla kolayca başa çıkmanızı sağlıyor. Hadi bir de ağır yükle deneyelim. Sert dolguyla güçlendirilmiş topuk yapısı cihaz tam kavruyor. En ağır yükleri bile bana mısın demeden taşıyor. Zemine oturan derin ve geniş diş yapısı sayesinde plastik zorlanmadan ilerliyor. Gerçekten muazzam. Tüm bu zorlu şartlara uygun olarak üretilen Özka lastik güçlü yapısı ve üstün çekiş gücüyle sizi yarı yolda bırakmayacak.
You are now the jury in the matter of Hillgrove versus Morris.
When they say jury of your peers, I think that's accurate.
I mean, how long does this normally take it for me to remember?
I'm a recognizable public figure.
Respectfully, I don't recognize you.
Juror number 54.
I'm so happy to be here. I'm gonna be upset if I don't get on the jury. Me? Ready, guys? Here we go.
Alright, so this is what happened. Allegedly. We got defecation, Zelina no Jacquees. I'm in it. Try to keep an eye on it.
I want to do the best job that I can.
What do people usually say when they're trying to get out of this? I'm gonna be going off and saying this in the family. Wait, what was it? I think Peter pretends to be racist. He's not a jury.
Would you be able to be a good juror for this matter?
I'm racist.
Sir, please have a seat.
I don't know why I said that.
Eliminate this
Yeah,
for next time.
totally. Yeah, that's a stupid idea.
Sorry for the paparazzi. This is a problem.
Dear sequestered.
I googled it. It's isolated.
Isolated.
Separated. Todd is a very interesting individual. He showed up wearing chair pants.
The difficulty is the lack of a banner.
Jesus Christ.
What are you looking at me here?
Hi, guys. No! Sorry. Jump scare.
This is the most unorthodox trial that I've presided over.
I try not to judge a book too much by its cover, but...
Call your next witness.
It's true that you were once arrested for masturbating in a movie theater.
Yes, that's true. What was the movie? Pacific Rim Uprising.
It's not sexy.
What?
I saw that. There was zero arousal for me.
This is literally feels like reality TV.
Oh.
Again, I'm not an actor, so I don't know what it is.
He receives the most hate of all from Gildas, almost described as a high king over the others. And though the later genealogies of Gwynedd and heroic poetry place Maelgwyn perhaps ruling from his stronghold at Castle de Ganway, a generous patron of the church, the descendant of Cynedda, an Old North prince of Manor Godolphin, who came down to fight off the Irish. Nothing of the sort is stated here, and nothing at all in the other kingdoms in Britain. These sorts of things simply didn't concern Gildas, only the faults of the Western Britons south of Hadrian's Wall. Part 3 is a similar attack on the clergy of the time. Apparently, people still sacrificed to heathen gods, not to mention the personal depravity of their rulers. And that's it. Only one written work during a nearly 200-year period. Many more questions than answers. Who was Gildas, and where was he from? He was clearly an educated man. The sheer fact of his writing makes that so. Living in an almost entirely illiterate age. Yet Gildas still uses terms like governors, watchmen, and bishops. Titles likewise found on inscribed memorial stones from Western Britain. Some conception of Rome surviving, perhaps. But was he aware of how far imperial splendour had fallen? Or did he and his countrymen assume everything was normal? Well, it seems clear that Gildas was not happy with the events of his time, and aware of a vague decline in the fortunes of society. Extremely well read in the writings of the classical world, and possessing a good grasp of Latin vernacular, Gildas, clearly the result of a classical education in an insular school, seems considerably better informed than later writers such as Bede and Nennius. Quite simply, he may well have been one of the few educated men left. Educated at one of the last schools even. For he was the recipient of a traditional Roman-style education somewhere in the west of Britain. St. Patrick would have been put through similar education, though his Latin isn't as good, a product of his education being cruelly cut short by slave traders on the Irish Sea. One recipient we know much more about, however, of about the same era, was Augustine of Hippo. His parents were curiales, local aristocrats. Though, even for them, people of means, it was expensive to put their child through school. At one point, they had to pull him out due to financial difficulties. So Gildas was clearly from a high-status family. One candidate for his upbringing is Cirencester in the Cotswolds, where significant evidence of post-Roman occupation has been found. Though splendid, this was not. A scattering of houses and halls in the centre of the old amphitheatre. A much reduced population who simply didn't have the numbers to defend the perimeter of the town anymore. Just a few decades earlier, in the mid-5th century, intricately decorated mosaics were being laid at Chedworth Villa. Life going on as normal, much as it was in many places on the island. By the 6th century, it's a grim image of what would become of that post-Roman world. Another candidate for Gildas is found on the Shropshire farmland near Wroxeter, the ruins of Viriconium. The 3rd or 4th largest city in Roman Britain, unusually well preserved because no one built on top of it. The place has allured in archaeologists and artists alike for centuries, from Byron to Mortimer Wheeler to A.E. Houseman. Interested in what it represents for the fleetingness of existence, as much as the ancient ruins themselves. Once, a colossal Roman basilica could be seen here. Huge pillars and roof, one of the largest north of the Alps. By the early 5th century, use of the building eventually stopped. Perhaps it was closed for safety reasons, the locals no longer having the means to repair it. Soon enough, a number of wattle and daub buildings were built within, the place being used for industrial purposes, a workshop perhaps. The roof was eventually taken down, the shell used once more as a marketplace. Yet, there does seem to have been some continuity here in the Roman era. Though there is no evidence at Wroxeter of the kind of Mediterranean pottery found at other sites in Western Britain, like Tintagel and Cadbury Castle. Was it too far inland? And had society and trade links really broken down that much? The fear of bandits and brigands keeping people more local, perhaps? There are small bits of evidence to suggest the place could have been home to a bishopric. Maybe this was the domain of one of the tyrants chided by Gildas, Certainly, a figure who lived here was strong enough to build a more moderately sized, though nonetheless large for the time, timber hall, surrounded by a series of timber buildings. And Gildas wasn't strictly right in his thinking that tyrants were a new thing, though those of his own time undoubtedly seem to have operated on a much smaller scale. Tyrants had been a common feature of British society for centuries. Even before the Emperor Constantine had himself crowned Caesar at the city of York in 306, held aloft on the shields of his men. 3rd century emperors of Britannia had all been the same. Underneath the propaganda and pomp, military strongmen seizing political and societal control. And in 406, after a colossal horde of Alanic horsemen, Suevic longswords, and Vandal refugees, entire nations on the move, crossed over the frozen Rhine on the last day of the year. The last day the Romans could boast of total control of the situation in Gaul. When a certain British general crossed over the Channel, his own machinations in mind, we get our first hints of the post-Roman system that would ultimately develop in Britain. Constantine III, we're told by the historian Zosimus, adopted the name in respect for the first Christian emperor of 70 years before, was the 3rd tyrant in as many months. The others, one apparently a civilian from a city council, perhaps one of the first independent British rulers in centuries, ended up conveniently dead. Leaving just Constantine to make his grasp for power. Following in the footsteps of the late 4th century general Magnus Maximus, Constantine stripped the province of soldiers and headed to the quickening maelstrom of Gaul. Appointing a Briton and a Frank as his right-hand men, historians have hypothesized Constantine's true identity to be British. Whether he sought to save the empire or break away entirely remains unclear. But he seems to have steered clear of the Germanic invaders. The Emperor Honorius ultimately sending a force under a mercenary, Sarus the Goth, to fight him. He'd end up dead, killed by one of his own lieutenants. By the time another tyrant, Riotimus from Brittany, went to fight in Gaul, taking a large force of many thousands with him, the army opposing him no longer professed any loyalty to Rome. They were the Hearthguard of Yorick, one of the mightiest of all Gothic war leaders. Successor to Alaric, the sacker of Rome, the king of the Visigothic state which now sprawled over much of what was once the imperial provinces of Hispania and Gaul. Riotimus, a candidate for the inspiration for King Arthur, known from contemporary letters as well as a later historian, Jordanus, would be defeated by Yorick. And then, just 3 years later, the Germanic mercenaries who resided over the rump of the empire, now confined entirely to Italy, decided to depose the last emperor. The Western Empire had already lingered on for more than 60 years, dominated by Germanic generals. But now, it was dead. After pulling the strings for many years, the leader of the army, the Germanic general Odoacer seized total control instead. Where consuls and emperors had once reigned, kingship had now been born. But wait, a letter, you may ask? Well, yes, literacy never died on the continent. And thankfully, there are many continental sources, aside from Gildas, with which we can use to construct a basic narrative of events in Britain during the years 400 to 600. Porchester Castle, Hampshire. It may look like a medieval castle today, but almost all of the fortifications here are much older. Here stands some of the greatest surviving Roman architecture in Western Europe. Just one of a string of fortifications built all around Britain towards the end of the 3rd century.
Imagine a world where potty training is fun, fast, and easy. Only pull-ups have Disney graphics that fade when wet to teach big kids to stay dry, so they're motivated to keep the music going.
I'm a big kid now.
Century, to protect the province in increasingly dangerous times. From Brancaster in the north to Porchester in the west. And further north still, signal towers lined the northeastern shore of Northumberland. Great fortresses flanked Britain's western seaboard too, at Carlisle, Lancaster, Cardiff and more, facing the grim Irish Sea, home to increasingly daring pirates. And of course, along the northern frontier, Hadrian's Wall, manned in part even after the empire fell. Yet, even all these defences weren't enough. Many raids are recorded, and no doubt many more remain unrecorded. The most significant comes in 368, when a so-called conspiracy of Picts, Scots, Atticotti and Saxons are recorded by the historian Ammianus Marcellinus. But great Roman war leaders could still be found at this time, and after a year of rampant violence, the revolt was suppressed by a famed general from Spain, the father of a future emperor, Count Theodosius. And yet, the situation wasn't as simple as that. One of the foremost military positions in Britain, the Duke of the Saxon Shore in 367, may have been a German. Times were changing, and Roman Britain by this time was already a shadow of what it had once been. In recession for hundreds of years, its towns had gradually shrunk in size. Its great buildings gradually dismantled, replaced by gardens and pavilions. Its population standing at around 2 million by the end of the 3rd century. By the middle of the 5th, even long before the plague of Justinian, it had declined by a half. When Constantine headed to the continent in 407, the men he took were a far cry of the well-drilled armies of previous generations. By now, soldiers were largely hereditary, living with their families in static held positions. It was around this time that the very last coins ever produced in Roman Britain would be minted. A situation that rapidly hastened the decline, leading to a barter economy. Currency wouldn't return until the 7th century. with the economy went the last vestiges of the regular army, no longer being paid salaries. In places like Burd Oswald on Hadrian's Wall, once the Roman fort of Banner, the men had no choice but to fight, not for pay now, but for their families, their very way of life. It's no wonder that Germanic mercenaries began to be recruited by fearful Romano-Britons. They needed the protection, not only from outsiders, but from their own neighbours. Having been occupied for close to 400 years, many in the lowlands southeast had spoken Latin as a first language, not British, and had little in common with their more barbarous northern neighbours. It was these most Romanised and pacified areas that suffered the most. Germanic culture being perceptible in the archaeological record as early as 430 AD. But no doubt newcomers came in too, following distant kinsmen serving in the Roman army. By around 400 AD, events on the continent almost forced this to happen. The losers in power struggles against their Thuringian and Frankish neighbours, the Old Saxons living along the German shore, were similarly beset by shifting, unpredictable shorelines and increasingly deadly climatic conditions. A migrant crisis is very possible. All of which was later neatly collated into the tale of Hengist and Horsa and the insurgents of the mercenaries. But as far as archaeology is concerned, it wasn't all bad. Some areas continued in much the same way they had before. In the 3rd century, the largely self-governed Britannia Prima had proved remarkably resilient, and many might have assumed that life would go on in the 5th century, perhaps hoping for a revival of the empire. Tying in neatly with the concept of late antiquity rather than early medieval. And life did go on in many areas. Viraconium shows little change in the initial post-Roman period, direct links continuing via the western seaways, even after 476. Baths continued to be used until just after 500. In Wales and beyond the wall, long since having been governed by auxiliaries, native chiefs allied to the Roman cause, the collapse wasn't anywhere near as severe. For here, north of the wall, the far reaches of the Roman world, society remained different. Bordered by the warlike Picts, at eternal war with the empire, it had to be. Within the Roman Empire, a firm division existed between civilian and soldier. The latter was a career path, not a way of life. But on the frontier, where life was harder, no such division existed. Everyone was a soldier. So in the 5th century, in the south, mercenaries were necessary, and they weren't just Germans. At Viraconium, the tombstone of a 5th century Irish warrior has been found. Cunarix, roughly translated as Hound King. His is just one of hundreds of inscriptions like it, often written in Latin, as well as an early Irish script, Ogham, found all over the west of Britain. Testament to warrior mercenaries sailing to make their fortunes in Britain. And over time, Irish place names along the western coast suggest widespread settlement too. A similar story to the Germans in the east. Reoccupied hill forts in Gwynedd, like Garn Bodowan on the Flynn Peninsula, hint at a growing unease of the Irish Sea. This is the period St. Patrick was seized as a slave by Irishmen. Several southern Welsh kingdoms, like Dyfed and Brecon, even trace their lineages back to Irish freebooters. In Gwynedd, however, the situation is different. They trace their lineage to another region, where mercenaries weren't necessary. A war leader named Cynneitha, the Old North. But what of the last Roman outposts in the north? The largest cities, Chester, Lincoln, and York, must surely have seen some continuation, at least in the early 5th century. Possessing their own independent city councils, they were simply too impressive to be abandoned entirely. And on the western edge of Hadrian's Wall, Carlisle is a good candidate for Roman Britain's last city, surviving well into the 7th century. We have confused mentions of historical events too, surviving in much later Welsh poetry. Cole Hen, for example, the old King Cole from nursery rhymes, has been suggested as the last Dux Britannorum of York. Living in the early 400s, Cole sits firmly at the top of a multitude of royal pedigrees of Old North kingdoms. Though the evidence is flimsy, it's at least possible that he declared himself King of Britannia Secunda sometime after 410, establishing some sort of hereditary monarchy. And of course, outside the cities, we have the hill forts. Massive Iron Age fortresses, sometimes reoccupied in the post-Roman period. From Maiden Castle to Dinas Powys to Cadbury Castle, 5th century site of archaeologist Leslie Alcock's search for King Arthur. But that's a story for another time. Gildas seems to have been writing after a lengthy period of peace with the Anglo-Saxons. The borders may have been fixed for a while, since the end of the 5th century perhaps. Then, in the later 6th century, the wars begin again in earnest. Interestingly, archaeologically, few items of Anglo-Saxon origin have been found in Western Britain before around 550, but this would soon change. Moving into Gloucester, Cirencester, Bath, Dorset, and in the north, beginning to cross over the Pennines into the western lands. The world they entered up there, though, was a far cry from the one the Romans had left behind. For 150 years is a long time. And what of those lands north of the wall? The least Romanised portions of Roman Britain. The very edge of the empire. Well, as far as Gildas was concerned, they were semi-barbarians. Early Welsh tradition even hints of a war between the western and the northern Britons in the 6th century, with enmity between Maelgwn of Gwynedd and Urien of Regeth. And though it's clearly based on fantastical travellers' tales, he himself never having visited Britain, we do have one contemporary account of the North. For this, we must turn back to the Eastern Empire and the writings of Procopius. In his History of the Wars of Justinian, there is a very brief, somewhat confused mention of a diplomatic mission arriving in Britain. The emperor apparently still laid claim to the island, and we're told tried to offer it to the Ostrogoths in return for Sicily. Looking past the hearsay and myth contained in his writings, Procopius describes the south as very different to the north. Divided by a great land wall, the southerners lived in a civilized, prosperous land inhabited by Britons, Angles, and Frisians. To the north, however, a great, dark forest coated the land, peopled by wandering shades and monsters. A savage landscape, too tainted for proper human occupation. Peopled instead by wild beasts, serpents, and the spirits of the dead. "1,500 years ago, the landscape of Britain looked very different to today. It was wilder back then. Huge forests coating much of the wilderness areas, stalked by wolves, wildcats, and bears. No place for the faint of heart. And to the north of Hadrian's Wall, where woodland still thrives, one of the greatest in all of Britain still stood largely untouched, the Great Caledonian Forest. When considering this overgrown mass of oak and old-growth wilderness, it's easy to see how half a world away in the Eastern Empire, tales of evil spirits and half-men took hold. For there is a good argument that as far as the Christian Romans were concerned, the people up here still did worship devils and demons. The old gods, many having become syncretized with Roman ones long ago, and thus encouraged during earlier times, still holding influence over the forest dwellers. Up here, where Roman rule had only extended briefly, the tribal societies instead acting as clients outside the very extreme limits of the empire, ancient Celtic traditions were still strong. The Celtic pantheon still worshipped. Of course, Christianity had made firm inroads too, and a scattering of publicly Christian tribal kings ruled over the populace. Regional rulers subject to overkings, often fighting amongst themselves. When Rome fell, most here carried on in much the same lifestyle as they had for millennia, without much concern for the outside world. And during that insular-looking, pre-literate time, when most evenings would be spent huddled around hearth-fire, storytelling wasn't just a good pastime, it was integral to the way society held itself together. The Britons loved a good story, we know that. A tale of a hero to inspire, of a tyrant to warn, a monster to scare children. And during the long winter nights, with darkness often coming at 3 or 4 p.m, these stories were even more important. The greatest tale tellers of all ultimately became heroes in their own right, For this wasn't just a land without the written word, but a land where stories, reputation was integral to the power of kings. How indeed to hold together a kingdom without them? The best bards of all seem to have been hugely influential figures in their own right, being paid inordinate amounts of riches to promote their patrons. The wiliest regularly passing between royal patrons during their careers, depending on who promised to pay the most. A passing caravan of a bard would have been a sight to behold. Armed retainers, luxuries from across the known world, horses, animals. In a time when most people had nothing, the bardic life was something to aspire towards and to love. They were the celebrities of the day, and in the mid-6th century, the greatest of them all, remembered in future generations as the lord of all bards, was Taliesin. In the latter 6th century, Taliesin worked at many courts, at least 3 that we know of. He was a PR specialist, a spin doctor for whoever could pay the most out of the 13 or so vying kings of the Old North. His most famous patron of all, however, and the poems that remain most lauded today, was the great king of Regeth, Urien. Initially a straightforward court bard during his own lifetime, Taliesin is also a prime example of the shape-shifting power of oral tradition. By the time his stories were finally written down by the 14th century, he had become a literal shapeshifter and a druidic time traveller, the possessor of occult knowledge and spiritual lore, transformed over the years to suit the political needs and societal agendas of rewriters, from 9th century nationalists to 14th century Arthurian romancers. Such was his popularity and renown by the High Middle Ages that he was used as a floating figure to tie together any and all writings. In an 11th century saint's life, he travels across the sea to Brittany, acting as a sage and prophesying the birth of a saint king. In the Welsh epic, the Mabinogion, he follows a mythical king to war in Ireland. Ultimately, by the 13th century, becoming a supporter of Llewellyn the Great, by which time he'd morphed into the archetype of the charismatic, riddling sorcerer. Taliesin is also linked to pre-Christian sorcerers like Gwydion and Merlin. A similarly metamorphosizing figure based on a 6th century bard. As much as he is to Christianity, acting as a bridge between traditional Welsh law and the more modern ecclesiastical learning of medieval times. Yet, even so, deep down there is truth in the stories, fundamental aspects of the tales which remain from as much as 1,000 years before. And his stories aren't alone. Long before these later tales were written down, at the beginning of the 9th century Historia Brittonum, traditionally attributed to the historian Nennius, we're given 5 names of famous poets working during the later 6th century. The writings of all of these figures, and more, still survive today, pored over by armies of scholars over the years. Using literary analysis, much older sections can still be located within the masses of later editions. Today, the 5 ancient books of Wales remain some of the oldest European literature found anywhere, and are integral to any study of the 6th century Old North. Taliesin's book is one, Aneurin's another, but we also have the Black Book of Carmarthen, the Red Book of Hergest, and finally the Mabinogion, often known as the White Book of Redeth. Bede, greatest historian of his age, who knew just about everything that could be known during the 8th century, barely mentions Regedd, Gododin, Olt Clwyd, or Elmeth. They only survive through bardic poetry. But does this world exist outside the stories? What tale does the archaeology tell? Brian Hope Taylor always had a certain flair for finding things. He was a born archaeologist. The story goes that in the early 1950s, an artist at the time with no university education, he stared at aerial photographs of a Northumbrian plain. Cutting-edge technology at the time. He pinpointed several buildings he wished to excavate. Within a few years, upon arriving at the place, it didn't take long for his hunch to be proved right. Out in the fields below the imposing mountain of Yevering Bell, the miraculous needle in a haystack, Hope Taylor precisely pinpointed a high-status 6th century Anglian settlement. And not just any either. As decades of further study would show, this was the Anglian settlement. A royal palace. Very probably the Ed Geffryn Bede talks of in his history. Where King Edwin, the first Christian king of the English, reigned. An immense cattle corral, timber halls, and even an amphitheatre-like structure have been revealed. And on the mountain, overlooking it all, an earlier, massive Iron Age hill fort, occupied throughout Roman times and after. Yevering had already been a high-status capital for hundreds of years by the time the Anglians arrived. A centre of power for the Britons. Well into the latter 5th and early 6th century. And it's not alone either. Excavations at Bamborough Castle, the other famous capital of Bernicia, suggested not just earlier British occupation, but a possible Roman settlement too. A lighthouse or a beacon tower perhaps. Unfortunately, most of the evidence is gone. At places like Edinburgh Rock, thought to have been capital of the Gododin, excavations are difficult. More than 1,000 years of occupation have removed much of the past, as the place was built over again and again by succeeding generations. But in some places that weren't occupied again, hill forts remain. The Cheviot Hills near Yevering are one example. shown in immense earthworks amidst farmland. This was a powerful place during Roman times. And hill forts during the Roman period and after were very common up here. Hundreds of them have been found. The idea we get is of a militarised zone. Unlike the lowland areas which were Romanised and pacified, raids from Picts and Scots remained common up here, and war was the norm. Indeed, in the north and west, indigenous people lived in enclosed settlements, the same as they had before the Romans came. Their lives had changed little during Roman times. One of the most important of all is also found in Lothian, heartland of the Gododin. At Traprain Law, where not only a substantial reinforcing of the walls took place at the end of the 5th century, but massive hoards of Roman wealth were found in 1919, generally interpreted as protection payments made to client kings in return for manning the northern frontier. Much had changed since the Emperor Septimus Severus marched north at the beginning of the 3rd century to shatter the Maetae and the Caledoni. By the 5th century, the Romans had to rely on client kings. And what of those kings? In most continental provinces of the Romans, like Hispania and Gaul, centuries of elite participation in the Roman world led to a near total breakdown of native culture and language, replaced by Latin in professional and everyday life. In Britain, though the process was encouraged, it was never fully completed. In everyday life, Brythonic remained the language of choice for much of the island. Particularly in the north, an area not widely settled by Romans from elsewhere in the empire, being largely restricted to military garrisons along the wall. It's from the writings of Roman geographers that we get the names of the British confederacies that held sway along the frontier. Notably, we have the Damnonii, the Novanti, the Selgovae, and the Votadini. In archaeology, the Damnonii and the Votadini in particular have notable continuity from the pre-Roman Iron Age all the way through to the Roman period and beyond. As we've seen from the hoard at Traprain Law, it paid well to work for Rome, and came with it a powerful legitimacy over rival rulers. With the continental troubles of the 5th century, however, no doubt came the disintegration of many of these old tribal royalties. Some of them, at least, propped up by Roman power. Though some of the older identities remained intact, such as the Votadini, new powers emerged too, a renegotiation of a more personal loyalty between king and follower. And over time, particularly as the 6th century dawns, alongside British archaeological finds are increasingly seen Pictish, Irish and Anglo-Saxon items. Mercenaries to paymasters of the Old North, perhaps, exiled princes making common cause. Both were common in later centuries, but unfortunately, definitive answers remain unclear. And what were those kingdoms really like? Arthurian castles? They were not. Today, pubs all over Britain bear the name of the Green Man. Mysterious fertility symbol found all over Europe and beyond. And there's an argument that the roots of this horned figure are much older, bearing a resemblance to the ancient Celtic deity Cernunnos. Part of the reason for the Romans' immense success as an empire was their acceptance of religious worship. For 300 years in Britain, they had not only encouraged native cults, but entrenched them in society by merging their own gods with them. And by the time their rule in Britain came to an end, these cults could still be found all over the island. Of course, Christianity came too. St. Ninian supposedly arriving on the frontier in the later 4th century to begin a long tradition of missionary activity, leaving a marked impact for the entire early Middle Ages. But paganism remained too. Far away from the more Romanized continental provinces, and now in the wake of Roman withdrawal, Britain remained a heretical, unorthodox land, mired by Christian heresies, as well as older ones. Altar fires of the earlier faith still shone on windy hills and haunting forest groves. Far from an apocalyptic struggle between Germanic invader and British Old North kingdoms, the picture we get from archaeology and bardic tradition in the first half of the 6th century at least is different. Far more important than the fledgling Anglian kingdoms still clinging to the eastern coast were the other British realms. As far as the bards were concerned, the most important and famous battle of this era was an entirely British affair. Arthurite, fought according to the 12th century Annals of Wales in 573. Today, the River Liddel runs directly along the border between England and Scotland. The landscape has changed little in hundreds of years. When Scottish antiquarian William Forbes Skene came here in the 1860s, along the old railway line from the north, now overgrown, abandoned, local farmers told him of an old tradition in the area. A last stand supposedly made by 300 Picts on a nearby hilltop against the Romans. Upon investigating the area, Skene soon found himself walking in the shadow of the medieval age. This is the ancient citadel of Liddell's strength, nestled on a river ford with immense views across the border. The impressive Motte and Bailey we see today is Norman in construction, lair of an 11th century Flemish knight put in place after the Norman conquest. But Skene was convinced, on the basis of place name evidence, the local tradition, and an expert reading of the bardic tradition, that underneath the medieval earthworks lay a fortress of the Old North. Much of which, if it existed, has fallen into the river over the centuries. Skene was convinced that he'd found the lost citadel of Arthuried, site of the most famous battle in all the Welsh triads. And furthermore, one in which the original bardic figure of Merlin is said to have taken part. Skene and later writers have even gone so far as to portray the battle, fought by Gwendolen ap Siedo, very possibly against Redek Hael, the king of Alt Clut, as a bitter struggle between pagans and Christians. After all, 2 Roman altars to a god named Huitris or Vitris are located nearby. A lot of speculation, but some evidence too. Today, Skene can be neither proved nor disproved, for Lidl's strength remains entirely unexcavated, its secrets hidden. But more on that in a future video. Within just a few years, by 577, things were beginning to change. For in that year, Taliesin sings of a fierce battle, fought on a Saturday morning on an unnamed river ford, in a wood called Argoad the Fane. We know not the location, but the enemy we do. On that day, Urien and his son Owen fought against a fourfold army of Angles, led by a figure called Firebrand. In one telling of the tale, an Anglian leader, Theodoric, yells forth for hostages. Owen yells back a defiant response, saying all they'll receive is battle. During this buoyant age of boasting and victory, the Angles were driven back, a leader named Ulf killed in the fray. According to Taliesin, for the Angles, death was theirs, burnt are their homes. Urien, the most famous king...
What's your favorite part of a Kit Kat bar? The chocolate?
Nope, the inside.
The wafers?
No, the stuff in between the wafers.
Oh, the in-between stuff.
Have a break, have a Kit Kat, and try a bigger bite with Big Cat.
Famous king of all, often called a cattle raider in the British sources, may well have dominated the other British kings into submission, forming a confederacy of sorts, Anglian and British alike. If there ever was a golden age of the Old North, this is it. And it is his story we turn to next. One of the most important sources for the history of the Old North wasn't written down until more than 200 years after the events it records. Usually attributed to the early 9th century Welsh monk Nennius. The Historia Brittonum is thought to be a political document commissioned by the King of Gwynedd, Mervyn Finch. Living in an age of Mercian and West Saxon supremacy, the people of Wales were in dire need of a rallying cry. However, although written for a modern audience, it isn't all propaganda. Its writer is thought to have worked from much older sources, now lost. alongside the battles of Arthur and the wars of Vortigern and the Saxons. One much talked about event is also mentioned by the bard Taliesin. For towards the end of the 6th century, while the Britons of the south yielded more territory year on year to the ancestors of the West Saxons and the Mercians, a great coalition of North Britons are said to have pushed the Angles all the way back to the sea, in a great reconquest worthy of Ambrosius Aurelianus and the great fortress of Cadbury Castle a century earlier. For 3 days, in a great turning point in the war, we're told forces drawn from most of the northern British kingdoms besieged the Anglians, either at their fortress of Bamborough or the nearby island of Lindisfarne, which also has a prominent fortified hilltop. The assembled kings came from far and wide, from Old Clute, Regev, Elmet, and probably Gododin. Their leader, of course, was Yorien, called the Pillar of Britain and King of the Golden North by Taliesin. And, amazingly, the written record does somewhat line up with archaeology, with Bamborough remaining one of the few verified Anglo-Saxon settlements from the earlier 6th century, with very few pagan burial grounds in the area too, until later. But how had these outsiders got there in the first place? Well, on a keel probably, as a travelling band of sword warriors. One near contemporary ship is the 23-metre-long proto-longship found at Neiden in Germany in the 19th century. It's an impressive sight, and a glimpse into this long-lost world. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, written much later, but working from much older sources, gives a name for the founder of this kingdom. Ida, the Flamebringer, son of Eopa and king of Bernicia for 12 years from 547. But whether he came from the Anglo-Saxon lands further to the south, or directly from the continent, is anyone's guess. But many historians think an origin in the other older Anglian areas is possible. Perhaps at Deira around York, where according to much later traditions, a mercenary named Samuel is thought to have seized control in the 5th century. These days, rather than a straightforward land grab, the situation is now thought to have been far more nuanced. Germanic soldiers had been operating on the northern frontier since the 1st century AD. From Batavian marines under the first emperors, to Alemannic nobility under Constantine. All alike came here in service to Roman paymasters, thrall to Roman coin. And by the 6th century, their remains are hinted at in the archaeological record by new styles of Germanic metalwork found at burial sites, and over time, the overall culture becomes more and more Germanic. It seems the Anglian mercenaries did their job well, fending off Pictish and other seaborne raiders, a little too well in fact. Eventually, perhaps via marriage, coupled with pressure from more incoming colonists, and maybe access to the trade system of the North Sea, after the collapse of the Roman system, they became the paymasters. The locals either joined them, becoming Germanic over time, or became their slaves. As with many Germanic dynasties, in Bernicia, Ida, as the founder, rings out above all others. And though we can't be sure of the real extent of his power, future kings of Bernicia all claimed descent from him. For Henry of Huntingdon, writing in the 12th century, he was the leader of a group of warbands operating north of the wall between the Tyne and the Tweed in the mid-6th century. And though no helmets have been found from this era and very little archaeological evidence, we can see hints of this warrior culture in the contemporary Swedish helmets at Vendel and Valsiade, and the slightly later helmet at Sutton Hoo. One hint at the power of these people is the Bambara sword, one of the most magnificent pattern-welded swords ever found. Though Bede claims that Ida built the castle at Bambara, there is evidence of earlier British occupation. And despite the importance given to Ida by his later descendants, his rule never extended further than a foothold on the coast. His immediate descendants, too, would only survive the Britons by the skin of their teeth. But survive they did, and it's likely that in reality, Ida wasn't the only Anglian warlord operating in the region. After his death, his brood of sons, grandsons, and rivals would rise to power one after the other, raiding far and wide. Fierce pagan warriors bred for war. It wouldn't be long before the eastern British lands began to be carved out by the newcomers. And as far as the Britons were concerned, enough was enough. Something had to be done to stop them. Traditionally, the kingdom of Regeth has been associated with the hills and valleys of Cumbria. And yet, bardic references to Urien and his sons range from Loch Lomond all the way to Yorkshire. His strongholds are said to have been located all over the north, suggesting his power may have extended to a large hegemony over other rulers. And yet, many of these places have never been located, not to mention the fact that they might have been added to the Urien story by later generations. Due to the unreliable nature of the sources, the actual extent of Urien's domain remains ever elusive. Hailed a strong champion in battle by Taliesin, Urien's campaigns ranged far and wide, fighting against the North Welsh in one tradition, attacking Manor in another, a place interpreted variously as Manor Gododin in the north, or even the Isle of Man. Regeth did lie on the Irish Sea after all. Slightly more concrete evidence can be found in the Battle of Rith or Clwyd, the fort of the Clyde, stronghold of King Redek of Old Clwyd, his later ally at the siege of Lindisfarne. And one of the only one of the kings who fought there whose existence is attested elsewhere in a reliable source of non-Welsh provenance, the 7th century Life of Columba by Adamnan of Iona. Some historians have even interpreted these battles, often described as great cattle raids, as in reality more serious attempts by Regeth to subdue the other British kingdoms into overlordship. Unfortunately, we can't know the truth, but by the later century, sometime around 577, according to one reading of the sources, the combined armies of Urien, Redek of Old Clwyd, and 3 kings named Gaulach, Gwaloag, perhaps of Elmet, and Morcant, maybe of Gododin, assembled for an assault of Bernicia. But who really was Urien? And can archaeological evidence of his rule be found? Well, his kingdom has long remained a mystery, but there is archaeology in the Old North. Not exactly where historians have often looked, but in the Old North nonetheless. Regeth lacks archaeology. These archaeological sites lack history. Just maybe they are one and the same. "50 miles west of Carlisle, rising up over the Solway Firth, where the River flows down to the sea, a hill fort stands sentinel on the landscape. It's a tiny site, nothing on the vast citadels of the south. And yet, as early as the 1890s, shards of E-ware pottery were found here, indicating extensive trade links with the far-off European mainland. In 1913, metalwork, glass vessels, and yet more pottery originating in Gaul was found. Though the place was then thought to have been occupied in the 8th or 9th centuries. At the time, no hilltop settlements from the early medieval period had been found, still thought of as an entirely dark age. Then, in the 1950s and 60s, a series of astonishing finds at Cadbury Castle, Dinas Powys, and elsewhere changed this perception for good. When the moat of Mark was thoroughly re-excavated in the 1970s by Lloyd Lang and David Longley, it was definitively proven that the place had been fortified in the 6th century, with trade continuing until the mid to later 7th century. A connection to the nearby population centre at Whithorn was also established, the site of an important monastic centre associated with St Ninian. Apparently the two sites being supplied and frequented by the same merchants. Yet the moat of Mark wasn't necessarily a high-status settlement, perhaps being the home of a master craftsman and his family and followers. It's a site reminiscent of the story of Wayland the Smithy and the Welsh story of Culloch and Olwen, which both suggest the activities of smiths and jewellers were richly rewarded and highly regarded. Like bards, perhaps, integral to the power of kings. They often lived and worked somewhere outside of regular society and moved to where the pay would be best. So, a royal capital this was not, but a stronghold of Regeth, maybe. The hunt continued for a stronghold fit for a king. In 2012, another hilltop in Galloway was excavated. Firmly situated in the old territory of the Selgovae, a people who fiercely resisted Rome. At 72 metres tall, it's not the most prominent summit in the area, resting on a craggy knoll in Galloway's Borland Hills, further to the west of the moat of Mark. But it is significantly larger than its neighbour, more akin to the strongholds at Edinburgh and Dumbarton Rock. Today, the landscape is overgrown in scrub and heather, and until recently the place was known for its ramparts, generally thought to be Iron Age in construction, along with an unusual Pictish carving stone. Etched on the exposed bedrock at the entrance to the fort, depicting sea monsters and warriors. Similar carvings have also been found at Edinburgh and the Dalriartan stronghold of Dunad, neither of them Pictish strongholds. Nevertheless, Trustees Hill has often been suggested to be an outlying Pictish fort, built by a victorious warband perhaps. The truth may have been very different. The chronology revealed in 2012 lined up perfectly with the Old North, the place being occupied between 375 and 710. Like most other contemporary forts, there had been habitation here before the Romans, and when they left, once more. There is now a good argument for Trustees Hill being a site of royal inauguration, just maybe for the kings of Regeth. It's a pretty big leap, but just maybe the most famous of all, Urien. After all, an abundance of early medieval material has been found in Galloway, compared to little in Cumbria. The place also has more fertile agricultural land and strategic access to all sides of the Irish Sea. A better region to hold court from, perhaps, with military outposts further afield. Like at the Moat of Mark, smelting slag suggests workshops creating high-status metalwork, though only tiny pieces have survived. Evidence of continental trade has also been found. Whoever ruled this place enjoying trade links as far away as Ireland, the Isle of Man, Merovingian Gaul, and the far-off Mediterranean. And it isn't just Pictish influence that can be seen here, but Germanic too, giving tantalising clues that Regeth may have been more Anglian before the conquest than we realise. Freebooting mercenaries operating here, perhaps. And what did this kingdom look like? Well, it bears little resemblance at all to the Roman or late antique world where Romanitas continued in some form. This was a renegotiated power base for a Celtic people, in the context of recovery and a new order, rather than the continuation of the old. And even further west, we have yet another site, far more mysterious, as it's never been excavated, but proposed by many as a hill fort with early medieval habitation. Today, Dunragit sits overgrown, almost entirely forgotten, save the adjacent village, which bears an uncanny resemblance to the kingdoms of the Old North. What happened here? We just don't know. Until it's excavated, it's a mystery. Archaeologists, let's get this place excavated. If you want to learn more about these hill forts, and many more all over Britain, I have a series on my other channel where I go and visit them to have a look for myself. Go check it out here after you finish this video. And don't forget to subscribe. What became of this land? Well, it doesn't look great. By the 7th century, both the Moat of Mark and Trustees Hill were destroyed by fire. The ramparts torn down and demolished. Soon afterwards, the Moat of Mark would be reoccupied, and tellingly, Anglian runic inscriptions have been found etched on bones. Which brings us back to the siege of Lindisfarne. In the written sources, we're told that 5 kings succeeded Ida as rulers of Bernicia. 4 of them his sons, and another called Hussa. Nennius tells us that it was Hussa who ruled at the time of the siege, though it may even be that 2 rival groups now held power, one at Bamborough and the other at Lindisfarne. And so, for 3 days and 3 nights, the British army laid siege to the island. But ultimately, the campaign would end in disaster. We're told Urien was betrayed, murdered by Lovan, an agent of King Morkant. Jealous and wary of his power, or attempting to overthrow the overlordship of Regeth. This betrayal and untimely death has led many scholars to suggest Urien as an integral inspiration for the eventual King Arthur legend. In the years that followed, the situation told of by the poets is of squabbling and war, allowing the Anglians time to not only survive, but regain their strength. Urien's kinsman, Luark, sings of the king's sons being attacked by their father's enemies, Morkant, Gwaloag, and Dunnard the Stout, perhaps reflecting the decline of Regeth in the early 7th century. Urien's son, Owen, also a famed figure in his own right, may have continued the struggle for a time, but was himself killed. The Anglians ever advancing onwards. Though often portrayed as contemporaries living from the same age, Aneurin and Taliesin, in fact, may not have been. Taliesin sings the praises of courtly life and all-powerful battling kings of the mid-6th century. A buoyant, exuberant age. The good times. Aneurin's work, on the other hand, is almost entirely wistful, lamenting the loss of more recent times. Elegies for dead kings, the faded glory of the recent past. Thought to have been sung into existence in the early years of the 7th century. They lament a dying world. And Aneurin's work isn't alone, of course. An anonymous song from the Red Book of Hergest is thought to date from around this time too. In the poem, we're told of a solitary bard wandering the wilderness. Once regaled in the halls of kings, he now goes by the wilder ways, following old paths through overgrown meadows, over hills and forest gullies. Crows and beasts his only companions. Finally, our fugitive spies a ruined wall in the distance. Flanked by vine-laden masonry, the now collapsed roof of a great hall rises up on his approach. Overgrown with nettles, empty, bereft of its protector, just the same as the countryside around. He is walking in the king's fortress. No one lives there now, home only to pigeons and baying wolves. But the morning bard has a purpose. He has come here for a reason. He has on his person the head of the great king Urien. Mouth spattered with foaming blood, brought back to the hallowed halls of his ancestors, sent home. The passage has long intrigued scholars, for the bringing home of the head of a slain prince is known to have been a traditional pagan ritual amongst the Celtic peoples. Unfortunately, whether this is a genuine Celtic leftover or a later addition, we can't be sure. But the passage is thought to be old. Another mention of the poet Luarch mentions Urion's decapitation too. And yet, Urion is also called the Lord of Christendom in other sections. But who's to say these heavily Christian epithets aren't later additions? After all, Urion, like King Gwendolen of Arthurian, was one of the 3 bull protectors of Britain. And other references in regards to him are made to malevolent, otherworldly birds. Across the sea in Ireland, a land traditionally thought to have been mostly Christian by this point, high kings were still occasionally pagan, with pagan burial practices certainly surviving until the late 7th century. And in 569, a similar written mention of pre-Christian traditions is found too, when King Dermot was slain by Hugh Duff McSwain at Rathleg. His body was interred in Congre, but his head was sent elsewhere, to Clonvicnos, as he requested himself. Indeed, the Picts would hold on to their pagan beliefs for much longer. So why not at least some of the Britons north of Hadrian's Wall? Nevertheless, by the year 600, the British alliance had failed. Urien was dead, and a new order arising. Until the 590s, the northern Britons had largely escaped the calamities experienced by their southern neighbours. Their wars were amongst themselves, managing to hold their own against Picts, Irish and Anglians alike. But soon enough, this would change. Just as the Britons fragmented back into warring states again after the death of Urien, a new warlord arose to lead the usually quarrelsome Angles of the eastern coast. With a fury to match that of Ida the Flamebringer, this new warlord had risen to the top of the pile. One of those rare, seemingly unstoppable figures of history, arising from a dynasty which usually killed its kings every few years. The Twister, they called him. We know him as Ethelflaed, and he was destined to change everything in the space of a single generation. And with a new age comes a new foremost poet. Whereas Taliesin praised the deeds of the men of the north, singing of their glorious victories in battle, our source for this age is Aneurin. He writes with sadness, for his was the twilight time of Cattraeth. Snowdonia is one of the most starkly beautiful landscapes in all of Britain. Yet, it is a place awash with the memory of the past too. In the 9th and 10th centuries, we know bards and wandering poets walked these hills, travelling from hall to hall to tell their tales, derived from the rich tradition of heroic poetry and storytelling, so much a part of Welsh culture, retelling the tales of the very best of them, of the giants and ancient Celtic kings, But most of all, the heroes of just a few centuries before. Men like Urien and Arthur. One of the most famous tales of all, however, doesn't sing the deeds of either of these figures. It's a tragic elegy to celebrate a doomed last charge of the men of the North. One final offensive to fight back the invaders once and for all, or die trying. Still celebrated today, we know it as the Godolphin. Today, Edinburgh is one of the great cities of Britain. A sprawling metropolis, world-renowned centre of culture and gateway to the north. Years ago, it looked very different. But back then, this was a rural landscape, ruled over by the ancient Britain of old, never conquered by Rome. Underneath the towered walls of the Castle Rock, the remains of thousands of years of continual occupation have been found. And though much smaller than the nearby stronghold at Traprain Law, this is thought to have been at least a capital of the Godolphin. And as time went on and Traprain Law was abandoned by the end of the 5th century, the most important of all. Once a vast, sprawling high kingship, many scholars think the heartlands of Deira and Bernicia, both British names, had once been under Godolphin overlordship. By the year 600, though, all that had come to an end. Yet the kings here still wielded power over their neighbours. For some time around that year, Aneurin sings of a great mustering to the king. Alongside the household warriors of King Mindog, we're told the assembled warriors came from all the lands of the Northern British. Godolphin, Old Clwyd, Reged, Elmet, and from Wales too, Penwen, Powys, Gwynedd. They were given stranger names too, that can't be placed geographically. Men with green Uffin, Pictish warriors from beyond the Forth, and Irishmen too. 300 of them in all young freedmen, aristocrats even, perhaps accompanied by their own war bands and shield bearers. All had come to pledge their loyalty to the king for one last battle against the English. Mintog the Rich feasted the men for over a year. Though he wouldn't lead the attack himself, he seems to have been too old for battle and stayed in his hall. The force was to be led by 3 kings, perhaps his sons, Kinri, Kynan, and Kinrain. Aneurin individualises 80 of the men, heroes to those gathered around listening to the tale in years to come. Perhaps sometimes figures they'd recognise from other stories, each given an immortalising description. Like Caradog, who rushed into battle, a wild boar, an armed bull, killer of 3 kings. He fed wolves by his hand. And Owen, who wore a coat of mail over his crimson undershirt, and is also described as wearing multicoloured armour. And Blaine, beautiful, he burned with gold and purple, riding his well-fed horses. And Aneurin stresses that these most renowned men of their day rode as a cavalry army, just maybe harking back to tactics from the late Roman world. After all, we know Anglo-Saxon units, reserved only for elite soldiers and kings, ultimately derived from those once worn by late Roman soldiers. So why not the Britons too? And so, when the year had passed, the men readied themselves to head south, a last alliance to curb the advance of the Anglians. They rode out to war, to death, to Cattraeth. The location of the battle? Well, we don't know for certain, but many historians see the town of Catterick as a good bet. Just to the east of Stainwell in North Yorkshire, Catterick had been an important Roman stronghold on the old road to the north. And though no archaeological evidence has of yet been found, the place has often been suggested to be an important royal stronghold for Urien in the later 6th century. Maybe even the location of the earlier elegy in the Red Book of Hergest. Archaeology does suggest that York and the entire surrounding area up to the central hill country had fallen under Anglian sway by the end of the 6th century. A Germanic elite ruling over a mostly British population, perhaps. And when Catterick and the surrounding countryside fell in the aftermath of Urion's death, which we know it did, the Anglians would have gained easy access much further afield via the Roman road. If the northern British were to survive, the place had to be retaken. And so the riders charged forth. What happened next, sung in halls in the north and the west for hundreds of years to come, is a classic tale of heroism and sacrifice. Said to have been opposed by a wildly exaggerated number of 100,000 warriors. 300 British war leaders, probably supported by their own subordinates, soon made it to the old Roman ruins. Still an impressive sight after its abandonment just over 100 years earlier. But of course, the Germanic shield wall proved too strong. All the might of the Britons was not enough. Aneurin, who may have actually been present at the battle, composing the tale just a few years later, also claims to have been the only survivor. The 300 warriors, all riding to their doom. Within a generation of the defeat, mentioned as one of the atrocious assassinations of the island of Britain in the Welsh Triads, Gododin and Elmet would come to an end. Regeth would soon follow. And yet, the tale would continue to inspire generation after generation of Britons and Welshmen. From Cadwallon to Rhodri the Great, two kings who both eventually met their ends on the battlefield against Anglo-Saxon foes. But who was the Anglian war leader at Cattraeth? Well, we don't know for sure. Geography would suggest a day-run contingent, still independent from the Bernicians of Bamborough at the time. And yet, Ethelfrith, or at least a sub-ruler under his command, still stands out as the most likely figure. After all, soon enough, he would rule both kingdoms. It's even been suggested that the battle took place slightly earlier, under Ethelfrith's father, Ethelric, or even Theodoric, Urien's arch-enemy. Unfortunately, we simply don't know. Much like British leaders generally didn't concern later English chroniclers, Anglians didn't concern the British. But, thankfully for us, by the beginning of the 7th century, this period finally begins to emerge onto the pages of history. For literacy and record-keeping were on the rise. Whoever the Anglian leader was at Cattraeth, the damage had been done. The Anglians around York wouldn't be dislodged, not now. And within a few decades, now in firm control of all the lowland areas of the west, that even begin moving from the cattle corrals of the countryside into urban Roman halls. Within just 3 decades, King Edwin was baptised at York, though they would become no less warlike. The Britons were pushed west, over the hills into rougher moorland. Never again would they push the English back, now in control of all the lowland fertile areas. And yet, from the north, yet another power was arising. In the year 574, so says the Irish monk Adamnan, a new king came to power in the Gaelic sea kingdom of Dalriata. Striding up the staked ramparts of Dunat, mightiest fortress in the Northlands, just as his ancestors had done before him since they crossed over the waves from Ireland in the preceding centuries, he would undergo the traditional rituals of inauguration at the Kingstone. The assembled lords of the islands amassed around him. For Aidan MacGabrain was a descendant of Niall of the Nine Hostages, semi-legendary progenitor of a slew of royal houses who'd lived sometime in the 4th or 5th centuries. A figure who'd changed the political system in Ireland for good, revolutionising the old power structures by looking outside of the island, not within. Ravaging seashores far and wide, gaining great wealth and power in the process. Perhaps even taking part in the great conspiracy of the barbarians, spoken of in the Roman sources. In those Roman sources, Irishmen were often called cannibals. And despite being Christian now since the days of St. Patrick, some of those pagan ways still clung on. But of course, the succession was not uncontested. The previous king, Conall, had many sons and relatives, all eager for power. Aidan, already nearing 40, would have to pull every favour he could to secure the kingship. As far as Adamnan was concerned, one figure in particular acted as kingmaker at this time. We know him as Columba, and he is the centre of Adamnan's story. Following the death of the previous king, Conall, Columba spent 3 days and nights fasting on the tiny spit of Himba. There, he spoke to angels. When he returned to Dunad, he'd made up his mind. For by this time, after St. Patrick's great influence on Irish society in the 5th century, divine holy blessing went hand in hand with kingship. One of the first times in post-Roman Europe that this had happened. Aidan wasn't just chosen by his kinsmen and underkings, but by God himself. But this Christianity, left adrift to develop in the wild Atlantic for hundreds of years, was a far cry from the orthodoxy preached in Rome. Now imbued by the Kingstone, made powerful by Christian magic, King Aidan accompanied his kinsman Columba back to Ireland to broker an alliance with the assembled lords of the O'Neill. Yet more distant kinsmen descended from Niall. Then, his southwestern borders secure, almost immediately, Aidan went to war. This is the tale we get from history, not strictly contemporary, but written in the centuries immediately following, by people using sources entirely lost today. And yet, archaeology can be used to corroborate much of the accounts too. It seems that the Hebrides were indeed populated from Ireland in the 4th or even the 3rd century onwards. Like the rest of the western seaboard of Britain, by roaming warriors and dynasties of kings. Here, the legendary hero Cuchulainn is often linked to events, centre of an epic tale often called Ireland's Iliad. And centuries later, after so many unrecorded events, by the 6th century, a powerful confederacy of kin groups held sway from Antrim to Argyll, Ireland to the Hebrides. Numerous kin groups pledging allegiance to one over-king. By the 6th century, Dunad had extensive trade links. More storage vessels known as Eware than anywhere else in Britain have been found here, indicating regular trade with the Bordeaux and Loire regions of France, and even the Mediterranean beyond. Loaded up with spices, wine, honey and salt. Interestingly, the pottery and glass found here all comes from overseas. They don't seem to have made their own. It was those sea roads to the south, spanning the entire western seaboard of Europe and eventually penetrating deep into the river systems, that Columba's spiritual descendants would use to journey far and wide in the spreading of their new faith and their desire for knowledge. For in the later 6th century, the monks on Iona were some of the only literate men in a mostly illiterate world. And yet, hints of older traditions come through too. When Columba, exiled from his native Ireland, founded his stronghold on the island of Iona, there are hints of a blood sacrifice made to consecrate the ground. A human sacrifice. Yet Adamnan also writes of 30 monasteries personally founded by Columba, who ranged far and wide in Pictland, converting people, as well as transcribing hundreds of books. And amazingly, it's because of the literacy on Iona, where a now lost chronicle seems to have been maintained throughout this era, that we have a unique document telling us how many men Aidan could muster. The history of the men of Scotland is believed to have been compiled in the 10th century, though it is based on much earlier writings, providing royal genealogies as well as a census. No other document of its kind survives for this era. In the work, we are told that Aidan could muster well over 1,000 men, a huge force for the time. There is even reference of a sea battle fought by sailed curraghs, some of the best ships of the era. In other Irish sources, we're told that Aidan fought a sea war in 580 against Orkney's Pictish defenders, and no doubt against other groups of Picts too. But for our story, we must look to the south, back to the Brythonic Welsh sources. As far as the Welsh are concerned, Aidan, the only non-Briton to feature heavily in their tales, is known as the treacherous and the wily. Perhaps earning this name after the collapse of an alliance with Redec Hyle, king of Dumbarton Rock. Another triad records Aidan's host as one of the 3 faithful warbands of the island of Britain, as they went to sea for their lord. Maybe reflecting a lost account of an expedition to Man or Orkney, perhaps suggesting a significant British contingent in Aidan's army. Indeed, many Welsh works claim that Aidan had a British mother. A dynastic allegiance between 2 kingdoms, perhaps. So then, by the start of the 7th century, it's speculation but there is a chance that Aidan may have grieved when he heard of the slaughter at Catrath. His people shared the same religion as the Britons, and much more of a similar way of life. Either this, or he saw it as an opportunity to carve out his own dominion over the south. For not long afterwards, he called his banners, gathering together a huge army from his kingdoms, as well as significant numbers of O'Neill from Tara across the sea, led by Mael Umay, the brother of the High King of Ireland. As well as contingents of Britons, and maybe even exiled Anglian princes making their own place for power. These are hinted at by archaeology at Donat. And of course, the enemy that they were fighting was the Twister, Ethelfrith of Bernicia. By the year 603, a reckoning was on the way. Elsewhere in the world, the tyrant Phocas reigned in Byzantium. To the east, the Sasanian Shahs sent forth their armies to do battle, still standing guard over one of the largest border walls the world had ever seen. The latest incarnation of classical Eastern empires to arise in Mesopotamia ever since the Sumerians many thousands of years before. Further east still, the first great Turkish confederation, the Blue Sky Gurk Turks, still Tengriist in their belief system, held sway over nearly the entirety of the Eurasian steppe. In Arabia to the south, polytheism still reigned. For this was an age before Islam was even born. And in remote far-off Britain, the first great battle in British history, just on the edge of verifiable recorded events, would be fought. The two armies met, so we're told, at a pre-arranged place somewhere in north of Britain called Dexter's Stone. A great monolith described by Bede. Apparently, everybody knew where it was, though the location is lost today. The ensuing battle, by far the largest conflict since the fall of Roman Britain, pitted the two foremost superpowers of the north against one another. squabbling over the carcass of the Old North. To the victor would go the lands of the Britons. Aidan's name does not speak favourably to his reputation amongst the Britons of Old Crute, where some of our sources may have originated with a long-lost chronicle written there. It may be that Degsastan was fought over control of Lothian in the aftermath of Catrath. There are even hints of an Irish raid on Bamborough in the Bardic tradition, and no doubt many Britons saw the Irish, Christians at least, as a far preferable choice of overlord to the Anglians. We don't actually know whether Ethelfrith was present at the battle, though it's likely he was. His father had likely been killed by the Britons when he was a boy, and ever since that time, all he'd known was war. And by the time he came of age, he didn't just have one axe to grind, he had thousands of them. Outnumbered as they were, the Anglians were probably better armed and better motivated. They marched in several detachments, led by largely independent war leaders, followed by incredibly loyal followers. Ethelfrith's brother, Theodbald, led one of the Anglian detachments, supported by elite half-troops, professional career soldiers whose code and very way of life demanded they fight to the death if their lord was killed. No doubt many of them veterans of Catrath, trailed by a swarm of less well-equipped regular farmer soldiers eager for glory. Herring, son of Hussa, the warlord who fought against Urien at Lindisfarne a generation earlier, may even have fought on the Irish side, or perhaps opted to watch the fighting and join the winner, as so many precariously allied noblemen would do throughout history. The fighting was brutal, lasting all day. We can imagine the Anglian shield wall shattering the British cavalry charge again and again, those suffering horrendous casualties in the process. According to Adamnan, Aidan's son, Domingard, was killed in the fray, along with the Irish prince, Mael Umain. Yet Theodbald died too. We can imagine his retainers going to their doom around him, devastated at the death of their lord, their sole means of attaining glory and power. Even hundreds of years later, long after Christianity took hold, Anglo-Saxon soldiers still saw it as their God-given duty to either die for their lord or triumph against the enemy that killed him. Tradition dictated they would be cast out from society if they didn't. And this grim determination may be one of the reasons for their success in the battle. Chopping off the head of the snake simply didn't work with this enemy. They would fight harder, and if victorious, another would take the Lord's place. In the aftermath of the battle, not just the Dalriatans and the Britons, but all Christians in Britain suffered a devastating blow. Aidan had been chosen by God, which meant God was on the side of the pagans. It must have been a terrifying existential crisis. Within a year or two, Ethelfrith successfully annexed Deira, unifying the two Anglian kingdoms into one, laying the foundation for the kingdom of Northumbria, and adding its young warriors to his growing force. For him, the battle was especially beneficial, taking out Anglian rivals as well as the Irish. Bede tells us that not only was almost the entire Dalriatan force wiped out, but never again, even right up until his own time, well over a century later, would the Irish ever dare to attack English lands, thus putting an end to almost 300 years of Irish piracy and raiding on British shores. In the space of a single day, everything had changed. Had the Alliance won, history would have been very different. But they didn't. The Old North was doomed. The choice was now simple: resist and be destroyed, or pay tribute and join Aethelfrith. In the years to come, Aethelfrith's warriors ranged far and wide. As far as the Welsh stories are concerned, brutalising those who opposed them, driving them out, killing or taking slaves of anyone who hadn't already fled. For Bede, although they were still pagan at the time, God was on the Anglian side. Divine justice against the heretical British Church playing its part in growing the borders of the first great power of the North. And now, with a lack of anyone to oppose it, that swift advance to the west, seen in archaeology as well as history, continued unabated. By 613, in an especially bold move, Aethelfrith advanced all the way to the River Dee in what is now Cheshire, perhaps seeking to drive a wedge between the northern and the western Britons. Dedicated to a Celtic war goddess in days gone by, perhaps still venerated by some, the Dee was a stronghold of British rule. The great walled city of the Romans stood there still, once home to an entire legion. Today, we know the place as Chester. Perhaps allied to the city of Viriconium to the south, before the Anglian Mercians rose to prominence under their own conquering king, Penda. The region is thought to have been ruled by a prince of Powys, one of the most powerful of the Welsh kingdoms. Sometimes known as Solomon in the Welsh triads, Seliph, son of Cynan, was a feared fighter in his day, known as Serpent in battles. And it wasn't just the men of Powys who came to oppose the Anglian menace that day. Bardic tradition suggests the entire power of North Wales may have come to their aid, notably a contingent from Gwynedd. And it wasn't just fighters either. Hundreds of monks from the nearby monastery of Bangor came too, praying for the victory of their countrymen. When Aethelfrith arrived at the battlefield, however, he spotted these priests working their Christian magic, yet separated from the main force. Ordering his men forwards, they were cut down to a man. As the main Welsh force entered the fray, their morale already low, having witnessed the slaughter of their holy men, they too fell to the Anglian swords. Seliph's death is recorded in the Annals Cambria. Chester became an English city, and Cheshire an English stronghold. Turning what had started as essentially a pirate band operating out of Bamborough just over a decade before into the most powerful military force in all of Britain. Scores of armies had tried to stop them. They'd all failed. No doubt many more unrecorded battles taking place too. But then, in 616, in one of the great changes of fortune in British history, Ethelfrith, Master of the North, triumphant in battle, outstretched himself. Corpses of his enemies splayed on the shields and spears of his followers. He went south, ever searching for the deposed Prince of Deira, Edwin, rival to his power. There, on the southern borderlands of his realm, with only a small force around him, he was ambushed by another king. For Edwin had found a powerful ally. This one with far-reaching trade contacts across Europe. Direct influence stretching from Lindsey to the Isle of Wight. Of course, it was Redwald of East Anglia. Writing hundreds of years later, Henry of Huntingdon describes what happened next. Hemmed in onto the banks of the River Idle, Ethelfrith lurched forward, charging towards Redwald's son, Rayner, cutting him down in his battle fury. Massively outnumbered, with just a few select men, Ethelfrith raged into the East Anglian line, revelling in the slaughter, systematically slicing down man after man. Yet Redwald's numbers were simply too much. He may have even sailed his army up the coast into the Humber to cut the Bernicians off. And it was only a matter of time before Ethelfrith was surrounded, overwhelmed and slain, allegedly on a pile of corpses stacked up around him. Florent of Worcester even implies that it was Redwald himself who dealt the killing blow, meaning the remote possibility exists the sword found at Sutton Hoo could have taken Ethelfrith's life at the Idle. The famous helmet, the protection he wore. Whether he dealt the killing blow or not, his strategy put an end to the Bernician expansion for a time. The only thing that could kill this Anglian warlord was another. Unlike Redwald, who may have died of old age, probably at least partly a Christian, Ethelfrith joined the ranks of practically every other king of Northumbria in 100 years. Cut down in the prime of his life, resolutely a pagan, he went on to feast in the halls of his ancestors. Unfortunately, no candidate for Ethelfrith's grave has ever been found, and very little evidence of swords or helmets for this period in Northumbria. There is a grave at Yevering that could have originally contained a helmet like that at Sutton Hoo, perhaps worn by Ethelfrith, though it long ago rotted away, like almost every other item from this age. Only 16 years into the 7th century, and the British were effectively out. There was a new order. The Anglo-Saxons definitively in the driver's seat. There was a new king in Northumbria too, this one hailing from the southern kingdom, Edwin, initially under the overlordship of Redwald of East Anglia. Though soon enough he would pass away, allowing Edwin to go it alone. In 617, the obscure kingdom of Elmet in the Pennines, which survives only in a handful of place names, was invaded. Its king, Ceretic, who may have poisoned Edwin's brother under Ethelfrith's orders, was driven out. What happened to its population? We don't know. Though Edwin later became a Christian, and as such is praised by Bede as a great and just ruler, in reality, Edwin may have been just as warlike as his predecessor. Nevertheless, the Old North had a significant influence on the Anglians. Some Welsh sources even suggest Edwin had been raised or spent time at the court of Gwynedd in North Wales, alongside his future enemy, Cadwallon. They also suggest he was baptised by a son or grandson of Urien, suggesting a level of prestige and influence still for the descendants of the great king of Regedd. Though we're also told he was baptised by Paulinus from Rome, as Redwald may have been. It may be he was baptised by both faiths, having slightly differing creeds. By the 620s, Christianity was certainly seeping into the north. Though it didn't make the Anglians any less warlike. Declining in influence over the years to the point of obscurity, it would nevertheless be several decades yet until the strongholds of Regedd and Godolphin would fall. Unfortunately, we have scant little knowledge of this. Bede, writing in the 8th century, has almost nothing to say on the matter. His is a tale of Christianity. It simply wouldn't do to dwell on the destruction of Christian kingdoms. But disappear they would. One particularly important event is spoken of in the Irish Annals in 638. During the time of Edwin's successor, Oswald, a son of Ethelfrith who rose to power after the death of Edwin at the hands of Cadwallon of Gwynedd and Penda of Mercia, an unlikely alliance between British Christian and Anglian pagan. Oswald had been raised in Dalriata in the wake of his father's downfall, and it was to Irish Christianity that he looked for spiritual guidance. And yet, he was no less warlike than his predecessors, though his Irish right-hand man, Aidan, continued to spread the faith amongst the Anglians. In 638, we're told in the Irish sources that Oswald and his brother Oswy captured the fortress of Den Eden, modern-day Edinburgh. The kingdom of Godolphin was no more. By 642, all of Lothian came under their direct control, beginning the long overlordship of what would become large swathes of the Scottish lowlands by the Anglians of Northumbria, dividing the kingdom between Northumbria, the Britons of Old Clute, and the Scots of Dalriata. In that year, however, it was Oswald's time to die. Like almost every other king of this era, meeting his end on the battlefield. This time against Penda of Mercia, fighting again with Welsh support. Leaving a fragmented Northumbria to his brother and right-hand man, Oswy. Regedd's end came later still, yet it may have been of a different kind. For Oswy's first wife and mother of one of his heirs, Ulfrith, was a British princess. We're told by the Historia Brittonum, a great-granddaughter of Urien. Thus, for a brief time, though the kingdom itself was annexed by around 650, a descendant of its greatest king, sat on the now Christian throne of Northumbria. A political act which fused the two kingdoms together. An unthinkable arrangement during the previous century. Times were changing, and it's very likely that Britons exercised influence within the kingdom, only becoming gradually more Anglian as time went on. They may even have had an influence on the burgeoning literacy of the kingdom, eventually growing into the likes of Bede. By the 7th century, as we've seen, significant evidence for Northumbrian influence in Galloway and Cumbria can be found. Great crosses erected to signify the power of the new elite, and just maybe an attempt to make the transition easier. By 685, Cumbria and Galloway were securely in Anglian hands. Northumbria, with Edgefrith, son of Oswy, the most powerful king in Britain, even launching raids across the sea to ravage the heartlands of Ireland. Seizing Man and launching campaigns far to the north, taking vast swathes of Pictland. Yet, against all the odds, one Old North kingdom survived. Seated on its impenetrable fortress on the Clyde, near modern-day Glasgow, Old Clwyd, the Kingdom of the Rock. Sometime in the 5th century, a boy was kidnapped by slavers on the Irish Sea. His father had been a decurion, we're told, a title of the late Roman world. Along with his father's servants and everyone else who'd been seized in his community, he entered a life of harsh servitude on the other side of the sea. A life with little hope of escape. Though given a Christian education in much the same way as Gildas and other wealthy Romano-British families, it was in pagan Ireland, tending sheep on high hillsides, that the young man really came close to God. And after he hatched his daring escape a few years later, rejoining the learned literate world, clinging on in Britain by the skin of its teeth, it was back to Ireland that he returned. Voluntarily this time. Bringing his faith with him to convert his former captors. Thus begins one of the greatest of all stories of the sub-Roman period, that of St. Patrick. Patrick's story is unique because we know it not just from the saints' lives written about him later, but also from his own words, recorded in middling Latin. Not quite the impressive prose of Gildas, but to be fair to Patrick, his education had been cut painfully short. One of these accounts, the Confession, reads as a short autobiography of his own tale. The other is a letter to a certain king, a ruler of the north, who'd been slaving on the Irish Sea, capturing newly converted Christians for sale to pagan buyers. This ruler was probably at least nominally a Christian, otherwise Patrick's threat of excommunication would have been entirely an empty one. though this ruler did associate with heathen Picts. His name? King Coroticus. Often associated with Seretic Guletic, a king of Dumbarton Rock. Described as a seafaring kingdom, capable of launching raids all along the Irish coasts, as well as influencing events in Pictland to the north. If Coroticus did rule from Dumbarton Rock, as many scholars suggest, Patrick's letter shines a light on an otherwise entirely dark period. In the 1970s, excavations at the Rock uncovered high-status items from the Iron Age, Roman period and onwards, with continuity well into the 9th century. The grip of Rome never extended this far north, not permanently anyway, and it was from the Celtic Damnonii that the kingdom had its roots. Though the place soon disappears again in history until the very end of the 6th century, when one of the most famous kings of the age appears. Rhedeg Hyle, known as the Generous in the Welsh sources, seems to have ruled from around 580 to 614, a remarkably long period. A contemporary of Columba and a one-time ally of Urien, who, unlike most other figures of this time, ruled for an extensive period, perhaps even surviving to die of old age. As we have already seen, he may have fought at Afterred, as well as Degsastan, sending a cavalry detachment under Aidan MacGabrain of the latter. His existence is frequently corroborated by a slew of other sources, Irish, Welsh and Scottish, an unusual amount of historicity. And yet, his kingdom is awash with legends and myths, tales of Arthur and Merlin. For this was the very last of the Old North, where many of these tales may have originated, surviving another 400 years or so after the demise of its neighbours. Weathering innumerable successive waves of invasion over its long history, by Rome, Irishmen, Picts and Angles, until finally, in the 9th century, came one they could not withstand. Yet they weren't entirely on the defensive either, not by a long shot. In 642, just as the Anglians pushed ever onwards, the Annals of Ulster report that the Britons of Altclut, led by Eugene, son of Beli, went to do battle at a place called Strathcarron. Their enemy this time wasn't the Germanics, but the Irishmen of Dalriata, led by Domhnall Brecc, grandson of Aidan. Domhnall was killed, and the Britons took the upper hand. From then onwards, throughout the 8th century, Altclut may have exercised overlordship over a number of smaller kingdoms, fighting wars for supremacy, particularly over border areas of Pictland. The Pictish king Brudau is even called son of the king of Altclut in a line of poetry attributed to Adamnan. The Pictish king list names Bruda's father as Beli, often seen as Beli ap Nathan, an especially well-connected ruler in the north, with dynastic ties to Pictland. One of his sons, Brudai III, was destined to be one of the most powerful and influential kings the Picts ever had. It is to Pictland that we must turn to next. By 685, Edgefrith of Northumbria stood unopposed in the north. Overlord of many kingdoms, triumphant in wars across land and sea, his armies pushed ever onwards deep into the north, until finally they were met by a formidable opponent. It wouldn't be the Irish who would throw them back, or the Britons, though both most likely had some small part to play in the battle. It was the Picts, under their king, Bride, himself a cousin of Edgefrith. There, at a place named Dunmactane, somewhere in modern-day Scotland, English power over the north was finally broken. Edgefrith killed. Over the next 150 years or so, his successors, forced to deal with renewed mercy and aggression from the south, as well as Pictish raids from the north, became increasingly hamstrung by a uniquely murderous culture of kin strife, known as the Long Winter. The Kingdom of the Rock had weathered the storm. It would survive, even as the Picts themselves disappeared into memory. There are few mentions of Old Clute over the rest of the 7th century, few historical sources surviving. Though some mentions of battles in Irish sources contain British fighters. Perhaps mercenaries, or exiles scattered by the Anglo-Saxon conquest. Though there is a small chance of them being campaigns directed by the rulers of Old Clute, roaming far and wide as pirate lords once more. After all of its neighbours, Northumbria, Pictland and Dalriata, are known to have sent armies to Ireland at times. In 711, the Annals of Ulster record a battle between Old Clute and Dalriata at a place named Lorg Eclet, and another in 717 at a rock called Minach. And by 744, the Pictish king Ongus got involved too, launching 3 unsuccessful campaigns against Dumbarton Rock. By 750, Ongus was back in Old Clute's territory, this time fighting alongside Eadbert of Northumbria. Though again he would face defeat at the hands of Tedibur of Old Clute, whereas Talagan, brother of Ongus, was killed. Tedibur died in 752 though, and it was likely his son, Domnabul, who faced a renewed attack by Ongus and Eadbert in 756. Agreeing to submit to the invading army only after a siege of Dumbarton Rock. However, soon enough, Eadbert's army was all but wiped out on its way back south. By 780, though the circumstances remain obscure, Dumbarton Rock was apparently burned. And by 849, the men of Old Clute, perhaps under King Arthgar, burned the Pictish ecclesiastical centre at Dunblane. By 870, however, an entirely new threat had arrived. After a 4-month siege, Dumbarton Rock was destroyed by a massive Viking army, perhaps under the Sea King Ivar the Boneless. Sailing back to their lair of Dublin with a huge prey, the Englishmen Picts and Britons. The ruins smouldering on the horizon. Though Dumbarton Rock was gone, its people survived. Moving further up the estuary, rebranding themselves as Strathclyde and surviving for yet more centuries to come. And as Northumbria similarly fell to Vikings in the south, the men of Strathclyde would move back south to reclaim the ancient lands of Regeth. Place names today in Cumbria still bear testimony to this re-expansion. Brythonic influences revived. Until the kingdom was eventually consumed by Scotland, perhaps by marriage, though retaining its unique culture. The present border of England and Scotland cuts across the kingdoms of the Old North. Today, Old Cumbric still survives in shepherd talk on remote hilltops, descended from the great heroes of old. A testament to the memories of that heroic age and the British rulers who once held sway. Thanks for watching. When it comes to making these things, I'm still a one-man team. So this was a very special project for me. I visited somewhere around 30 locations to film, read somewhere close to 100 books, wrote, narrated, filmed and edited it all myself. It took me around 3 years. So if you enjoyed it, please leave a comment and a like, as this helps promote it in YouTube's algorithm and makes the whole project worthwhile. Don't forget to subscribe too, as I've already made countless videos on this era, on this channel, and over on my other one, Pete Kelly, where I've been travelling all over Britain over the last few years to film at historical sites, including many shown in this video. Thanks again for watching. Let me know what you'd like to see covered in the future in the comments, and I'll see you next time.
Hello, this is Valdemar Ustra, art critic, producer and presenter of documentaries. Thanks for watching Perspective, YouTube's home for classical art. This is a series about an artistic era that's looked down on and never gets the respect it deserves. It's a shadowy era, so shadowy people even disagree about its name. So I'm going to use the old one, the one that best sums up its dilemmas. I'm going to call it the Dark Ages. Dark Ages go roughly from the 4th century to roughly the 11th. They begin when the Roman Empire starts to crumble, and they end when William the Conqueror invades England. Now in this shadowy slab of time, everything changed. The greatest empire the world has seen melted back into the cultural shadows, and various powerful artistic forces stepped up to take its place.
Later in the series, we'll be examining those much misunderstood creatives, the barbarians. What wondrous bling they brought into the world. What fabulous things they achieved.
I'll also be looking at that joyous and inventive religion, Islam, which did so much to light up the Dark Ages. But we begin with a group of people whose achievements were enormous. They started with nothing and ended up with so much. I'm thinking, of course, of those thoroughly underestimated Dark Age creatives, those intrepid voyagers into the unknown. The Christians.
Art never lies. And the story that art tells us of these exciting times is that this was never an age of darkness. This was an age of light.
These are the famous ruins of Pompeii, and as I'm sure you know, Mount Vesuvius erupted here in 79 AD, and all this was covered in ashes and preserved for posterity in perfect conditions. Now, one of the things they found here, which really surprised them, was proof that there were already Christians here by 79 AD. And the thing they found that proved it was this.
It's what they call a rotas square. And these rotas squares are deeply mysterious.
They've been found all over the Roman Empire, in Syria, in Gaul, even in England, in Cirencester, they found one of these. And they're usually inscribed on the walls of houses, or sometimes on the columns outside the house. And of course, when they found them, they didn't have a clue what these were. Just mysterious word games plastered outside houses.
What it is a letter square made up of 5 Latin words. Rotas, opera, tenet, arepo, and sator.
Rotas at the top is sator backwards. And you can see rotas down this side as well, and sator down that side. And here in the middle, arepo is opera work, backwards.
The actual words mean something like, as ye sow, so shall ye reap. But only if you ignore Latin grammar. Various code breakers twisted it this way and that for decades, but it still didn't mean much.
But then, a eureka moment. One of these code breakers realised that the important thing about the rotas square was not the words, but the letters. Because these letters of the rotas square can be rearranged to form a cross, which reads the same both ways, up and down. And it says Pater Noster, which is Latin for Our Father, the opening words of the Lord's Prayer.
What's more, these two letters that are left over, Alpha and Omega, are the first and last letters of the Greek alphabet. Alpha and Omega in their Roman form. You can see them down in the Roman catacombs, popping up everywhere. Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. Popular Christian code for the one true God. So these mysterious word squares were put outside houses to signify that the occupants were Christians, and also as a kind of lucky charm to ward off evil. Of course, this isn't art yet. This is an inscription, but it has artistic implications. What you see in here, this appetite for signs and symbols and secret meanings, that Christian appetite is something that transferred to Christian art. The Christian art of the Dark Ages is an art of mystery and magic, of suggestions and miracles, transcendence and light. The Rota Square isn't art yet, but it is an excellent pointer to a new artistic direction. One of the reasons early Christian art is so exciting is because you find it in exciting places. Rome is wild enough on the surface, but when you descend into its underground, look how scary and fascinating it becomes. People often imagine the catacombs were hiding places, underground shelters in which persecuted Christians hid from the Romans. But you can't hide an underground city as huge as this under anyone's nose. The Romans knew these were here all right. What they didn't know is what one Christian was saying to another down here. Because the first Christian art was filled with secret signs and hidden meanings. That's why the fish became an ubiquitous Christian symbol. When two Christians met on the road, it's said that one of them would draw this shape in the sand. The other one would draw this shape. And the two of them knew immediately that they were Christians together. This famous Christian sign, the Christogram, or Chi Rho, represents Jesus himself. It's made by combining two Greek letters, Chi and Rho, the first two letters of the word Christos, which means the Anointed One. It's said the sign had magic powers. Even today, we still call Christmas Xmas because of this. Another popular Christian sign was the anchor, for the simple reason that the top of it here looked like a cross. Everywhere you look in these haunting Roman catacombs, the first Christians are declaring their faith in such mysterious and cryptic ways. These symbols and signs weren't just a secret language, they're also a different way of seeing things, a different way of understanding, not just with your eyes, but with your imagination. And what's most interesting about this first Christian art you find down here is how few pictures there are in it. No images of Jesus, no Marys, no saints. For the first few centuries of Christianity, there were no Christian images.
It's not till the beginning of our period, the so-called Dark Ages, 300 years after the birth of Christ, that figures and scenes begin to pop up at last in Christian art. Look how puzzling they were.
We're in a 3rd century Christian burial chamber in the catacombs of Priscilla. A rich Christian family was buried here, and look what's on the walls. Over here, some peacocks. Over there, 3 chaps standing in a fire. And over here, some kind of sea dragon with someone coming out of its mouth.
So let's decode all this. The peacocks are symbols of eternity. Because peacocks replace their beautiful feathers every year, the ancients believed their flesh couldn't rot. It was eternal. The 3 young men are described in the Bible by the prophet Daniel. 3 young Israelites were set on fire by the Babylonians, but God protected them, and the Babylonian fires couldn't touch them. The chap coming out of the sea monster is the prophet Jonah, who you may remember was swallowed by a whale for 3 whole days. After 3 days, the whale spat him out again, and he returned to dry land, a wiser man. The thread that unites all these cryptic images is salvation, hope. God saved the 3 young men from the fire. He saved Jonah from the whale, and he'll save you too.
Jonah is also the subject of the earliest surviving masterpieces of Christian sculpture, found today in the Cleveland Museum of Art. Jonah swallowed by the whale, spat out by the whale, and returned to dry land a wiser man.
Jonah is particularly significant because the early Christians used him as a stand-in for Jesus himself. Jesus, remember, also rose from the dead after 3 days. And the reason why Jonah is so popular in the catacombs is because he's a way of showing Jesus without showing Jesus. A replacement, another code, a symbol. We've been down here, what, 5 minutes? And look how many different ways we've already seen to represent Jesus without actually showing him. He's the Kiro, the word sign. He's Jonah in the whale. He's the fish, the anchor. What we haven't seen yet is a Jesus we can all recognize. The Jesus who actually looks like Jesus.
The truth is, no one in early Christian art had a clue what he actually looked like. The Bible doesn't describe him, no one does. So art took an extremely long time to come up with a face for Jesus. And I think the search for that face is the greatest artistic tussle of the Dark Ages. The proof that no one actually knew what Jesus looked like is this controversial relic, the Shroud of Turin. It's said to be the cloth in which Jesus was wrapped at his death. And this haunting likeness is the true face of Christ, preserved miraculously in his blood. Also, they say,
the Shroud of Turin doesn't get shown very often, but when it does,
thousands of pilgrims flock to Turin to see it, and most of them believe they're looking at the true face of Christ. When I went to see it, there was such a powerful atmosphere in the church. So many people, so certain they were staring at the remains of Jesus. But I'm afraid they weren't, because Jesus Christ didn't look like that. At least, not according to the evidence left behind by the first Christian artists who described him. According to these first Christian artists, Jesus actually looked like this.
Blonde, fresh-faced, boyish. The earliest images of Jesus look nothing like the Jesus we know today, and nothing like the Jesus on the Turin shroud. Jesus at first is a happy-go-lucky character, curly-haired and handsome.
He's usually shown waving his wand about, performing remarkable miracles. So here, he's turning water into wine at the wedding feast at Cana. And here, he's curing the paralytic who couldn't walk until he met the baby-faced Jesus. And over here, the blind man is being cured by Jesus again. And finally, with a wave of that Harry Potter wand of his, this is Jesus raising Lazarus from the dead. You can always tell Lazarus in early Christian art because he looks like an Egyptian mummy, all wrapped up. What you never see in these very first examples of Christian art is a Jesus who's suffering, in pain, covered in blood, like the one on the Turin shroud. That Jesus doesn't turn up in art for 1,000 years or so, because the tortured Jesus is a creation of the Middle Ages, an expression of medieval guilt and terror.
What horrible pains the artistic mind went on to inflict on the crucified Jesus in the centuries ahead. How harshly it whipped him and scourged him and punctured him.
In the beginning, though, artists didn't do that. The first Jesuses in art are young and handsome, curly-haired and free. So, either Jesus deliberately misled his followers about what he actually looked like for the first 1,000 years or so of Christianity, or the Turin shroud is a medieval fake. I know what I think.
The first Christians weren't looking for a God who made them feel guilty. That would never have caught on. They were looking for a God who would save them and fill them with hope. So as their model for the first Jesus, Christian artists selected the youngest and handsomest of the pagan gods. They chose Apollo, the god of the sun. Blonde and unbearded, youthful and curly-haired. Apollo was a god who made you feel good.
So the first Jesuses were curly-haired and pretty because they borrowed that look from Apollo. And went further than that. When this mysterious Christian statue was dug up out of the ground, it was thought to represent a woman, an unknown goddess, a muse. Only later was it realised that this too was an early Jesus.
In that wonderful museum in Cleveland, the one with the Jonah marbles, there's a carving of Apollo performing a miracle with Nike, the goddess of victory. Apollo is the robed figure on the left.
And look how shapely he is. How easily we might mistake him too for a woman.
Pagan gods could be male and female. They could amalgamate the sexes and represent both genders at once, just like this Jesus here. Extraordinary as it sounds, the first Jesuses were sometimes made to look feminine on purpose.
They were given suggestions of breasts, beautiful faces, soft bodies and long hair. There is neither male nor female, wrote St. Paul to the Galatians. You are all one in Jesus.
The pagans had lots of goddesses to worship: Venus, Isis, Diana. But Christianity had none. Christianity believed in one true God, and he was masculine. There was an entire feminine side missing. So the feminization of Jesus was a deliberate artistic attempt to cater for both sexes.
It produced some of the Dark Ages' most unexpected imagery. In Ravenna, in the magnificent Arian baptistry, there's an unbearded Jesus being baptized in the River Jordan. And he's so soft and feminine. A podgy and delicate Christ with childbearing hips. Before this girlish Jesus could become fully masculine, grow a beard and turn into a man, Christianity needed to find a feminine presence of its own. The borrowing of Christ's face from Apollo shouldn't really surprise us. The early Christians borrowed from the pagans because that's what art does. It uses what's already there.
It's important to remember too that for most of these early centuries of Christianity, Christians and pagans lived together in reasonable harmony. Those terrible periods of persecution when the Romans murdered the Christians in terrible ways, those were rare, the exception, not the rule.
Later, when the Roman Empire became officially Christian under the Emperor Constantine, aggressive Christian writers looking back on these times did what the victor always does in a war. They rewrote history from their point of view, dramatized it, exaggerated it.
In most of the Roman Empire, particularly at the borders like here in Roman Syria, pagans lived next door to Christians, Christians lived next door to Jews, and all of them muddled along together.
The earliest known Christian church has been found in the Syrian border town of Dureiropos. It was next to the earliest known synagogue. And around the corner was the temple of the bull god, Mithras. All these different religions swapped each other's converts, borrowed each other's gods, and influenced each other's art.
Take the halo, that miraculous circle of light that you see around the heads of holy figures in Christian art. At first, there were no halos. Jesus was the magician with the wand, and that was enough to differentiate him. But as Christian art grew busier, and more characters popped up in it, Jesus needed to look more obviously divine. So Christian artists did what the pagans did. They gave him a halo, borrowed once again from Apollo.
Long before Jesus acquired his miraculous nimbus of light, Apollo already had one. A circular symbolic sunshine emanating from his head to signify his solar divinity. Another crucial borrowing from the pagans was the image of the angel. If you look at a typical Roman sarcophagus, the early Christian era, you'll usually see a pair of winged figures carrying a portrait of the deceased upwards in glory. They look exactly like angels, but they're not. They're Roman figures of victory, Nikes, pagan transporters of the soul.
But the most significant of these pagan borrowings was a female figure adapted from Egyptian art. She became very popular in Christianity. Indeed, she was central to it. But that's not how she began.
The Egyptian Earth Mother, Isis, was one of the most revered of all pagan gods. She was the goddess of fertility, the mother goddess, from whom all originally sprang.
When you wanted babies, you prayed to Isis. When you wanted your crops to grow, you prayed to Isis. Whoever you were, slave, servant, outcast, you prayed to Isis, because Isis would protect you.
To emphasize her caring nature, Isis was often shown with a baby on her knee, whom she breastfeeds regally. He's Horus, son of Isis. Horus was the god of the sky, the Egyptian Apollo, and his birthday fell at the winter solstice, sometime around December the 25th.
When Christian art grew hungry for a distinct female presence to worship, a mother goddess who nurtured you and protected you, Isis, the mother of Horus, was an obvious model, and the two of them were soon successfully transported into Christian art.
This is the first known image of Mary holding the baby Jesus on her lap. It was found in the Roman catacombs of Priscilla, a touching fragment of a mother and her child. Mary caring for the baby Jesus became one of the most popular of all the Christian images of the Dark Ages, with such glorious results.
This great artistic discovery of the Virgin Mary had an important byproduct, because it did away with the need to feminize or soften Jesus. When Mary emerged as a powerful divine presence, Jesus no longer needed to be girlish. His image was free to become fully masculine.
But where to put all this powerful new art that Christianity was inventing? It's all very well finding a new image for Jesus and Mary, but what also needed to be invented was the Christian church. The Roman Empire was huge. It stretched from the Middle East and North to this primitive cultural power surrounding the entire Mediterranean, the mightiest empire the world's seen. Christianity got to Britain quite early, all the way from over here right up to here. And just about there, in a village in Dorset called Hinton St Mary, they dug up one of the earliest mosaic images of Jesus. He looks stately, doesn't he? more like a Roman senator than a Christian god. Except for the large key row that surrounds his head, the sign of Christ. This is Lullingstone in Kent, and we're here because I wanted you to see what's left of one of the earliest known Christian churches. If you're thinking to yourself that this looks more like the remains of a big house, not a church, you'd be absolutely right. The first churches were ordinary houses, adapted for Christian use. Some Christians were richer and more active in the community than others, and their house became the neighbourhood house church. The house church they found in Durai Road, the one next door to the Jewish synagogue, was just a small townhouse in which the Christians had done some DIY, knocked down a wall, roofed over a courtyard, to create more space for their meetings. The walls of this makeshift church,
My body is so tired. Like my arms are sore, I don't know why.
And there he is again, healing a cripple, making him walk too. Here in Lullingstone, the house church was on the first floor of this elegant Roman villa. It was just above that pagan shrine there. Basically, it was a simple room with painted walls. Decorating it was a procession of praying Christians with crosses on their robes. There was also a key row, and around this key row, the two momentous letters of the Greek alphabet again. Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. If you put all those four letters together, Alpha, Rho, Chi, and Omega, you get the word Archo, which means I rule. From the outside, you wouldn't have known the Lullingstone House Church was there. It was a modest Christian conversion and almost invisible. And for the first 300 years, all churches were like this. Humble spaces in people's houses, wonky bits of DIY where Christians could worship and celebrate. And then, in 313 AD, Constantine the Great converted to Christianity, and everything changed. Suddenly, this cryptic and secretive religion, with its instinctive fondness for codes and clues, became the official religion of the Roman Empire. And modesty was no longer an option. Ooh, he's a big one, isn't he? Constantine the Great, Roman Emperor, mighty warrior, and defender of the faith. Constantine's mother, St. Helena, was a Christian, and he probably inherited the faith from her. In 313 AD, Constantine's famous Edict of Milan made Christianity legal in the Roman Empire. And from then on, its power grew and grew and grew. Constantine was a builder by instinct. Look at this magnificent triumphal arch he plonked in front of the Colosseum. But his greatest achievement as a builder was the unexpected invention of the Christian church. Until Constantine, Christian churches were small and makeshift, often hidden away. But when Christianity became the official religion of the Roman Emperor, everything changed. Suddenly, all the building resources of the mightiest empire the world has seen began to be lavished on Christian architecture. And a religion which had hitherto made do with wonky house churches found itself having to invent a grand new style of worship. These huge Christian basilicas that Constantine began building were another Christian achievement for which there was no precedent. The little house churches were useless as an example for these giant halls of worship. This was a completely new kind of architecture. This is Santa Sabina in Rome, the best preserved of the first Christian basilicas. It's a new type of religious space. No one in any religion had worshipped like this before. Pagan temples worked very differently from a Christian church. Pagan temples were spaces for worshipping outdoors. In a pagan temple, the congregation stayed outside. Only the priests of the cult could enter the holy sanctuary in which the sacred idol was kept. Christian churches were the opposite. A Christian church was a huge assembly hall with a roof where people could worship indoors. And the style of worship was different too. Nowadays, churches have these neat rows of pews where everybody sits quietly and piously. But in the first Christian churches, there were no pews. In the beginning, Christian churches were huge open spaces in which an ecstatic Christian crowd would heave and circulate. This was a space for moving and chanting and talking. At the start of the ceremony, the priests would enter in a magnificent procession that went all the way up to the front. You see them illustrated sometimes higher on Christian walls. An ornate and stately priesthood progressing through these new naves in a magnificent wave of finery and colour. So these were spaces full of constant movement and chaotic crowding. And the only precedent for such a building was a useful Roman construction called a basilica. Basilicas were public meeting halls built to house big crowds. There was nothing religious about them. Every sizable Roman settlement had a basilica. Roman basilicas were entered from the side, somewhere about here. But when the Christians took over the shape, they swiveled it around and put the entrance over here. So the entire building pointed that way. One of the most common uses of a Roman basilica was as a law court. The populace would mill about down here, while the magistrate would sit at the end, raised on a magisterial throne, sitting in a special rounded apse that signalled his importance. The Christians took over the magistrate's apse as well. It's where they put their sacrificial altar, and above it, a great apse mosaic, the climactic moment of this magnificent religious journey. But you're looking up at this glorious apse mosaic, And you're thinking, there's Jesus with a big beard. What happened to the curly-haired boy? Well, he just wasn't grand enough for Constantine's new basilicas.
So the early Christians wanted a god they could look up to, a god who was a match for all the other gods.
And when the time came for a more imposing Jesus to emerge, Jesus the adult, the Christians turned once again to that reliable source of raw materials that lay all around them. The art of the pagans.
The most powerful and important of all the Roman gods was Jupiter, or in his Greek incarnation, Zeus, king of the gods.
Zeus, or Jupiter, was grand and bearded. In the great temple of Zeus at Olympia, the most famous sculptor of the classical age, Phidias, had shown the king of the gods enthroned in majesty. An image the Christians were determined to match.
They took it all, the beard, the hair, the throne, that sense of omnipotent power. It was all borrowed from Zeus. And the curly-haired youth with the girlish body who buzzed around performing all those miracles was replaced by this manly, mature Jesus who sits in judgment on his flock, stern and unsmiling, wise and infallible.
Meanwhile, back down in the Roman catacombs, darker Christian forces were also stirring.
When I said the persecution of the Christians has been exaggerated, I didn't mean it never happened. Of course it did, particularly under Constantine's predecessor, Diocletian, though not perhaps in the numbers we've been led to believe.
Some estimates say that only about 2,000 Christians were killed in the Roman persecutions. I think there must have been more than that. But the modern age is definitely better at killing Christians than the Romans ever were. In the Spanish Civil War, 7,000 priests, monks and nuns were murdered. And you never hear about them.
But for the early Christians, death had a special significance. The idea took hold in their imaginations that suffering was a necessary part of redemption. It was crucial. And this belief in death had a profound influence on their art and their architecture.
These are the catacombs of St. Agnes of Rome. She's the patron saint of chastity, of teenage girls, engaged couples, rape victims, and virgins.
Agnes was a 13-year-old girl murdered in the reign of Diocletian. The story goes that a Roman prefect wanted her to marry his son, but Agnes was a Christian. She refused. So the Roman prefect condemned her to death.
Roman law didn't permit the execution of virgins. So Agnes was stripped, paraded naked through the streets, and dragged to a brothel.
Afterwards, they tried to burn her, but the flames wouldn't touch her, and everyone who looked at her naked body was blinded. In the end, a Roman soldier beheaded her, and her body, decapitated, is kept here in this church. But her skull, that's in Sant'Agnese in Piazza Navona, where the faithful come to kneel before it and worship it.
Martyrs like Agnes were believed to offer special protection for the early Christians. They were baptized in blood and sat next to God in the next world. If a martyr favored you, you too were guaranteed a place in heaven.
To improve their chances of salvation, every Christian wanted to be buried as close to a martyr as possible. And so the catacombs became a very desirable piece of real estate.
Directly above Agnes's tomb are the ruins of a giant funeral basilica. All this was once covered in Christian graves. But the building I really want to show you is this one, the one next door to the basilica. This is Santa Constanza. It's a Christian church now, but originally this was a Roman mausoleum.
It was built by Constantine's own daughter, Constanza. This is where she was buried, in this big sarcophagus here.
The story goes that when Constanza was a little girl, she contracted leprosy. So she prayed to Saint Agnes, and Agnes saved her.
That was the power that martyrs had. Their miracles could change history. And that's why Constanza wanted to be buried here, as close to Saint Agnes as she could be.
These Roman mausoleums, as you can see, were a completely different shape from the basilicas. Mausoleums were round. They weren't places for the crowd to charge up and down. These were places of burial and contemplation, sacred spaces that enfold you. And these round Roman mausoleums were to have a profound effect on the Christian church. See this famous book? It's The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire by Edward Gibbon. The History of Rome in 12 mighty volumes.
So this is the Roman Empire at the time of Constantine. Now, according to Gibbon here, Rome collapsed because the Romans grew decadent and soft. But I think you can see from this map here what the real problem was. The empire was just too big. This way, it went all the way to Scotland up here, and the other way, deep into the Middle East. There was just too much empire to govern efficiently. And when Constantine came along, he made the momentous decision to divide the empire in two, with a Western Empire over here and an Eastern Empire over there. To govern this new Eastern Empire, which came to be called Byzantium, Constantine founded a new Christian capital on the Bosphorus. A grand ruling city designed from scratch, which he named after himself, Constantinople. Though these days we call it Istanbul. Here in the western half of the empire, Rome was no longer cut out to be the capital either. It was living on former glories, a pretty collection of ruins. The empire needed somewhere more vigorous to be ruled from, somewhere better placed, somewhere near the sea perhaps, with good connections to the east, somewhere about here, Ravenna. The mosaic lovers among you will know Ravenna already. You'll know that it's mosaic heaven, where the Christian mosaic excelled itself.
How could anyone ever have thought any of this constituted a dark age? This is the church of San Vitale. It's one of the group of churches in Ravenna that's filled with these stunning mosaics. But the reason I brought you to this particular church is because of its shape. As you can see, it's round, like a mausoleum, not long and thin, like a basilica. These round churches of early Christianity have a particular effect on the visitor. They offer a 360-degree experience, a sense of enclosure and centering. The early Christians used round architecture, particularly for churches devoted to the martyrs, like San Vitale up there, who'd stood up to Diocletian and died for his faith. The basilicas were action spaces where you met and assembled and paraded. But these round churches, these are thinking spaces. They're like a protective bell jar dropped onto an important location, protecting it and sanctifying it. You still get a sense here of a transcendental space built around a precious relic, and that mysterious, magical effect of an interior sculpted from light. And it wasn't just the burial sites of the martyrs that had special power. Bits of their bodies had it too. Their hair, their bones. And to house these precious relics, the Christians began to create marvellous jewelled containers, relic boxes made from the finest materials, with astonishing delicacy and beauty. Because these relics had the power too, every Christian altar had to have a relic inside it to validate it and make it sacred. Relics were like pieces of portable magic that could be transported from church to church. And wherever they were placed, they made that space holy. So by the time we get to this glorious Byzantine cathedral of Monreale in Sicily, all the ingredients of Christian worship are in place. Just look at it. By the time Monreale was finished, the Dark Ages were over. But all this was shaped by Dark Age achievements. At this end, the nave, it's like a basilica, long and thin, a space for assemblies and parades. At this end of the church, the east end, where the main altar is filled with precious relics, the magisterial apse has grown huge and enveloping. So at this end, this is like a round church, a special place filled with light and a golden, magical air. But over here, it's like a basilica, a space for assemblies and processions. So up there, a thinking space. Down here, an action space. All brought together in one magnificent piece of architecture. High up on the walls, scenes from Christ's miracles. There he is again, raising Lazarus from the dead. And over there, he's curing the paraplegic, making him walk again. And look what's above the altar. The Virgin and Child, borrowed from the Egyptian Isis. And on either side of her, two angels, borrowed from pagan victories. And above that, trumping them all in size and magnificence, sitting so proudly in his golden abs, an enormous Byzantine Jesus, Zeus-like and bearded, unmistakably divine. This is a proper divinity, a Byzantine ruler god you can look up to, magnificent, all-powerful. And look also, on either side of Jesus, you can see his name spelled out in Greek letters. On the left, Iota and Sigma, J and S, the first and last letters of Jesus. And on the right, Chi and Sigma, C and S, the first and last letters of Christus. It's that Christian word code again. Look at his fingers too. Christ, the ruler, is spelling out his own name with his hands. There's Iota and Sigma, J and S, for Jesus, and Chi and Sigma for Christ. My fingers are a bit too stubby for it, but he's doing it perfectly. It's that secret religious language again that Christianity had employed from the beginning. Even in this giant Jesus, larger than any Roman emperor, Christianity couldn't resist a final moment of mystery. In the next film, I'll be looking at the artistic achievements of the so-called barbarians and asking what the barbarians did for us. The answer is plenty. The word barbarian is a misleading expression, and the art that goes with it is misleading too. This picture was painted in 1890 by an arrogant French painter called Joseph Noël Sylvestre. It shows the sack of Rome in 410 AD by the Visigoths. The Visigoths were a so-called barbarian tribe. You can't miss them. They're the ones without any clothes on. It's such nonsense. The Visigoths were never naked savages clambering about Rome, destroying civilization. They were pioneering Europeans who produced beautiful art and who achieved important things. It was actually these so-called barbarians who invented trousers. Riding a horse was much easier in trousers. So if it wasn't for the barbarians, we'd all be wearing togas. So this is a film about misunderstood peoples and their misunderstood achievements. About how we've got the Dark Ages wrong again. And about a word whose meaning has been warped by time. It's this word here, barbarian. The Dark Ages go roughly from the 4th century to roughly the 11th. And I've been looking at the art made in these years, trying to convince you that it wasn't dark at all. In this film, I'll be leaping to the defense of the so-called barbarians. The word barbarian actually comes from the ancient Greek. Its original meaning was someone whose language you can't understand, a foreigner. You know, like we say, it all sounds like Greek to me when we can't understand something. Well, the Greeks said, it all sounds like bar, bar, bar. So it was an onomatopoeic word. Anyone who spoke a funny foreign language was a barbarian. The same word, barbara, can be found in Sanskrit, the ancient language of India, where it means gibberish or stammering. And if you're actually called Barbara, like Barbara Windsor or Barbara Streisand, then I'm afraid your name means barbarian woman. And you, madame, are particularly in touch with your barbarian self. When the Romans took over the word, it came to mean anybody, anywhere who wasn't a Roman. So, the Persians were barbarians, the Indians, the Chinese, the entire non-Roman world. It isn't just this word barbarian that's been demonized and distorted. You open your dictionary and start looking for words with bad, Dark Ages connotations, you'll find lots of them. Take this word here, vandal. The Vandals were actually another fascinating and creative ancient peoples who made things like this. But their name's been stolen from them and turned into something dark. Or what about the Goths? Today, Goths are oily punks with dyed black hair who worship the devil. But in real life, in Roman times, the Goths were fabulous international creatives who made the most beautiful Bible I've ever seen. But the worst of these so-called barbarians, these forgotten ancient peoples whose reputation has been trashed by the Romans, the very worst of them were the Huns. Poor Huns. If anyone in ancient history deserves some rebranding, it's this notorious nation of energetic invaders. No one had a good word to say about them. The Goth historian Jordanes tells us they were scarcely human, a stunted, puny and faithless tribe. Christian writers were even harsher. According to a Christian cleric writing in Syria, the Huns eat the flesh of children and drink the blood of women. It's like reading a bad airport paperback. The Christians were determined to demonise all the pagans, and they were particularly determined to demonise the Huns. So we can't trust the Christian clerics. We need to trust the art. And that tells a different story. In the First World War, the British began calling the Germans Huns. It was the worst insult they could think of, but also very bad geography, because the Huns were not from Germany. Exactly where they came from is one of the big mysteries of the Dark Ages. Nobody knows for sure. But it was Somewhere out here in the Eurasian steppe. Somewhere far away and different. The first record of the Huns in Europe dates from around 376 AD, when a group of retreating Goths turned up here on the banks of the Danube and begged the Romans to take them in. The fleeing Goths had been pushed out of their lands by a nation of nomads coming in from the east. A fighting tribe of whom everyone was scared. Huns were fierce warriors, there's no denying that, but not all the time. Like all nomads, they lived a precarious travelling existence and moved around in small family groups, menfolk, women and goats. The default lifestyle of the Huns was a tinkerish domesticity. And among the splendid Hunnic objects they've left behind, the defining ones are these battered Hunnic cauldrons, preserved in the museum in Budapest. In these robust vessels, the Huns cooked their goats and boiled their water. A man can live to 50 is an old Kazakh saying that still circulates, but a cauldron will live to 100. Something else we know about the Huns is that they loved gold. Oh, how the Huns loved gold. The Hunnic graves that have been dug up, the buried caches of treasure and valuables, reveal such a deep and instinctive passion for treasure. These days, we've lost sight of gold's crazy, hypnotic power, and that special relationship it enjoys with the sun. The Incas called it the sweat of the gods. And in the Dark Ages, gold was a substance with a magical presence. And the Huns loved it in a visceral and unbalanced way. In my book, that's a good reason to love them back. Because they spent so much of their life on the move, travelling from pasture to pasture, the Huns had a particularly creative relationship with the natural world. Hun treasure is dominated by exquisite animal forms. In the Hermitage Museum in St. Petersburg, there's a wonderful piece of jewellery. It's a golden bit of a bangle or a neck torque like one of these. And it's this piece here at the end, shaped so atmospherically like the head of a creeping wolf. This is gold that nurses an intense symbolic ambition to commune with the natural world, to speak to it and steal some of its power, to steal the power of the wolf. Another animal that was dear to them was the eagle. They probably used eagles to hunt with, as nomads of the steppe still do. And the great bird in the sky inspired such beautiful Hun bling. Eagles have a special significance for the Hun. They were ready-made symbols of power and beauty combined. And right across the barbarian world, these garnet-studded eagle brooches became noticeably popular. This powerful new relationship to the natural world was one of the great barbarian contributions to civilization. And then, of course, there was the magnificent Hunnic horse art. The Hun depended on their horses totally, and they loved them deeply. So, of course, they made sure their horses looked suitably splendid too. These are the remains of a full-length Hunnic horse ornament, fashioned delicately from gold and studded so generously with precious stones. Lucky is the horse who got to wear this. The Huns would ride into battle with wolf skins pulled down on their faces, screaming demonically in a deliberate effort to get inside their enemies' heads. Now this was dark psychological warfare, very sophisticated. And one of the reasons the Huns were so easy to demonize is because they looked so strange. They practiced ritual deformation, and their skulls were deliberately misshapen at birth. Infant Huns would have their heads tightly bound, so they grew into these uncanny and elongated Mekon shapes. And on these deformed heads of theirs, the Huns would balance spectacular crowns of unimaginable preciousness. So the big question is, where did the Huns get their gold? They were nomads, not miners, and although they were busy tradesmen, you'd need to trade an awful lot of goat skins for the amount of gold left behind by the Huns. They didn't trade for it. The Huns got their gold more directly, straight from the Romans. Because their bows were so lethal and their horsemen so skilled, the Huns were soon operating a protection racket across most of the Roman Empire. What they'd do is invade somewhere, or threaten to invade somewhere, and then demand large quantities of gold to go away again. The Romans, cowardly diplomats that they were, preferred to pay them than to fight them. And by the time the Hunnic Empire was at its largest extent, the Huns were receiving £2,500 of gold coins from the Romans every year. £2,500 of gold every year to melt down and turn into art. A few tribes of nomads raiding along these Roman borders could never pressurize the Romans into giving up these enormous quantities of gold. So we need to forget this image of the Huns as a tribal horde sweeping across Europe, because they were something much more sophisticated than that. This is a map of the Hunnic Empire under Attila. It's the bits in orange. And just look at the size of it. All this was Hunnic. This wasn't a bunch of nomads on the make. This was a rival empire, the new superpower of the Dark Ages, turned up to take on the Romans. I've kept Attila back, because the moment you mention him, the story of the Huns takes on a satanic glint. All the Huns were demonized by history, but Attila was demonized most of all. The exciting thing is we actually know a lot about him. A Roman diplomat called Priscus was sent on one of these diplomatic missions to negotiate with the Huns, and he's left behind a vivid account of his journey. And this gentleman here is building a replica of Attila's palace on the actual site on which he thinks it actually stood. So Janos, when did you first become interested in Attila?
Én 20 évvel ezelőtt megvásároltam ezt a területet.
I bought this land 20 years ago to breed horses.
Az éjjel
That was when we came across the history of this site. Priscus, the Byzantine ambassador, visited Attila in 450 AD and describes how he found his way here. And he definitely identified this place as the site of Attila's palace. That's why we'd like to erect a memorial to him here by constructing a wooden palace.
Janos's palace will be created in timber, exactly as Priscus describes. It's shaped like a giant nomad's tent, a kind of glorified yurt, with two wooden towers rising cockily at the front. Priscus tells us that when he arrived, he was treated to an enormous banquet served on silver plates. And a procession of young women dressed in white veils came out to sing for him. Attila himself was simply dressed and ate nothing but meat on a wooden platter, while the guests were given goblets of gold and silver.
What does Attila mean to the Hungarian people? Because for a lot of people in Europe, he has a very bad reputation, but not here. In Hungary, he seems to be thought of more as a hero.
When people say Attila was a barbarian, that's something I reject. It's not something I believe. He spoke 8 languages by the age of 15 and laid Europe at his feet. Someone unintelligent, a barbarian, could not have done the things that Attila did. Only someone blessed with special talents.
Did Attila's palace really look like this? I very much doubt it. But neither do I think Janos's fantasy is more misleading than all the other Hun fantasies about satanic hordes sweeping through Europe. By the time Attila became their ruler, the Huns had created a complex political system. Their huge empire was actually a federation of many nations, a kind of barbarian EU opposed to the Romans, with Goths, Burgundians, Alans, even a few Greeks, all linked together and ruled by Attila. So here at the Kunsthistorische Museum in Vienna, there's something really spectacular. I just have to show you. When this was dug out of the ground on the Romanian border in 1799, it was thought to be Attila the Hun's personal dinner service. You can see why they thought that. Just look at how splendid this is. 23 golden vessels, nearly 10 kilos of pure gold. Today, no one thinks this was Attila's dinner service. The most recent thinking is that it was left behind by the Avars, one of those mysterious tribes that emerged from the confederation of the Huns. They obviously had that special relationship with nature too. This magnificent bull-headed bowl is another example of powerful natural magic channeled into gold. This is what the Dark Ages were capable of. This is what makes these times so exciting. That bull bowl has a power to it, an animal energy that you just don't get later on when art loses this connection to the basic stuff of life. The empire of the Huns didn't last long. For a few decades, it rivaled the Romans, and then it was gone. Attila, the glue that held it all together, had a taste for young brides. And on his final wedding night, he drank himself into a stupor, took his latest bride to bed, and promptly died of a heart attack. They found him the next morning with blood streaming down his nose, what we'd call these days a rock star to death. Within a few years, Attila's empire was gone, torn apart by feuds and incompetence. But the Huns had done their job. They'd punched a hole in the invincible reputation of the Romans. Now, all manner of barbarian was queuing up to pour through it. When we think of the barbarians, we think of hordes of bellicose warriors storming across the plains to attack Rome. But that's wrong. It was more of a migration. Think of those wagon trains rolling across the American West, full of brave pioneers searching for a new future. That's a more accurate image, particularly in the case of another great barbarian nation whose name has been well and truly blackened by Dark Age propaganda. The Vandals. Yeah. According to my shorter Oxford dictionary, a Vandal is a willful or ignorant destroyer of anything beautiful, venerable, or worthy of preservation. That's what it meant in 1663, but it shouldn't be what it means today. The story of the Vandals is actually rather poignant. They were basically a nation of Germanic farmers living peacefully in Central Europe until the Huns pushed them out. For a while, they ended up here in Spain until a group of Goths pushed them out of there as well. And the poor old Vandals had to move on again to here, North Africa. In 429 AD, 80,000 people came across the Straits of Gibraltar, crammed onto small boats. A kingdom on the move, looking for a homeland. The Vandals had arrived in Africa. Originally, this word Vandal meant something like wanderer, someone who's looking for something. It comes from the same Germanic root as the English word to wend, as in I was wending my way home from work. And the Vandals were great wenders and great wanderers. The Vandals who arrived here in Africa were led by a formidable king called Gizeric. If you think of the Vandals as a lost people and Africa as the promised land, then Gizeric was their Moses, leading them across the oceans. They made their way along the North African coast here, attacking cities, collecting followers, absorbing territory, until eventually, in 439 AD, they reached their destination. Carthage. Carthage was the second largest city in the Western Roman Empire. Busy, rich, a crucial trading centre. The Romans depended on it for most of the olive oil they burned in their lamps, and the wheat from which they made their bread. When the Vandals took Carthage, they shocked the Roman Empire. The capture of Carthage was surprisingly peaceful. Gizeric was so clever. He entered the city on the 19th of October, the day of the Roman Games, Sports Day. Now the Romans were obsessed with sports. were far too interested in the gladiatorial combat and the chariot racing to fight the Vandals. Thus Gizeric and his Vandal army strolled into the second largest city of the Western Roman Empire, took control of it, and stayed there for the next century. People used to think the Vandals went about destroying and pillaging Carthage as soon as they got here. But today, we know they didn't. The most remarkable thing about the Vandal occupation of Africa is not how much they destroyed, but how little. Later on, angry Romans and Christians writing about these events made sure they blackened the Vandals' reputation, as they did with all the barbarians. But the art that remains from these times tells a different story. To signal their new status as overlords of Rome's most prosperous province, the Vandals did what the nouveau riche always do. They spent money on the arts. Their jewelers were commanded to make gorgeous Vandal bling. And out in the countryside, they built elegant villas for themselves and filled them with superb decorations. That's the Julius mosaic. It's one of the masterpieces of the period. And Julius himself is sitting there in his white robe. He's the man who commissioned the mosaic. No one is 100% certain if this was made just before the Vandals got here or just after. And that's the most telling thing about it. This is how rich Romans lived, and also rich Vandals. Julius's house, where this was found, is shown in the middle, the posh fortified villa. Those domes at the back are the bath houses, the equivalent today of a luxury swimming pool. All around the villa, there are busy scenes of rural life in North Africa. Up on the left, that's winter. See the people picking olives? That's what you did in winter. On the other side, on the right, is summer. See the shepherds with their summer flock, and those fields of ripe wheat behind them. Down here are spring and autumn. Spring is the season of flowers, and there's Mrs. Julius in her garden, admiring herself in a mirror, while a servant brings her a bowl of roses. They're beautiful, and so is she. On the other side, it's autumn, and there's Lord Julius himself, sitting on a throne in his orchard, while a labourer brings him a basket of grapes and a hare he's caught running about among the vines. This is mosaic making of the highest caliber, so imaginative and clever. It isn't just a portrait of Julius and his house. This is a visualization of the perfect lifestyle, a rural dream made real. The message here is how glorious life is when man lives in harmony with nature, when order prevails and the land is fertile and balanced. Welcome to the good life in Africa. Instead of knocking down Carthage, the Vandals set about making it more homely. They put small houses in the huge Roman clearings, and, famously, an ambitious new bathhouse was built here by the art-loving Vandal king, Thrasimund. Bathhouses were hugely important in Roman society. They were a kind of social club where people went to chat and gossip, a bit like modern health clubs, except much cheaper. Roman bathhouses had two main spaces: a hot room, or caldarium, that heated you up, and a cold room, or frigidarium, that cooled you down. The largest of all Roman bath complexes was here in Carthage, the Antonine Baths, built in the 2nd century by the Roman Emperor Antoninus Pius. These are the ruins. So imagine how big the baths must have been. Long before the Vandals conquered Carthage, the Antonine Baths had fallen into disrepair. So the Vandal king, Thrasimund, built some new ones. We know a lot about Thrasimund's baths because, amazingly, a collection of Vandal poems on the subject has survived. That's right, Vandal poems. The Vandals were particularly keen on poetry, and hundreds of poems written here in Carthage in the Vandal years have survived. And this thick body of unexpected literature tells us so much about them. A poet called Felix has left behind an evocative description of Thrasimund's bathhouse. This magnificent monument erected by royal command, where water and fire display their obedience. There were no less than 5 poems by Felix about these great baths, and the big idea in all of them is this dramatic contrast between the cool, refreshing springs of the frigidarium and the hot, boiling waters of the caldarium. Here, says Felix, icy spring waters exist harmoniously with flames. Here, the shivering nymph is startled by the fiery bath. Felix's poems were actually displayed all around you as you bathed, as mosaics. So they surrounded you, pushed their way into your thoughts. And as you read them, you were prompted to marvel at this great miracle achieved here by Thrasimund. In the Vandal baths, Thrasimund has achieved the ultimate harmony. Thrasimund has united fire and water. Here we are. Goth, one of the Germanic tribe who invaded the Roman Empire. In the lexicon of hate spawned by the Dark Ages, a special place is set aside for the Goths. The Dark Ages are full of nasties, but the Goths are particularly spooky. If you walk down the street where I live in London, in Camden Town, you'll find plenty of modern Goths wandering about. They're dressed from head to toe in black and covered in satanic insignia, and they're trying so hard to look doomy. And I just want to give them all a big hug and tell them to cheer up, because if they want to be Goths, they should be like real Goths, energetic, colourful, inventive, the kind of people who did that.
stunning, isn't it? I love the way the mosaic sparkles with all that gold and throws light all round the dome. It's so exciting. But there's something peculiar about it too. Something slightly awkward. That's obviously Jesus up there being baptized. But why is he so pink and flaccid and not very divine? How did Jesus end up like this? Originally, the Goths came from up here, the Baltic coast. They were farmers, successful farmers. And when their population exploded, they made their way south to the Black Sea, searching for better land and better farming conditions. When the Goths moved south, they came into direct contact with the Roman Empire, and their history immediately grew more problematic. It would take me several programs to deal with all the twists and turns in the story of the Goths and their migrations, but to boil it down to its essentials, when they settled here in the south, they found themselves in the way of the Huns coming in from the east. So to get away from them, the Goths split in two. Now some of them fled across the Danube here and begged the Roman Empire to let them in, and they became the Visigoths, or Western Goths, and they settled initially here in France and finally in Spain. But the other ones, they stayed put over here and joined the Huns in the Hunnic Empire, and they became the Ostrogoths, or Eastern Goths, and they're the ones who did this. When you think of barbarians, you think instinctively of pagans, don't you? Of godless and violent people with strange and primitive beliefs. Conan the Barbarian is hardly altar boy material, is he? Actually, most of the barbarians were Christians, even the Vandals. So were the Ostrogoths and the Visigoths. All of them were converted to Christianity in the 4th century. However, the form of Christianity they were converted to was unusual. The reason why this Christ looks so unfamiliar and even peculiar is because he's an Arian Christ and not a Catholic one. And Arian Christianity is different. Arianism was a Christian heresy, a different form of Christianity, proposed by a priest called Arius in Alexandria in Egypt in the 4th century. From there, it spread across the Roman Empire and then out among the barbarians. The Arians believed that Jesus was different from God. He was divine, yes, but less so. The Catholics believed that God and Jesus, Father and Son, were equal, two different forms of the same great divinity. But the Arians disagreed. For them, God the Father was the one true God. He was the God at the top, and Jesus, his Son, was below him. And that's why the Jesus up here in the baptistry mosaic looks so wimpish. This is a Jesus who's more like the rest of us. Less divine, more human. Perhaps that's why the barbarians preferred him. He's less imperial, more like them. This is Ravenna in northern Italy, the capital of the Ostrogoths. Right across the empire, Catholics and Arians distrusted each other,
as only co-believers can. But in Ravenna, it was the Arians who held sway. And it was Arianism that created this.
It was a bit like the Sunnis and the Shia in Islam. Same religion, different only in its details, but so antagonistic towards each other.
The Ostrogoths were led by a formidable Arian king called Theodoric. And it was Theodoric who built this.
Theodoric had been brought up in Constantinople in the court of the Eastern Roman Empire. He'd been sent there by his own father as a hostage and educated as a Roman. So he was sophisticated and clever.
Having gained the trust of the Roman Emperor Zeno in Constantinople, Theodoric persuaded Zeno to let him come to Italy and reconquer it from another Germanic despot called Odoacer.
Theodoric invited Odoacer to a banquet in his honour, and there he murdered him with his bare hands, or so they say, and thus Theodoric made himself ruler of all Italy, based here in Ravenna.
Under the Ostrogoths, Ravenna thrived as never before. This is the great Basilica of San Apollinaire that Theodoric built early in the 6th century, and then filled with this spectacular parade of mosaics. Up on the ceiling, a baby-faced Arian Christ performs such a lively set of miracles, raising Lazarus from the dead, conjuring up miraculous fish.
So up there is the story of the young Jesus performing his miracles. And on the other side, over there, the other end of the story, Christ's terrible death and resurrection, the Last Supper, the kiss of Judas. Below that, there's this great golden procession of the 22 virgins bearing sumptuous crowns, lined up to pay homage to the Virgin Mary, with Jesus in her lap. On the other side, in a kind of Arian call and response, the 26 martyrs, dressed more simply in white and advancing in a mighty procession towards the enthroned Jesus.
What marvellous religious theatre this is. What vivid and exciting mosaics. And all you pretend Goths in Camden, if you're watching, the real Goths made this.
Unfortunately, later on, when the Roman Emperor Justinian reconquered Ravenna for the Byzantines, he set about tampering with what Theodoric had done, removing what he could of the Arians. So see this portrait here? That's actually Theodoric, but Justinian has taken over his identity and he's pretending to be him.
This, they say, is what's left of Theodoric's Ravenna palace. You can see it inside San Apollinaire as well. A great golden palace, filled once with magnificent Ostrogoth treasures. There's a museum in Romania, in Bucharest, that's bursting with this Ostrogoth bling. And personally, I'd be happy to put on some shades and just stare at it for the next few days. But we can't. because back in Ravenna, the story of the Ostrogoths has darkened and grown eerie. When Justinian conquered Ravenna, he had all signs of Theodoric and the Ostrogoths removed. And the great mosaic palace is now a ghost town with no one in it. Though if you look very carefully, you can still make out a few of the bodiless Ostrogoth hands that remain. Theodoric left his mark on many art forms. But the one that surprises me most is this totally unexpected piece of Dark Age literature.
The Silver Bible is a Gothic gospel book written in Gothic with a Gothic alphabet. It was written in northern Italy, probably in Ravenna, and probably for the Ostrogothic king Theodoric the Great in the beginning of the 6th century.
Most people imagine that what used to be called the barbarian tribes, such as the Goths, didn't have a literature, but this of course is written in the Gothic language.
Yes, and that's very remarkable because we don't know anything about the other Germanic languages, but the Gothic languages is preserved in this manuscript.
It's very beautiful to look at. It's got these lovely purple pages with the silver writing on it.
Yes, it's the imperial color, the purple color. And Theodoric the Great, he got the permission from the East Roman Emperor to use this purple color. And he behaved and acted like a Roman emperor.
Theodoric, who lived to be over 70, deserves to be remembered as one of the great achievers of the Dark Ages. This is where he was buried, his mausoleum in Ravenna. And I can't think of another building anywhere that looks anything like this. What eerie and inventive architecture.
I love this thing. It's so stocky and unusual. A unique example of Ostrogoth building, which seems to have popped out of nowhere. And that's just the outside. Wait till you see the inside.
Theodoric died in 526 AD and was buried here in this huge sarcophagus, shaped like a Roman bath. I find this such a spooky space, and it's absolutely unique. That roof is made from a single piece of Istrian stone. It's a metre thick, 33 metres wide, and weighs 300 tons. To get it here from Istria, which is roughly where modern Croatia is, they had to load it onto an enormous raft and sail it across the Adriatic. Can you imagine? That cross up above, that's original too. And there used to be silver stars all around it. So when you looked up in here, it was like looking up at the sky at night. There are some exciting stories about Theodoric's death. Some say he went mad after seeing one of his victims inside the head of a fish. Others say he was thrown from a volcano. One thing's certain, the Ostrogoth Empire he created collapsed quickly after his death. Justinian reclaimed Ravenna. The Ostrogoth era was over. So that's the end of the Ostrogoths. But what about the Visigoths, or Western Goths?
The Goths in Spain over here. What happened to them, you might be thinking? And what did they achieve? Well, rather a lot, as it happens. This is Palencia in Spain, and what you're looking at is the oldest surviving Spanish church, built in the 7th century by the Visigoths. The Visigoths ruled Spain from around 500 AD to around 700 AD. That's 200 years. But you hardly ever hear about them. You hear about the Romans in Spain, you hear about the Muslims in Spain, but you don't hear about the Visigoths. One cruel wag has christened them the Invisigoths, which is very unfair. If you hunt around in Spain, you'll find plenty of evidence of Visigoth achievement, like this rustic annunciation carved into an emerald. And sometimes you don't have to look hard at all to see the Visigoths showing off their Dark Age skills. Like these superb Visigoth crowns, with the name of the king who commissioned them spelled out helpfully for the hard of remembering. Aren't they magnificent? Those Visigoth crowns are not for wearing on your head. They're what's called votive crowns, and they are for hanging above an altar in a church. Like the Ostrogoths, the Visigoths were originally Arians, but here in Spain they were surrounded by Roman Catholics and quickly adopted the Romanic version of Christianity. And that's when they built these exciting and inventive Visigoth churches. This is the church of St. John the Baptist in Palencia. It's been remodelled here and there, but most of what you see is Visigoth. The story goes that the Visigoth king Recesvinto built this church to thank God for curing him of liver disease. He washed himself just out here in the holy waters of Palencia and was suddenly cured. Recesvinto was on his way north to fight the Basques, so he was particularly grateful for his miraculous cure, and even put up a plaque with the date the church was finished, January the 3rd, 661 AD. Recesvinto's plaque is surrounded by typically vigorous bits of Visigoth decoration, so energetic and busy. Completely unlike anything the Romans came up with. I really like this Visigoth church decoration. When I look at it, I feel as if I can hear the sculptor whistling. There's something so boisterous about it, something real and untutored. It's as if for the first time in art, we're hearing from the common man. This wasn't made by an artiste. This was made by a bloke. Someone with big hands who's speaking to us across the ages. The sheer inventiveness of these Visigoths is so invigorating. I mean, look at these arches. They're special, right? Why are they special? Because they look like one of these. I don't know how much you know about arches, but if you're any sort of student at all, you'll know that horseshoe arches are remarkable. Your bog standard arch certainly wasn't shaped like this. Before the Visigoths invented these, arches were semicircular. They came round like that and that's it. But these horseshoe arches, they come down to here, and they have a very different effect. Horseshoe arches look wider, airier, taller, more elegant, as if a sail has been unfurled and filled with wind. They're more playful too, less stern. This is architecture doing more than has been asked of it. This isn't just holding something up. This is having fun and looking good. So the Visigoths invented these elegant horseshoe arches. And these were a brilliant barbarian invention. But although the Visigoths invented them, they didn't perfect them. It was someone else who did that. The perfecters of the horseshoe arch are the subject of the next film, when we look at the art of Islam. In the hands of Islamic artists, the horseshoe arch would create architecture of spine-tingling beauty. It's yet another of the great achievements of the Dark Ages. This is a series about the Dark Ages, when civilization was said to have stopped and ignorance flooded the world. I've been trying to convince you that it didn't happen, that the Dark Ages were a fine era for art. But in this film, I'm going further. The art we'll be looking at in this film is some of the most sophisticated ever made. If any art challenges the myth of the Dark Ages, it's the art of Islam. Spain. That's the great mosque of Cordoba up there. And this handy little Dark Age gadget is an astrolabe. Some people call this the first computer. And what this thing does is calculate exactly where you are by using the stars. Islamic stargazers perfected the astrolabe in the Dark Ages to work out the direction of Mecca. So they always knew which way to pray, and it filled their art with cosmic patterns. Later on, I'll be showing you how to use one of these, I hope. But first, we need to travel back in time to the beginnings of Islam, to the first fascinating creations of Islamic art and architecture. So right now, we're here in Cordoba, in Spain. To go back to the beginnings of Islamic art, we need to go right across the Mediterranean to here. Jerusalem, the heart of the religious Dark Ages. What huge dramas have been enacted here? What important art has been created? Most of it's gone, unfortunately, but not all of it. Some of it has survived. Notably, that magnificent golden dome on the horizon, the Dome of the Rock. It's one of the most significant buildings ever put up. A piece of architecture that changed history.
You couldn't really ask for a more dramatic location, could you? And if you think it looks good from up here on the Mount of Olives, just wait till we get closer.
Muhammad died in 632 AD, and for the first 50 years or so after his death, Islam was preoccupied with conquest.
The speed at which the Islamic Empire expanded was remarkable. In just a few decades, it went from nothing to gigantic. It was the most dramatic, most aggressive, and fastest feat of empire building the world has seen.
This is the Islamic Empire just 100 years after Muhammad's death. Up here, the whole of Spain, all of North Africa, the entire Middle East, as far across as the borders of India.
But all this astonishingly successful conquest didn't leave much time for art. Almost nothing survives from the first years of Islam. Clearly, art wasn't a priority. And then, out of nothing, as if by magic, this appears. The Dome of the Rock.
Nothing in Islamic art prepares us for this. It's just suddenly there. A definitive Islamic creation seemingly conjured out of thin air.
It's like a flying saucer or something that's landed out of nowhere. And something you sense immediately, even from this distance, is the powerful geometry of it. That air of mathematical clarity. And that's something that continues in Islamic architecture. As you can see, it's an octagon. It's got 8 sides. And octagons have a special symbolic presence because they combine the geometry of a circle with the geometry of a square. I'll show you. If I draw a circle here, and then 2 intersecting squares here and here, the shape they form, the shape of the middle, that's the octagon. The octagon is a surprisingly popular Dark Age shape with powerful sacred meanings. If the earth is a square and heaven is a perfect circle, the octagon is a symbolic bridge between the two. All the proportions of the Dome of the Rock are meaningful. So these walls here, the walls of the octagon, each of those is about 20 meters long. And the dome in the middle, the height of that is again about 20 meters, and the diameter of it is also 20 meters. So all these proportions have been carefully calculated and have a purpose.
It's as if the entire building has been shaped by a divine mathematics. And those divine mathematics have given it a secret meaning.
This location, Temple Mount, is the holiest spot in Jerusalem. This is where King Solomon built the first Jewish temple, the one destroyed by Nebuchadnezzar. And then Herod, the infamous King Herod, built the second temple here as well. Herod's temple was made entirely from white marble and was so huge it covered 67 acres of this sacred location. So grand, so pompous, and to my eyes, so inelegant.
So the Dome of the Rock sits on layer upon layer of crucial religious history. And when the Muslims conquered Jerusalem in 638 AD and claimed this site for Islam, they took possession of what is probably the most loaded religious spot on earth. And that's just the outside.
For me, this mysterious interior is one of the most atmospheric achievements of the Dark Ages. There's something so haunting about the way the light works in here. The shimmer of the mosaics, the whispers of the calligraphy.
Basically, it's a circular shrine. It's not a mosque. It's a place of pilgrimage that's been built around a sacred site. And the site it's all been built around is the site of this holy rock here.
The Jews believe this is the rock on which Abraham prepared to sacrifice his son Isaac. And the Ark of the Covenant is thought to lie hidden somewhere underneath as well.
Islam has a different tradition. Islam believes that this is the holy rock from which the Prophet Muhammad set off on his great night journey to heaven. The angel Gabriel came to visit Muhammad in Mecca and brought him here to Jerusalem. And from this rock, the Prophet ascended to heaven, and there, in paradise, he met God, and God instructed him on the Muslim duty of prayer.
So this holy rock, like the architecture around it, is a point of contact between man and God. And that's the religious message of the whole building.
If you saw the first film in this series, you'll recognise this shape, because we've seen it before. This type of encircling architecture built over a precious site is something we found in the round churches of Byzantium. Remember San Vitale in Ravenna and Santa Constanza in Rome. The Muslim Caliph Abd al-Malik, who built the Dome of the Rock, was deliberately taking on the architecture of the Christians. This round shape, the proportions, none of it is an accident. Abd al-Malik also added an explicit inscription which runs all the way round and which gives the date in which the dome was finished, 691 AD. And it also includes a stern message to the Christians.
O you people of the book, it says, meaning the Bible, Jesus is only a messenger of God. God is only one God.
It's a deliberate challenge to the Christians. Jesus is just a prophet. There's only one God, and gods don't have sons. This entire building is taking on Christianity. Look at that. From floor to ceiling, it's covered in the most exquisite mosaics. Gold and green. There's a palm tree and these beautiful jeweled crowns. And all the pieces of the mosaic are set at different angles, so they reflect the light differently at different times of day. And all these glorious mosaics are intended to evoke a vision of paradise.
When you look there in paradise, says the Quran,
you will see delights that cannot be imagined. Fruits of every kind, and all that you ask for. At a stroke, Islam had invented for itself an unmistakable new architecture. And at the centre of this new architecture was a vision of paradise. The Islamic paradise is a green and verdant alternative to the harsh desert landscape in which Islam was born. These are lands where water is precious, and so is hope. Just a few years after the Dome of the Rock was finished, the Umayyad caliphs in Damascus gave the world another wonderful Islamic structure, the Damascus Mosque. I think it's one of the most exciting buildings I've ever been in. And look what's on the walls. Inside the fabulous Damascus Mosque, the Umayyad caliphs set out actually to describe paradise and to surround the Islamic pilgrim with delightful and irresistible visions of it. It's one of Islam's most dramatic artistic moments. These are the joys that await us in heaven. These are the beautiful cities in which we'll live. And this is the water, the cool and endless water that we will drink.
Those magnificent images of paradise in the great mosque at Damascus are like images of a wonderful oasis in the desert, with water, palm trees, flowers, everything that's so hard to find out here. And the Islamic paradise promises so many pleasures in the next life to the true believer. All you can drink, all you can eat, and all you can dream of. This is Qasr Amra. It's one of the desert palaces which the Umayyad rulers of Damascus built out here to get away from the city. Its heat and its pressures. No one's certain which of the Umayyad princes chose this distant desert location. Was it the Caliph Al-Walid I or Al-Walid II? What is sure is why they chose this particular spot. Qasr Amra is built in a wadi, the Wadi al-Batum. And wadis are desert valleys that fill up seasonally with water. So when it rains in the desert, the precious water floods through the wadi and fertilizes it. Round the back of the building, over here, are various contraptions for channeling this water through the palace. Because, believe it or not, what you have before you here is a bathhouse.
Qasr Amra is a bathing establishment in the desert. One of the earliest surviving secular buildings of Islam.
The reason we've driven all this way across the desert to find it is because this fabulous bathhouse in the sands has something remarkable inside it. Something you'd never expect to find here. Floor to ceiling Islamic frescoes.
A troupe of acrobats gives a busy performance. And there's a bear strumming a lute. There's so much going on in here. And a group of statuesque female dancers show off their figures and their beauty.
The dancing girls are particularly surprising. We're just not used to Islamic imagery as abandoned as this. But it's important to remember that this is just as old and just as traditional as everything else we've seen. This too is a precious Islamic heritage. A negative way to understand Qasr Amra's remarkable frescoes is to see them as signs of moral relaxation. Away from Damascus, deep in the desert, a wayward Umayyad prince is indulging an appetite for wine and music and women.
But I don't think that is what it's about. If we go back to the many descriptions of paradise in the Quran, there are constant references to the pleasures available there. Rivers of wine served in crystal cups, beautiful flowers, beautiful jewels, and beautiful girls.
For the righteous, says the Quran, there shall be gardens and vineyards and high-bosomed virgins for companions, dark-eyed and bashful, as fair as corals and rubies.
Inside here is the Caldarium, the hot room, and in here the Umayyad prince would soak himself in hot water, heated up by all those gubbins we saw outside. And as he lay here in his bath, the Umayyad prince would stare up at the dome, where he'd see something wondrous, an evocation of the stars at night.
This is the earliest known Islamic star chart painted onto the dome at Qasr Amra. Around the edge are the 12 signs of the zodiac. And in the middle, frescoed representations of the constellations. The Great Bear, the Little Bear.
What a thing to find in an 8th century bathhouse. A fabulous image of the heavens at night above your head. It's as if someone's taken the roof off the dome and looked out into the sky at night in the desert full of twinkling stars. What a beautiful idea.
It takes a bit of getting to Qasr Amra, but I wanted to make it clear right from the start that Islamic art, from its beginnings in the Dark Ages, has this sensuous dimension to it, a relationship to pleasure that you just don't find in other art. Scattered across this great Syrian desert are the remains of fantastical Umayyad palaces, filled once with beautiful mosaics and marvellous colonnades. What tangible sensuousness you find here, in this first Islamic art.
These 8th century desert palaces must once have been filled with the accoutrements of pleasure, vases, hangings, plates and cups, almost all of which have disappeared.
But in 1986, here in Jordan, they dug up this. It's an 8th century Islamic brazier, and it gives us a tiny hint of what life was like in the Qasr Amra bathhouse. The brazier was used to heat up the prince's room and for burning incense. Originally, there were wheels on it, and it could be wheeled around from room to room to fill them with sweet smells.
It's made of iron and bronze. And at the front here, as you can see, there are these arches, a little bit like the ones in Qasr Amra. And inside the arches are scenes of lovemaking and couples canoodling. And it's all so atmospheric and so beautifully done. And look at these eagles at the bottom, the way they've been shaped, their wings, their feathers. This is metalwork of the highest quality.
At the four corners, 4 cuddly nudes prepare to release a small bird into the incense-filled air above them. And there's a floaty feeling to this marvellous metalwork.
What a beautiful thing. And the figurative sculptures you see here, the female figures, are again very surprising, because this is an aspect of Islamic art that was there at the start. It's very traditional, but which modern Islam often forgets.
The beautiful brazier was an object of private delectation. It had no religious purpose. But it's important to remember that sensuality played a role in the art of these times. In the beginning, this was Islamic art too, and this, and this. When joy was called for, Islamic art inspired great joy. And when sobriety was more appropriate, it achieved great sobriety. This is the finest early mosque in Cairo, the Mosque of Ibn Tulun. I like everything about it, but most of all, I admire its architectural seriousness. The way you know, as soon as you step in here, that this is a space devoted to important understandings.
Ahmed ibn Tulun, who founded this mosque in 879 AD, was the son of a Turkish slave who became governor of Egypt. Originally, the mosque stood at the centre of a new city that Ibn Tulun also founded, the city of Al-Khatai. But Al-Khatai was destroyed in the 10th century, and this is all that's left of it.
They say Ibn Tulun chose this site because this is where Noah's Ark came to rest. There was certainly water here. That domed creation in the centre is the ablutions fountain, where all Muslims must wash themselves before prayers.
All mosques, not just this one, are based on the very first mosque, which was the Prophet's own house in Medina. It was a typical mud brick dwelling with a courtyard, and in that courtyard, the Prophet's followers would gather to hear him speak. So all these great courtyards of Islam, all of them, are descended directly from the Prophet's own courtyard.
Their evocative sparseness is an echo of their origins, and their sun-baked simplicity has been there from the start.
The walls that encircle you here are like the walls of the Prophet's own courtyard. Their task is to keep the outside world at bay. And here at Ibn Tulun, there's actually 2 sets of walls, a kind of double glazing that separates you from the hustle and bustle out there.
I like these playful crenellations arranged along the top as well. They look like paper cutouts, something my daughter might have made.
To protect his followers from the sun, the Prophet built a simple shelter at the end of his courtyard with a roof made out of palm branches and leaves. And that simple shelter was the inspiration for these great arcades, which still protect the Prophet's followers from the sun.
The shelters in his courtyard were also used as somewhere to meet and discuss community affairs. And that marvellous communal atmosphere of a space with many purposes is something else that survives to this day in the Islamic mosque.
The largest covered space was the prayer hall, which was basically the Prophet's own house at the end of the courtyard. And every prayer hall today is a continuation of this marvellous Islamic sense But underneath all this mighty religious architecture, you can still feel the humble presence of the Prophet's own dwelling. These prayer halls are so welcoming. They have a sense of the living room about them. A home from home. Most mosques are square or rectangular in plan, and that's because they're all arranged in relation to this wall here, which is called the Qibla wall. The Qibla wall indicates the direction of Mecca. In Arabic, the word Qibla means direction, and in Muhammad's house, a simple spear stuck in the ground would mark the way to pray. The centre of the Qibla wall is marked by the mihrab, which is always the most ornate part of the wall, usually a niche. And these niches were probably inspired by the culminating niches of Byzantine churches, Christian architecture. And to the right of the mihrab is the minbar, or pulpit, and this is based once again on the Prophet's own house. They say that when Muhammad had gathered so many followers, he could no longer be heard by everyone. He stepped up onto some blocks of wood, and those are the origins of the minbar. How fascinating that all the great mosques of Islam inherited their wonderful clarity, their simplicity, and their underlying sacred geometry from the humble house of the Prophet. Look at all that wonderful stucco work around the arches, all that repetition and variety. This is art used in a different way, not to illustrate something, but to create a visual rhythm. Christian churches are full of pictures that tell you stories. But there are no pictures in these great Islamic interiors. The decoration here communicates in other ways. There's a sense of endlessness to it. It develops in all directions. And it makes you feel part of something that's bigger than you. So there are no pictures. Instead, all the way round runs this Quranic inscription carved into wood. You know, I said this mosque was built on the site where Noah's Ark was said to have come to rest. Well, another story they tell here is that this Quranic inscription is carved on the actual wood from Noah's Ark. At the Mosque of Ibn Tulun, the Quranic inscription runs for 2 kilometers around the building. That's 1/15 of the entire Quran written up on these walls. This is the word of God in its most sacred and purest form. The power of the word is one of the great creative obsessions of the Dark Ages. And in the Metropolitan Museum in New York, the most beguiling of the first Qurans, the so-called Blue Quran, turns the words of God into such glorious art. Building of the Aswan Dam in the 1960s. It was rather controversial. The president of Egypt, President Nasser, joined up with the Russians to build a dam across the Nile, and various archaeological sites were lost forever or had to be moved to new locations, stone by stone. All sorts of ecological disasters were predicted for the dam, most of which haven't happened. The
The conquest of water was another of Islam's great achievements in the Dark Ages. In Cairo, the Nile would overflow its banks every summer, and the agriculture of the entire Nile Delta depended on the success of this fertile flooding.
Thick black silt, rich with nutrients, would be deposited across the floodplain, ensuring a splendid harvest. That was in the good years. In the bad years, the levels were either too low, which meant disaster, or too high, which also meant disaster. The Aswan Dam was built to control that process. So, you might wonder, what did they do before?
In Islamic times, they used this, the celebrated Nilometer of Rhode Island on the Nile. Opened for business in 861 AD, it's one of the oldest Islamic monuments in Egypt. And what dramatic evidence it offers of the aquatic brilliance of Islam's engineers.
What this thing does is measure the height of the Nile flood. It's basically a big well sunk some 10 meters under the level of the river. In the middle is an octagonal marble column, a kind of giant ruler, which, as you can see, is marked off at different heights. The measurements are in cubits, and 1 cubit is about half a meter. So around 16 cubits is the perfect flood, fertile, controllable. Below 16 cubits, there's not enough water, so famine conditions ahead. And higher up, once you get past 19 cubits, that's really bad. A catastrophic flood.
The Islamic authorities in Cairo used the Great Nilometer to calculate their annual tax demands. The perfect flood meant perfect profits ahead. Thus, this brilliant piece of design was an early Islamic alternative to the pocket calculator.
Before they built the Aswan Dam, these tunnels here led off into the Nile at 3 different levels. So if they weren't closed off now, I would be underwater. Look at those pointed arches above the tunnels. I mean, that's pure Gothic, 400 years early.
The Nilometer was designed by the famed Persian astronomer Abu Abbas Ahmed ibn Muhammad ibn Kathir al-Faghani, better known to us by his Latin name, Alfraganus.
Alfraganus's most famous achievement as an astronomer was calculating the diameter of the Earth. Copernicus is said to have used his results. There's even a crater on the moon named after him, the Alfraganus crater.
But it isn't just science that created this, and it isn't just commerce either. All the way round, there are also these beautiful Quranic inscriptions in a lovely Kufic script. Thou seest the earth barren and lifeless, it says, at the 17-cubit mark. But when we pour rain on it, it is stirred to life. At the Nilometer, science, commerce, and faith were combined in a uniquely Islamic fashion to create a technological wonder. This entire series is about how the Dark Ages weren't dark. But sometimes I should just shut up and let you see the proof for yourselves, because it couldn't be more obvious. This is Kairouan in Tunisia. Once this was a city of enormous power, the most important Islamic outpost in North Africa. Now it's a marvellous place to visit for any true student of the Dark Ages. Kairouan, they say, was founded by the great Arab warrior Sidi Okba ibn Nafi, who conquered these parts for Islam just 50 years after the death of the Prophet. When Sidi Okba got here, this was all desert, but something made him pause and look down at his feet. When Sidi looked down, he saw a miraculous spring of fresh water bubbling up, and in that water, the golden cup which he'd lost many years before at the holy spring in Mecca. The underground waters seemed to have carried it here, so it was clearly a sign. And on this holy spot, Sidi Okba founded Kairouan. At the centre of the new city, he built a new mosque, the oldest such mosque in North Africa. From the outside, there's not much sign of it. Islam isn't a religion that flaunts itself in the streets. But when you get inside, into the great courtyard of the Sidi Okba Mosque, what a powerful sight awaits you. Another practical use for these great mosque courtyards, particularly here in Kairouan where it's so dry, is for collecting water. When it rains, all the water is channeled down here to the centre. And see these decorative openings? They actually have a practical purpose. When the water flows through them, all these arabesques, they actually filter out the impurities, the dust, the feathers. And then the water, pure and clean, is saved below in two giant cisterns, so all of Kairouan can make use of it. Because it was built from nothing, Kairouan is a particularly pure Islamic city. There are few traces here of the Romans, or the Vandals, or the Byzantines. In Kairouan, Islam started from scratch. Except here, in the courtyard of the mosque. Look at this column, look at the top. What is that, Corinthian? Next to it, I don't know, Phoenician? Over here, Roman perhaps? Could even be Egyptian, who knows? Of the 414 columns arranged around this great courtyard of the mosque in Kairouan, no two are the same. Every column is different. That's because they were all taken from other people's temples and palaces and city halls. This entire mosque was built from bits and pieces of other ancient buildings. In the old days, it was actually forbidden to count the columns in here. Anyone caught doing it was blinded. If you look closely, you find some really surprising things about this courtyard. For example, up here, there's a Christian cross. So this column must have come from a Byzantine church. But through some miracle of architectural power, despite all this busy borrowing, the end result is an unmistakable sense of Islamic unity. This space could have come from nowhere else. This is unmistakably an Islamic space. There are many remarkable things about the Kairouan Mosque, but particularly remarkable, I think, is the proof that is offered here that architecture is an art form of spaces, not of details, of courtyards, not of capitals. See the tower here? It's got these slabs of stone at the base with Latin inscriptions on them. See this one here? It's upside down. So these must have come from a Roman building. This is actually the oldest surviving Islamic minaret. And it's got a bulky, militaristic presence, rising up in these three squat pieces. But, like all minarets,
its original purpose is glorious: to spread the word, to share the news, to shine a light. The minaret is one of the defining Islamic achievements of the Dark Ages. Islam did much that was inventive and progressive in architecture, but in its minarets, it surpassed itself. This word minaret comes from the Arabic manara, which means lighthouse, and that's its function: to be a beacon of hope, to offer safety and protection. And of course, the faithful were called to prayer from up there. In the very first mosque built by Muhammad, the faithful were called from the rooftops. But as cities got bigger, mosques got bigger, you needed somewhere higher up from which to broadcast the faith. And look what inventive shapes were found for this conquest of the sky. This is the minaret of the Great Mosque of Samarra in Iraq. Its nickname, for obvious reasons, is the snail shell. No one else in the Dark Ages built anything as aerially ambitious as this. And it wasn't just the mosques. This extraordinary brick masterpiece in Iran is the tomb of the Zirayat prince, Qaboos ibn Vashingir. It's 1,000 years old, but looks like something the Bauhaus might have come up with, don't you think? Inside, Qaboos had himself suspended at his death in a coffin of pure rock crystal. What a thrilling Islamic conquest of the heavens. Speaking of rock crystal, it's a very special substance, isn't it? According to the Quran, when the chosen arrive in paradise, they'll be given drinks of ginger, served in goblets of crystal. Crystal, or rock crystal to be more specific, was a substance with which Islam seemed to have a special affinity. They say it was Ahmed ibn Tulun himself who introduced the art of carving rock crystals into Egypt. And what's certain is that it was in Egypt that this difficult art reached perfection. I don't know about you, but I can't think of many substances in the world with a presence as magical as rock crystal. Particularly when it has passed through the hands of the master carvers of Islam. Only a handful of these gorgeous Islamic ewers have survived, and that just makes them feel even more precious. Rock crystal itself is actually very common. It's just a type of quartz, and quartz is the most common mineral in the Earth's crust. You get it everywhere. Look, there's a stripe of it here. What isn't common is pieces of quartz so pure and perfect and transparent that they satisfy the demands of the great crystal carvers of Islam. No one has ever carved rock crystal more finely than this. What they do is find a perfect lump of crystal and shape it on the outside, and then begin hollowing out the inside, and then hollow it further and further and further, till in the very best Islamic art, the walls of the crystal were only a couple of millimeters thick. Now that was unbelievably difficult. The shimmering images carved into these gorgeous crystal ewers would transport the drinker to paradise. Hunting scenes, flowers, beautiful birds, so crystal clear that none could resist them. And it wasn't just Islam that saw something magical in this rock crystal. In Ireland, when Ireland was still pagan, they used to put pieces of rock crystal at the entrance of the burial chambers. And in Egypt, they carved it into perfect spheres, which apparently kept your hands cool when you touched it. And of course, it was used for telling the future. And it still is. All sorts of Dark Age societies were fascinated by rock crystal. The Roman naturalist Pliny the Elder believed that rock crystal was actually frozen water, trapped for eons under the glaciers. Even the early Christians worshipped it. For them, rock crystal had a natural relationship with divine perfection. So they put it on the outside of their reliquaries and up in their golden crosses, where its perfect presence seemed somehow to connect them to God. Christian rock crystal has a different feel to it. In Christian hands, the light-filled paradise of Islam seemed to fill up with shadows. With Christian rock crystal, the Dark Ages are what you expect them to be. Mysterious, spooky, and talismanic. The water engineers of Islam perfected their hydraulic skills in lands where water was precious and rare. So their relationship to it had something of the dream about it. For Islam, water wasn't just a necessity, it was an enticement too. This is Cordoba in Spain. The Muslim armies got here in 711 AD and conquered it from the Visigoths. Remember them from the last film. And when Islam arrived in Spain, they could not believe how fertile this new territory was, how full of paradisical waters. This is the Guadalquivir in Andalusia, the largest navigable river in Spain. The name is Islamic. It comes from Al-Wadi al-Kabir, which means the Great Valley. These days, the Guadalquivir River is only navigable up to Seville. But in Islamic times, you could sail all the way up here to Cordoba. And in this great city, Islamic water architecture surpassed itself. All along the Guadalquivir, a cunning system of mills, dams, and water wheels channel the energy of the waters. The water wheels of Cordoba lifted water from the river high up to the bank, where the gardeners of Islam used it to recreate paradise on earth. This isn't actually an Islamic garden. It's an Islamic style garden built by the Christian kings here in Cordoba. Unfortunately, the original Islamic garden has disappeared. But Islam was here for 500 years. So this style of garden making is ingrained in the culture. And what you still get here is a vivid sense of how the Islamic garden felt. Fountains, waterways, flowers. These are the divine atmospheres of those magical paradisical mosaics we saw in the great mosque of Damascus. Except this time, they're real. To enter the mosque of Cordoba, you need to pass through another beautiful evocation of the paradise ahead. An orange grove, so divinely harmonious. This was obviously a very desirable location. They say there was a Visigoth church here originally, and later, when the Muslims were finally kicked out of Spain,
A Catholic cathedral was plonked in the middle of the mosque, creating this ungainly hybrid.
It was the Umayyad prince Abdul Rahman I who began building the Cordoba Mosque. He actually bought the land from the Christians, and in those early days of religious tolerance, Muslims and Christians shared the building.
The Cordoba Mosque is famous for its columns, 856 of them. Like rows of palm trees in the oasis of Syria is how someone's described them.
Columns are very laborious to make, and they use up a lot of precious stone, so they're very heavy. And if you can avoid making them, you will. For the Cordoba Mosque, the columns came from the Visigoth church that was there before, and also from nearby Roman temples. But these reused Visigoth columns weren't quite tall enough. So to make the Cordoba Mosque higher and more airy, the architects of Islam came up with a brilliant new idea: the double arch.
2 arches for the price of 1. At the bottom, the horseshoe arch, borrowed, as we saw in the last film, from the Visigoths. Then, on top of that, a round arch, arch number 2, making the mosque taller, less solid looking, more see-through. For the first time in European architecture, the aesthetics of light were shaping a building.
Do you know, Cordoba, when the Muslims were here, had 500,000 people living in it. It was by far the largest and most prosperous city in Western Europe. And all of those inhabitants had running water. They had toilets that flushed, street lamps. In the 10th century,
In urban planning, architecture, mathematics, and water engineering, Islamic knowledge was peerless. And in one area, it was spectacular: astronomy, the study of the stars.
90% of the 200 brightest stars in the sky have Arabic names: Vega, Betelgeuse, Algol, Deneb. They're all creations of the Dark Ages, because Arabic astronomy allowed the Dark Ages to glimpse the cosmos.
Remember those stars painted onto the roof at the palace in Kazirambra? Well, that was just the beginning. While Christian science was insisting on a backward, biblical understanding of the cosmos, Islamic science was investigating the heavens more adventurously.
This little baby here, the astrolabe, has been called the first computer. It was developed to pinpoint the direction of Mecca. Muslims needed to pray 5 times a day in a specific direction at specific times. The astrolabe could work all that out in relation to the stars. So this was the first compass as well, and the first clock. So the way it works, the first thing you need to do is decide on which star you want to focus on. And I'm going to choose Vega. So I find Vega in the sky, and with these sights here, I line it up until I can see Vega in the middle. It's exactly there. And that gives me a reading here